Chapter 401, The Strongest Worker Candidate, The Camp's Shock, 2. Unexpectedly, before he could atone for his sins, he obtained this item first. He now admired Zhou Shu to the extreme. If he treated a general of the criminal army as such, what about his own people? Perhaps only such a benevolent person was a qualified superior, unlike Emperor Wei Wu. Xiao Jianghe sighed, and a sentence flashed through his mind. If the king treats me well, I will repay him. Your Highness, what should I do next? Xiao Jianghe asked solemnly. Previously, he had only submitted to Zhou Shu because of the situation. But now, he wholeheartedly acknowledged Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu hadn't expected that a cosmic bangle would have such a winning effect. The cosmic bangle was indeed nothing to him. After developing it, it was not too difficult to forge. He could easily forge it, so he naturally didn't think it was very precious. But in the eyes of others, a cosmic bangle was even more precious than a heaven-grade weapon. A weapon that could store things, this was something that only existed in myth and legend. At least Xiao Jianghe never thought before that there was such a weapon in the world. Thanks to Emperor Wei Wu, the Demon Realm army that came to this world this time is much stronger than the 10 nations' armies, Zhou Shu said. The armies of all the nations have suffered heavy casualties. Now I have built a camp here to gather all nations' armies and prepare to fight against the Demon Realm army. Now that you've joined us, our odds have increased. Xiao Jianghe's face turned a little red. Although the responsibility lay with Emperor Wei Wu, and they had only followed orders, they were not completely innocent. We, the criminal army, will not let the Demon Realm army take half a step into the 10 nations even if we die. Xiao Jianghe said solemnly. Don't talk about dying. Zhou Shu shook his head. The Demon Realm army had most likely already crossed this world and invaded the 10 nations continent. If they really wanted to pursue responsibility, all of Great Wei should be destroyed. Since you've come to your senses, you're one of us. I don't like to see my own people sacrifice. Zhou Shu continued, our goal is to eliminate all the invaders. As for us, the fewer deaths, the better. It's best if none of us die. What I hope is that by the time you restore the reputation of Great Wei, these 30,000 people will still be around. The more workers, the better, Zhou Shu thought. Xiao Jianghe's eyes were red, including the Great Wei soldiers who heard what Zhou Shu said. We will follow your highness to the death. Xiao Jianghe shouted. The 30,000 sinners shouted in unison, we pledge our lives to follow your highness. Their shouts filled the air. Xiao Jianghe became more and more submissive. Only such a person who valued the lives of soldiers so much was worthy of following. Unlike Emperor Wei Wu, whose soldiers were tools that he could sacrifice at will. I said, don't talk about dying. Zhou Shu slapped his forehead. Let's go. Don't attract the Demon Realm army with all this commotion. He stood up to leave. Xiao Jianghe waved his hand, and the 30,000 soldiers followed his orders. Everyone carried a portion of the ore and followed. It had been a few days since Zhou Shu left the camp. Meng Bai, Yin Wu, and the others were all looking around worriedly. Especially Meng Bai. He knew what Zhou Shu had gone to do. Although he trusted Zhou Shu's strength, Emperor Wei Wu had planned for many years. Who knew if he had hidden strength? What if Zhou Shu failed miserably? Meng Bai was very worried, but he couldn't say anything. He had promised Zhou Shu that he wouldn't leak anything about Emperor Wei Wu. Even if he didn't, he wouldn't tell anyone easily. Emperor Wei Wu colluded with the Demon Realm and helped the Demon Realm directly enter the 10 nations continent. If this was made public, the morale of the army would probably be in chaos. On the 10 nations continent, there were everyone's parents, wives, children, and friends. Meng Bai was standing on the wall, thinking about the next step of the camp's plan. Suddenly, a scout rushed up to the city wall and shouted, oh no, Great General, there's a huge army coming from the front. A huge army? The Demon Realm army. Zhou Shu wasn't in the camp. If the Demon Realm army suddenly attacked, they would definitely not be able to stop them. There were nearly 100 first-rank demonic beasts in the Demon Realm's army. It's not the Demon Realm army. Judging from their attire, they should be Great Wei soldiers, the scout said. Great Wei soldiers. Meng Bai was even more shocked. Zhou Shu had left the camp to find Emperor Wei Wu. Could Zhou Shu have failed? If so, it would definitely be a disaster for the camp. Without Zhou Shu, it was hard to say if they could stop Great Wei, but they were absolutely helpless against the Demon Realm army. Meng Bai quickly calmed down and asked in a low voice, how many of them are there? At least 20 to 30,000 people, the scout said. They're moving fast. They will arrive in half a day at most. Meng Bai narrowed his eyes. Men. Call General Wang Mu and General Tang Chenxi here. With that, he launched himself into the air. Once high in the air, Meng Bai looked in the direction the scout had indicated. In the distance, a large group of figures was quickly approaching the camp. They were indeed wearing the clothes of Great Wei's soldiers. This discovery made Meng Bai's heart sink. Did the king of the south really lose to Emperor Wei Wu? At this moment, Wang Mu and Tang Chenxi had already arrived beside him. The three first-rank commanders all looked at the figures in the distance. Great Wei soldiers. Wang Mu and Great Wei had fought many times, and he was extremely familiar with the Great Wei soldiers. More than 20,000, almost 30,000. Wang Mu's expression was solemn. This is trouble. The people in their camp had already been sent out to gather the remaining troops of the various nations. Now, only a few thousand people remained in the camp. Without Zhou Shu, the three of them were not too confident in facing an enemy several times their number. We can hold the camp for now, Tang Chenxi said. Our men will be able to rush back in a few days. At that time, we might be able to destroy these 30,000 Great Wei soldiers. Wang Mu said solemnly, we can't let our guard down. We know nothing about this Great Wei army. We don't know who the commander is or how many first-rank martial artists there are in the army. I suggest we send a scout before they reach camp. Tang Chenxi looked at Wang Mu. Do you want to do it, or should I? This camp was a branch of the Great Xia's Huaxia pavilion. Meng Bai was considered half a master, so he naturally couldn't simply leave the camp. In that case, only Wang Mu and Tang Chenxi could leave the camp to test the waters. The two of them didn't mind. They were already furious that Great Wei had betrayed the human race. Wait! Meng Bai suddenly said. Look, don't you think the man at the front of the army looks familiar? Meng Bai pointed in the direction of the army. Wang Mu and Tang Chenxi looked over. Even though they were first-rank martial artists with extraordinary eyesight, the army was as small as ants, and they couldn't see the face clearly. Wang Mu looked at it for a while and said hesitantly, that man couldn't be His Highness, could he? There were two His Highnesses in the camp. One was Zhou Shu, and the other was Cao Chenyang from Great Liang. But as long as His Highness was mentioned, it would definitely be referring to Zhou Shu. Even Cao Chenyang thought so. It seems, sort of, Tang Chenxi said. Did King Zhou join Great Wei? Bullshit. Meng Bai and Wang Mu scolded at the same time. There's no way His Highness would join Great Wei, Meng Bai said in a low voice. Then, there is only one possibility. He and Wang Mu looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. His Highness subdued the Great Wei army. Wang Mu said slowly. Tang Chenxi's eyes widened. He had subdued 30,000 Great Wei soldiers alone? Was that possible? Chapter 402, 7 Seas Flood Dragon Armor, 1. Was it possible for one person to subdue 30,000 elite soldiers? In the past, Tang Chenxi would have said with certainty that it was impossible. But if it was Zhou Shu, Tang Chenxi wouldn't be so sure. He hadn't known Zhou Shu for long. But ever since he heard the name Zhou Shu, everything Zhou Shu had done seemed almost impossible to him. As a person of Great Xia, he had become the side-by-side king of Great Qin. As a forger, every weapon he forged was ranked at the top of the armament manuals. Even in the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament, he became the country protector king of Great Liang. At the age of 20, he had killed several first-rank demonic beasts and even captured a great demon alive. All these things were almost impossible. But these things happened again and again. Tang Chenxi actually felt that it was very normal for him to be able to subdue 30,000 Great Wei soldiers by himself. What the heck? Tang Chenxi cursed in his heart. Is there something wrong with me? We'll find out if he is, Wang Mu said in a deep voice. His figure swayed, leaving after images in the air as he headed toward the army. Tang Chenxi wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Wang Mu is even more rash than me. What if he isn't? What if there are a few first-rank experts in the other party's army? Aren't you courting death by going over alone? You are Wang Mu, not Zhou Shu. Tang Chenxi realized that Zhou Shu had gradually become a legend in his heart. He seemed to feel that there was nothing Zhou Shu couldn't do. This won't do. If King Zhou really subdued Great Wei, I have to think of a way to get our Great Jin to have a relationship with him. Meng Bai and Tang Chenxi stared at Wang Mu's back, ready to rescue him at any time. Wang Mu was very fast. A moment later, he had already arrived in front of the army. While Meng Bai and Tang Chenxi were feeling uneasy, Wang Mu landed in the army as the army continued to advance toward the camp. No battle took place. It's really King Zhou, Tang Chenxi said. He really subdued the Great Wei army. Meng Bai couldn't hide the shock on his face. Although he had thought of this possibility, when this possibility became reality, he felt that his worldview was about to be overturned. To be honest, it was easy to destroy an army, but it was difficult to subdue it. It was a 30,000 strong army. His Highness is really extraordinary. Tang Chenxi scratched his head and asked, Great General Meng, if Great Jin also wants to confer a title on King Zhou, will he accept it? Great Jin. Meng Bai glanced at Tang Chenxi. Don't even think about it. You're not qualified. Cao Chenyang had a blank imperial edict with a jade seal stamped on it. Moreover, he was the younger brother of the great Liang Emperor. Tang Chenxi, don't you know your place? What right do you have to represent Great Jin to confer a title? Tang Chenxi was a little discouraged. He was indeed not qualified. As the two of them spoke, the army in the distance was getting closer and closer. They could already see Wang Mu and Zhou Shu walking side by side at the front of the army. The Great Wei soldiers behind them were carrying something. Meng Bai subconsciously looked back at the back mountain of the camp. There were still hundreds of demonic beasts mining day and night. His Highness couldn't have thought of taking in another group of miners. That's 30,000 Great Wei soldiers. The army came to a halt 3 kilometers outside the camp. Meng Bai and Tang Cheng had already seen Zhou Shu and Wang Mu at the front of the army. At this moment, they no longer had any doubts that Zhou Shu had subdued this army of 30,000 people. It had been a long time since they had started to gather the remnants of the 9 nations' armies, but they had not even reached 30,000. In the end, the king had left the camp and brought back 30,000 people. Why was the difference between individuals so great? Meng Bai and Tang Cheng flew up and arrived 3 kilometers outside the camp. Your Highness! King Zhou! As they bowed to Zhou Shu, they curiously sized up the Great Wei soldiers behind him. Xiao Jianghe stood tall and silent. The 30,000 strong army was also silent. They stood like statues. They were indeed the elite soldiers of the Great Wei army. Meng Bai praised them in his heart. He was an expert at leading troops. One look, and he knew that this was an elite army. Great General, you're here. Zhou Shu smiled. This is Great Wei. No, this is the criminal army. They'll be our comrades from now on. He pointed at Xiao Jianghe and introduced him to Meng Bai. General of the criminal army, Xiao Jianghe, greets the great general. Xiao Jianghe cupped his hands with a calm expression. Criminal army. Meng Bai seemed to understand. He cupped his hands politely. General Xiao, you're too polite. Before Meng Bai could finish speaking, he heard Xiao Jianghe shout, take off your armor. Rustle. The 30,000 Great Wei soldiers, or rather, the 30,000 criminal army soldiers took off the armor that represented their identity. In the 10 nations continent, armor like the dark cloud armor was very rare. Ordinary soldiers only wore armor made of some iron pieces. Simple, some even crude. This armor's defense was only average. It could defend against the attacks of ordinary standard weapons. But against the attacks of demonic beasts, it was no different from ordinary clothes. Chapter 403, 7 Seas Flood Dragon Armor, 2. Xiao Jianghe's decision to have his soldiers remove their armor was within Zhou Shu's expectations. He had discussed this matter with Zhou Shu before. These 30,000 soldiers did not refer to themselves as Great Wei soldiers, so they were naturally unwilling to wear the armor of Great Wei soldiers. They wanted to remove all the symbols regarding Great Wei and redeem the sins of Great Wei on the battlefield in the name of the criminal army, taking back the glory that belonged to the Great Wei soldiers. Swish! Zhou Shu raised his hand and beckoned. An invisible force transformed into invisible hands that grabbed the armor that the criminal army had taken off. Zhou Shu's hands instantly turned red, as if magma was flowing between them. These suits of armor flew between his hands and turned into a fiery red solution. Then the solution twisted and changed in the air. Meng Bai, Wang Mu, and Tang Chenxi looked at each other. What was the king trying to do? Xiao Jianghe was prepared, so his expression didn't change. But the anticipation flashing in the depths of his eyes exposed his heart. In his heart, he was not completely unmoved. Swish! Tens of thousands of armor sets quickly melted into liquid. Everyone saw some black impurities fall from the liquid, and then they saw Zhou Shu wave his hands again. The invisible hands grabbed the turmeric crystals on the backs of the soldiers. Under the power of the iron smelting hands technique, they melted into liquid form. The yellowish-brown solution entered the ball of liquid. It was as if a thunder dragon had roared. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the fused liquid solidified and squirmed into a full-body armor suit at a visible speed. The armor was colorful and dazzling. Meng Bai, Wang Mu, and Tang Chenqi widened their eyes. What beautiful armor! I love it! Envy flashed across their eyes. If not for the fact that it was still in Zhou Shu's hands, the three of them would have even had the urge to snatch it away. Boom! The flames seemed to have a life of their own as they flowed endlessly on the armor. A heaven refining stone appeared in his hand. With a casual squeeze, the heaven refining stone melted into liquid. Zhou Shu used his finger as a brush and waved it on the armor. The spots of light landed on the armor like stars in the sky. 1, 2, 3. As more and more stars were fixed, star paths appeared in front of everyone. Throughout the process, everyone seemed to see the birth of a work of art. They even ignored the flow of time. After an unknown period of time, the armor under Zhou Shu finally took shape. A beam of light flowed across the star paths inside it, as if its spiritual essence was circulating. A dazzling light enveloped its entire body. Roar! With a dragon roar, a flood dragon appeared in front of everyone. It circled around the armor a few times before entering it. This! Meng Bai, Wang Mu, Tang Chenqi, and Xiao Jianghe were all green with envy. Buzz! The light faded, and the flames in Zhou Shu's hand had disappeared, leaving behind a suit of shiny full-body armor. Zhou Shu smiled and nodded in satisfaction. I succeeded, Zhou Shu muttered. I'm indeed a genius. I succeeded in one try. Meng Bai, Wang Mu, Tang Chenqi. Is this the armor you told me about, Your Highness? Xiao Jianghe touched the cosmic bangle on his wrist and looked at the armor on Zhou Shu's hand. If he had known that there were so many benefits to being loyal to Zhou Shu, he would have come to Great Xia long ago. In Great Wei, what benefits was there other than being used as a tool? After decades, as a first-rank expert, he had only obtained an ordinary heaven-grade weapon. Look at Great Xia. Even their armor was heaven-grade. Xiao Jianghe was a forging master, so he could naturally tell that the armor Zhou Shu had forged on the spot was already a heaven-grade weapon in terms of star positions and the number of star paths. He was also extremely shocked. He had never thought that a heaven-grade weapon could be forged in this manner. Xiao Jianghe had never seen anyone else with such a smooth forging technique in his life. It had only taken Zhou Shu a short while to forge a heaven-grade armor out of thin air. With such an opponent, how could Emperor Wei Wu not be defeated? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Xiao Jianghe's mind. He was even a little glad that he had chosen to be loyal to Zhou Shu. Otherwise, Great Wei would probably have been eliminated by now. That's right. Zhou Shu nodded. This is the armor I promised you. This is the Seven Seas Flood Dragon armor. I'll give it to you today. I hope you can wear it and display your might on the battlefield. Zhou Shu handed over the Seven Seas Flood Dragon armor. He was very satisfied with the Seven Seas Flood Dragon armor, but he didn't need it. With the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique and Golden Bell Shield Technique at perfection, his own defense was even stronger than heaven-grade armor. Moreover, he was not a main combatant, so there was no need for him to wear armor. This Seven Seas Flood Dragon armor was refined from the essence of the armor on the 30,000 criminal army soldiers and other forging materials. It was given to Xiao Jianghe as a reward. The Seven Seas Flood Dragon armor was different from the Dark Cloud armor. The Dark Cloud armor was a reward from the legendary Armament Canon. If a soldier wore it and completed kills, the legendary Armament Canon wouldn't give any rewards. This Seven Seas Flood Dragon armor was personally forged by Zhou Shu and had already been recorded in the legendary Armament Canon. If Xiao Jianghe wore the Seven Seas Flood Dragon armor and killed enemies, the legendary Armament Canon would definitely reward Zhou Shu. Since they were workers, they needed tools in order to work. Meng Bai, Wang Mu, and Tang Chenqi all looked at Xiao Jianghe enviously. The three of them also felt a little indignant. How could he, a criminal general, have this Seven Seas Flood Dragon armor? The next moment, the three of them knew why. Xiao Jianghe, who had put on the Seven Seas Flood Dragon armor, knelt on one knee in front of Zhou Shu and shouted, I shall follow your highness to the death. Kneeling was not popular in the 10 Nations continent, especially for first-rank martial artists. Even when facing an emperor, they would kneel casually. Putting aside his other identities, Xiao Jianghe had already made it clear that he was willing to follow Zhou Shu as a servant. In that case, his life belonged to Zhou Shu, and he had already become one of his people. Was there anything strange about rewarding the Seven Seas Flood Dragon armor to his own person? An urge flashed through all three of them, but then they shook their heads with wry smiles. How could they be loyal to Zhou Shu with their status? Even if this person was Great Xia's king of the south, Great Qin's side-by-side king, and Great Qin's country protector king, it wouldn't do. They couldn't help envying Xiao Jianghe. Perhaps Xiao Jianghe's crime was a blessing in disguise. If not for Great Wei, how could he lower himself and follow Zhou Shu like this? This might be an opportunity for him. I said, don't talk about dying. Zhou Shu slapped his forehead. If you die, won't I suffer a huge loss? I didn't give you the Seven Seas Flood Dragon armor for you to die. Before you completely defeat the demon realm, live well. Yes. Xiao Jianghe was touched. He placed his palm in front of his heart and felt the power of the Seven Seas Dragon armor. His mood kept changing. It's the same for all of you. Zhou Shu's gaze landed on the army. Since you've pledged your loyalty to me, the criminal army will be my personal army. Later, I will also reforge all your armor. What you have to do is to live well and kill enemies fearlessly. Chase back all those invaders from the demon realm. As your highness commands, the 30,000 criminal army soldiers shouted. Meng Bai and Wang Mu looked at each other and saw the meaning in each other's eyes. These 30,000 soldiers didn't belong to Great Xia, Great Qin, or even Great Wei. They belonged to Zhou Shu alone, it was his private army. Chapter 404, The 10 Nations Alliance, Yao Lian's Role, 1. Since ancient times, there had been a saying that one's achievements could cause jealousy from one's master. Back then, when Meng Bai conquered the southern barbarians and made a great contribution, he had taken the initiative to retire. Being a general was sometimes a danger. If it was Meng Bai or Wang Mu, if they had a private army of 30,000 people, it would definitely cause the emperor to be wary. But Zhou Shu seemed to be different. He was not only Great Xia's king of the south but also Great Qin's side-by-side king and Great Liang's country protector king. Wary? Should Emperor Yuanfeng be wary of him, or the Great Qin emperor, or was the Great Liang emperor? It seemed all of them should be wary, yet maybe none of them. One's achievements could cause jealousy from one's master. Was Zhou Shu going to threaten all three nations' emperors with his achievements? Meng Bai felt that if he were Emperor Yuanfeng, he wouldn't know how to treat Zhou Shu, who had 30,000 private soldiers. Speaking of which, their current camp seemed to be called the Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Battlefield Branch. Strictly speaking, it was also Zhou Shu's private territory. In that case, Zhou Shu's current strength didn't seem to be weaker than a nation. If he really wanted to establish a nation or something, who among the 10 nations could stop him? Who would dare to stop him? Your Highness, what do we do with this criminal army? Meng Bai asked tentatively. You will make the arrangements, Great General, Zhou Shu said indifferently. The criminal army is also a part of the 10 Nations Alliance. When the remaining armies of the various nations in this world are gathered, it will be a complete 10 Nations Alliance. You're all experts at war. My suggestion is that Great General Meng be the Commander-in-Chief of the 10 Nations Alliance and coordinate all battle matters. Of course, General Wang Mu, if you're not convinced, you can challenge Great General Meng. If you defeat him, you can become the commander of the 10 Nations Alliance, Zhou Shu said very casually. Meng Bai and Wang Mu were speechless. Could the Commander-in-Chief of the 10 Nations Alliance be decided so rashly? Shouldn't they call all the commanders of the 10 nations together and then elect one of them? But then again, not many people dared to disobey Zhou Shu. Not to mention how heaven-defying Zhou Shu's strength was, the criminal army was his private army. He himself was Great Xia's king of the south, Great Qin's side-by-side king, and Great Liang's country protector king. Strictly speaking, Meng Bai and Wang Mu were both his subordinates. In that case, at least 4 armies had to listen to Zhou Shu. As such, one could only imagine the significance of what he had said. Tang Chenxi was very depressed. Everyone was the commander-in-chief of a nation. Who was worse than who? Why can Meng Bai and Wang Mu be the commanders of the 10 Nations Alliance, but I, Tang Chenxi, can't? Just because you're not a king of Great Jin? Bloody hell, that's no way to play it. When I return, even if I have to mobilize the army, I will definitely make His Majesty confer the title of a king upon Zhou Shu. Although Meng Bai and Wang Mu were a little helpless, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Zhou Shu's words meant that he had no intention of keeping the criminal army for himself. Otherwise, the two of them really wouldn't know what to do. As they continued into the camp, Meng Bai came to Zhou Shu's side and whispered, "Your Highness, Emperor Wei Wu. Nothing to worry about anymore," Zhou Shu said, "take care of the Demon Realm army here, and then we can besiege Wei to save Zhao. I'll leave these matters to you, Great General. Your Highness, you have already done so much. If we can't take care of the rest, then the 10 nations deserve to be destroyed," Meng Bai said with a deep voice. The arrival of the criminal army caused quite a stir in the camp. But with Meng Bai, Wang Mu, and Tang Chenxi around, neither the Great Xia, Great Qin, nor Great Jin soldiers could cause any commotion. As for Great Liang, only Cao Chen Yang, Han Daji, and a few others were left. They had no objections to Zhou Shu's actions. "Pavilion Master, you're finally back." Zhou Shu had just returned to the camp when someone welcomed him. Apart from Shi Songtao, no one else called Zhou Shu Pavilion Master. "What happened?" Zhou Shu asked casually. He had been gone for almost a month. It was mainly because he had spent some time forging the 7 Seas Flood Dragon armor. This was even after Xiao Jianghe and the other forgers in the criminal army had helped him prepare the forging materials in advance. Otherwise, it might have taken even longer. It seemed very cool to forge the 7 Seas Flood Dragon armor in front of Meng Bai and the others, but behind the scenes, he had made preparations along the way. "The Demon Realm army has already sent the agreed 10 million kilograms of ore," Shi Songtao said solemnly. "Yao Lian has been a little unstable recently." Yao Lian was imprisoned in the camp. During Zhou Shu's absence, Lu Wen's Huang and Cao Chen Yang, 2 first-rank martial artists, had been keeping an eye on Yao Lian. Even though Zhou Shu had sealed Yao Lian's spiritual essence cultivation, no one dared to let their guard down. After all, the other party was a great demon. If he recovered his cultivation, everyone in the camp would die without Zhou Shu. "The ore has been delivered? Already?" Zhou Shu was somewhat surprised. "It's already very slow." Shi Songtao smiled bitterly. 10 million kilograms of ore sounded like a lot, but the other party had 1 million soldiers. On average, a demonic beast only needed to dig out 10 kilograms. This was simply a piece of cake for the demonic beasts. Moreover, Zhou Shu didn't have any requirements for the quality of the ore. Chapter 405, The 10 Nations Alliance, Yao Lian's Role, 2. "That's why Yao Lian has been clamoring to fight you again, Pavilion Master. How is the gathering of the other nations' remnant armies?" Zhou Shu asked. Previously, he had been so focused on showing off the 7 Seas Flood Dragon armor and the criminal army that he had forgotten to ask about this. "News is coming in," Shi Songtao said. "But since the Demon Realm army stopped mining, they've started attacking our people everywhere. Such things were hard to avoid." Although the Demon Realm army was worried about Zhou Shu's existence and the safety of Yao Lian, it was impossible to make them listen obediently. They were already restraining themselves and didn't directly mobilize their main forces to attack the human troops outside. This was already being very concerned about Yao Lian's safety. "Go ask the Great General and the others to speed up gathering the remnant armies." Zhou Shu pondered. The patience of the Demon Realm army is probably almost exhausted. Without Yao Lian, they will probably be unable to resist attacking. It's time to send Yao Lian on his way. Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Shu walked toward the place where Yao Lian was imprisoned. Yao Lian was sitting cross-legged on the ground, with Lu Wenzhuang and Cao Chen Yang also sitting cross-legged. Both of them held their swords above their knees and stared at Yao Lian. Hearing Zhou Shu enter, Yao Lian suddenly opened his eyes. "Human, you've finally shown yourself." Yao Lian revealed his ghastly teeth and said coldly, "I've already sent people to deliver the ore you want. A man keeps his word. Release me. You're a demon. Don't you think it's a little funny to talk about a man keeping his word?" Zhou Shu said. "You're going back on your word?" Yao Lian said angrily, his eyes shining. "Going back on my word?" Zhou Shu shook his head. "No. I wouldn't lie to you. I said I'd give you a fair fight. Naturally, I'll give you one. You had a chance to go to heaven, but you chose to barge into hell instead." Zhou Shu shook his head. "Since you're rushing to your death, I'll do as you wish." Zhou Shu raised his hand and patted Yao Lian a few times. A powerful aura erupted from Yao Lian's body, and boundless battle intent erupted from his crimson eyes. Boom! The house made of stone collapsed under his force. Lu Wensuang and Cao Chenyang both erupted with their first-rank aura and knocked away the fallen stones. Zhou Shu stood with his hands behind his back. He didn't move, and when the falling boulders landed on the surface of his body, they were already shattered by the golden light. Zhou Shu looked at Yao Lian and said coldly, "If you don't restrain your aura, I'll kill you now." Yao Lian froze, and his aura gradually converged. He had just recovered his spiritual essence and had yet to recover to his peak state. If he really attacked, it would be disadvantageous to him. "I'll give you a day. Go back and make arrangements for your funeral," Zhou Shu said coldly. "A day later, I'll come to the Demon Realm's camp to take your life. Of course, if you think you can't do it, it's not impossible for you to send an army of demons to surround me." "Humph! I'm not so shameless. I will definitely kill you with my own hands." Yao Lian snorted and stomped heavily. The ground exploded with a bang as he shot into the sky like a cannonball and disappeared in an instant. "Master! Your Highness!" Lu Wensuang and Cao Chenyang spoke almost at the same time. Confusion crossed their faces. They didn't understand why Zhou Shu let Yao Lian go. Why talk about credibility with the enemy? Couldn't he just kill him? "Don't worry. If I can beat him once, I can beat him a second time," Zhou Shu said. "Those defeated by me will never be my match again." During the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament, Zhou Shu was constantly becoming stronger. Since Zhou Shu last fought Yao Lian, his strength had increased by more than 30%. Coupled with the 100-fold combat power increase of his divine ability Total Annihilation, he was not afraid that Yao Lian would become stronger than him. Besides, he had other plans for letting Yao Lian leave. It was easy to kill Yao Lian. But after killing Yao Lian, there was still the million-strong demonic beast army. They were a huge problem. "You two have worked hard these past few days. Go back and rest." Zhou Shu waved his hand. "You don't have to worry about Yao Lian. However, there will definitely be a battle between us and the Demon Realm army. We won't be able to avoid it." Lu Wensuang and Cao Chenyang nodded. Cao Chenyang left first. Lu Wensuang was a step slower and said hesitantly, "Master, the Abyss Rainbow Sword." Previously, when Zhou Shu had given her the Abyss Rainbow Sword, he had said that he was lending it to her. Although he had never taken the initiative to take it back, she still had to ask him. "Take it and use it for now," Zhou Shu said casually. Lu Wensuang had been doing well recently. Zhou Shu's initial dissatisfaction with her was about to dissipate. "Thank you, Master." Lu Wensuang's eyes flashed with joy before she left with her sword. After Lu Wensuang left, Zhou Shu took out Great Xia's Imperial Cauldron from his cosmic bangle. The half-bronze and half-blood-red Imperial Cauldron looked a little demonic. Zhou Shu knocked on the cauldron, and it made a crisp sound. "A proper Imperial Cauldron has turned into this awful thing," Zhou Shu said regretfully. "Whether or not you can return to normal depends on Yao Lian." Zhou Shu pondered his plan. He didn't let Yao Lian go out of impulse, and neither was he out of his mind. He had an idea. In the dream, Zhou Shu knew how Emperor Wei Wu had infected Great Xia's Imperial Cauldron. But Zhou Shu didn't have any thoughts about continuing to infect the cauldron. Instead, he wanted the Imperial Cauldron to return to its original state. The idea of a divine artifact turning into a bloody, ugly mess was disgusting. But Zhou Shu was still not strong enough to remove the pollution on the Great Xia's Imperial Cauldron. This was why he was targeting Yao Lian. 2 birds with 1 stone. Why not? Make the best use of everything. Yao Lian is a great demon. If I kill him, I wonder how many rewards I'll get from the legendary armament cannon, Zhou Shu thought. According to his past experience, the higher the cultivation of the enemy he killed, the richer the rewards from the legendary armament cannon. If I kill him with the Great Destroyer Sword, my divine ability 1 against 10,000 will most likely reach perfection. But Zhou Shu always felt the divine ability 1 against 10,000 was useless. It would be a waste to use Yao Lian to perfect 1 against 10,000. I should borrow Meng Bai's mountain suppressing sword. The power of the heaven-slaying sword art is not bad. If I can raise it to perfection, I can use it as a new trump card. The great traversal sword art rewarded by the Abyss Rainbow Sword is slightly lacking now. I have to perfect it for it to be useful. With Zhou Shu's current status, what he needed to deal with was at least first-rank martial artists. It was a little difficult to use the Great Traversal Sword art to deal with first-rank martial artists at its current level. Previously, he had used the killing move 100 Steps Flying Sword several times, but he had failed. Although it was also because his opponent was powerful, it was still because his level of the Great Traversal Sword art was a little low. If it could reach perfection, the 100 Steps Flying Sword move could easily kill a first-rank martial artist. The Great Traversal Sword art was a sword technique that was stronger than the astounding Heavenly 18 Swords technique. The 100 Steps Flying Sword was not inferior to the Heaven Slaying Sword art. What a pity! I can only kill Yao Lian once. I wonder if that bastard Emperor Wei Wu will revive like Xiao Shunzi. It feels good to keep killing trash like him. It was difficult for Zhou Shu to choose which sword to use to send Yao Lian on his way. There's no need to choose. I'll use all of them. If I use 3 swords at the same time to kill Yao Lian, I wonder if I'll get a reward for each. Zhou Shu was amused by the thought of the 3 swords stuck in Yao Lian's body. Chapter 406, Real and Fake Imperial Cauldron, Slaying Yao Lian, 1. Just as Zhou Shu was about to leave the camp, Xiao Jianghe, wearing the 7 Seas Flood Dragon armor, chased after Zhou Shu and shouted, "Your Highness, the criminal army requests to fight." "Fight what?" Zhou Shu said angrily. "I want to have a fair fight with Yao Lian. Do you want me to bear the reputation of not having any martial virtue?" "Your Highness, you can't talk about martial virtue with demonic beasts." Shi Songtao shouted. They were demonic beasts, not humans. Why bother talking about martial virtue? If Shi Songtao had his way, Zhou Shu shouldn't have let Yao Lian go. He should have just killed him. "That's right, King of the South. How can you guarantee that Yao Lian will really come alone?" "He might bring the Demon Realm army to ambush you," Meng Bai said. "In my opinion, Your Highness should bring the criminal army along. We'll be at the rear, ready to provide support." "Even if Yao Lian really comes alone, the million-strong Demon Realm army might not care about marital virtue," Wang Mu interjected. "Once Yao Lian is defeated, they will very likely interfere. And then? You'll all attack together, and then we'll fight the Demon Realm army to the death?" Zhou Shu asked. "With our current strength, what do you think we can do against the million-strong Demon Realm army? Can we completely destroy them? Or can we drive them back to the Demon Realm?" Meng Bai, Wang Mu, and the others fell silent. They couldn't do either of these things. The Demon Realm army numbered as many as 1,000,000, and their 10 nations alliance had only gathered 50,000 to 60,000 people until now. Half of them were from the criminal army. If they really fought now, the chances of the human army being defeated were definitely more than 50%. It was impossible for Zhou Shu to defeat an army of 1,000,000 demonic beasts alone. "But Zhou Shu, whether a decisive battle erupts or not isn't up to us," Yin Wu interrupted. "If you go and fight Yao Lian, we can't guarantee that the Demon Realm army won't interfere. What if they attack directly?" As soon as Zhou Shu let Yao Lian go, they no longer had a hostage, and the Demon Realm army could attack at any time. "Do you think that the Demon Realm army can wait forever if we don't release Yao Lian?" Zhou Shu said. "That's impossible. The patience of the Demon Realm army won't last long. The war will break out sooner or later. It won't stop just because we don't want it to. We can't just stop eating because we choke, can we?" Zhou Shu smiled. "Don't worry. I've carefully considered this before letting Yao Lian go. If we're lucky, we might be able to solve the problem of the Demon Realm army this time." Everyone looked at Zhou Shu in confusion. Zhou Shu smiled mysteriously and didn't explain much. "Just guard the camp well. If the Demon Realm army dares to attack the camp, beat them to death. We must show the glory of our 10 nations alliance." With that, Zhou Shu took a step and soared into the sky. Xiao Jianghe wanted to say something, but Zhou Shu's figure had already disappeared into the air. Even if he wanted to chase after him, he couldn't. "General Xiao," Meng Bai said with a sunken voice. "Here." Xiao Jianghe said. "Although His Highness said that there's no need to receive him, I'll still have to trouble you to lead the criminal army 30 kilometers away to receive His Highness." "All right," Xiao Jianghe said seriously. "Generals, we have to be ready for war." Meng Bai looked at the others. "We are already prepared." Wang Mu and Tang Chenxi were both brimming with fighting spirit. The camp entered a battle preparation stage. Zhou Shu used the divine ability Unstoppable for 1,000 miles and arrived at the camp of the Demon Realm army. 10 kilometers away, he stopped in the air. "Yao Lian, are you ready to die?" Zhou Shu shouted. In the distant demon realm camp, a figure soared into the sky. It was the great demon Yao Lian. At this moment, Yao Lian's image had changed drastically. His skin had turned dark and was covered in intricate patterns. A horn had grown out of his head. It was obvious that he was not a human but a demonic beast. Yao Lian's aura surged. He was now at his strongest. When he fought Zhou Shu previously, he hadn't even had the chance to restore his true demonic beast form before he was defeated by Zhou Shu. This time, Yao Lian had learned his lesson. As soon as he came up, he directly changed to his true form and raised his strength to the maximum. Seeing Yao Lian like this, Zhou Shu nodded in satisfaction. All he wanted was for him to use his full strength. Yao Lian, you have a fake imperial cauldron on you, right? Use it. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to use it. Zhou Shu smiled. Humph. Yao Lian snorted coldly. He didn't need Zhou Shu's reminder. When he was still hundreds of meters away from Zhou Shu, he had already begun to summon the fake imperial cauldron. A small cauldron appeared on his chest. The cauldron was absorbing the aura of heaven and earth. Then, as if it was about to fuse with the world, its aura continued to rise. Demons generally didn't use weapons. But any demon who used a weapon would definitely be a powerhouse. Yao Lian was very strong. Even in the demon realm, he was one of the stronger ones. Chapter 407, Real and Fake Imperial Cauldron, Slaying Yao Lian, 2. This time, Yao Lian had been sent to this world with a replica imperial cauldron. If he unleashed his full strength, he even felt that other than the demon kings, he was invincible. Human, last time, I was careless and let you have your way. This time, I'll show you my true strength. Yao Lian let out a heaven-shaking roar. His entire body seemed to have turned into a black hole. The aura of the world and everything around him surged toward him. Then he opened his mouth, and everything flew directly into his mouth, turning into surging vitality that continued to strengthen his aura. The great demon Yao Lian was a heaven-devouring toad. He could devour everything to increase his cultivation and was one of the top bloodlines in the demon realm. That's more like it. Zhou Shu laughed. He raised his hand, and a small cauldron half bronze and half blood red appeared in his hand. It was the corrupted Great Xia's imperial cauldron. The fake meets the genuine. I wonder what will be stronger. Zhou Shu raised his hand and threw Great Xia's imperial cauldron into Yao Lian's mouth. Boom! As if attracted by the aura, the fake imperial cauldron on Yao Lian's body also flew out and collided with Great Xia's imperial cauldron with a monstrous aura. The fake imperial cauldron seemed to have its own intelligence and actually started fighting. Zhou Shu's gaze landed on Yao Lian, who looked stunned. What's going on? Yao Lian originally didn't use weapons. The fake imperial cauldron was given to him by a demon king when he accepted the mission. What was happening now was beyond his comprehension. Humph, the things forged by humans are indeed unreliable. Yao Lian snorted coldly. Even without this thing, I can still crush you. Yao Lian's scarlet eyes instantly turned even redder. He opened his mouth again, and a huge suction force enveloped Zhou Shu. He wanted to eat Zhou Shu. If he could eat Zhou Shu, his cultivation level would definitely soar. What should I do? I'm really afraid I'll kill you with one strike, a casual voice said in Yao Lian's ear. Then a sword beam flew over. The monstrous suction force was directly cut off by the sword beam. Before Yao Lian could react, he felt his entire body turn cold. A feeling of life and death crisis surged in his heart. Without hesitation, he retreated. Crack! With a soft sound, Yao Lian erupted with all his strength, and his speed almost exceeded his limit. But the sword beam was faster. Yao Lian felt a pain in his forehead. His single horn was cut off. I've given you a day to prepare. Is this what you've prepared? Zhou Shu's figure reappeared in the air. He was holding the mountain-suppressing sword that he had given Meng Bai. This time, he had specially borrowed it from Meng Bai in order to take the opportunity to perfect the heaven-slaying sword art. Zhou Shu's disdainful voice made Yao Lian furious and cold. He had already made preparations and even used the secret techniques of the demon race to increase his strength to the limit. He even felt that this was the strongest he'd ever been. But in this state, he still couldn't withstand a single blow from the other party? How is this possible? Isn't he in the great demon realm? His realm is comparable to that of a demon king. Impossible. This is impossible. How could such an expert appear in the human race? Didn't they not even have a martial artist above the first rank? Yao Lian roared in his heart as he saw a huge fist growing in his vision at an extreme speed. Swish! Yao Lian felt his head go blank and his body fly high into the air. He recalled something Zhou Shu had said last time, and only one thought echoed in his mind. 100 times stronger, I really can't stop it. Yao Lian, let me borrow your life. Zhou Shu shouted. The effect of the divine ability Total Annihilation was limited. Since he had already activated it, there was no room for hesitation. The mountain-suppressing sword turned into a sword beam and pierced straight into Yao Lian's heart. Boom! Sword chi erupted. The dignified great demon Yao Lian of the top heaven-devouring toad bloodline of the demon realm exploded into a bloody mist. The mountain-suppressing sword you forged effectively completed a kill. The heaven-slaying sword art has reached perfection. A barrage of messages flashed before Zhou Shu's eyes. Now! With a low shout, he sheathed the mountain-suppressing sword. In a flash, he was in front of the fake Imperial Cauldron. He smacked Great Wei's Imperial Cauldron with one hand and the fake Imperial Cauldron with the other. Boom! A violent suction force erupted from the fake Imperial Cauldron, absorbing all the remaining flesh and blood of Yao Lian. Then the fake Imperial Cauldron erupted with a ball of blood-colored light, suppressing Great Wei's Imperial Cauldron. Boom! Amid the thunderous sound, the smell of blood constantly wafted from Great Wei's Imperial Cauldron and was swallowed by the fake Imperial Cauldron. The blood chi on the fake Imperial Cauldron became stronger and stronger, while the blood chi of Great Wei's Imperial Cauldron continuously flowed into the fake Imperial Cauldron. Lord Yao Lian! In the distant demon realm camp, a shocking roar erupted. Powerful auras soared into the sky. The entire camp of the demon realm army exploded. Lord Yao Lian had died in battle. Avenge Lord Yao Lian! An angry roar erupted from the demon realm army. No matter how powerful he is, our million-strong army can still kill him. If you don't want your entire clan to be punished, kill him. The million-strong demon realm army charged crazily at Zhou Shu. With so many demonic beasts, even if Zhou Shu was at the great demon realm, he would only die from exhaustion if he was surrounded. But Zhou Shu acted as if he didn't see the army of the demon realm. He kept smacking the two imperial cauldrons. The blood-red color of Great Wei's Imperial Cauldron fading, while the fake Imperial Cauldron seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Kill! In the Demon Realm army, nearly 100 first-rank martial artists gathered. At this moment, they all rushed forward without caring about their lives. Zhou Shu narrowed his eyes and shouted coldly. Divine ability, 1 against 10,000. Boom! A towering aura exploded from Zhou Shu's body. A translucent wall suddenly appeared around his body. The city wall towered into the clouds and stretched for kilometers like a fortress. Zhou Shu was at the city gate of Xiong Pass. Zhou Shu stood at the city gate. If the Demon Realm army wanted to advance, they could only pass through the city gate where Zhou Shu was. 1 against 10,000. Once this divine ability was used, Zhou Shu alone could block an entire army. As for how long he could block it, it would depend on Zhou Shu's cultivation. If Zhou Shu didn't fall, the wall wouldn't dissipate. This area of several kilometers was impassable for the Demon Realm army. There were no humans behind Zhou Shu. There were only 2 Imperial Cauldrons. Boom! The attacks of more than 100 first-rank martial artists landed on the translucent city wall. Nearly half of the city wall, which was several kilometers long, collapsed. Zhou Shu grunted. Even with 100 times his combat strength, the divine ability 1 against 10,000 couldn't withstand the attacks of more than 100 demonic beasts. When the first-rank demonic beasts saw this, their faces revealed excitement. This man was not invincible. Kill him. He paid the price for killing Lord Yao Lian. He can't hold on any longer, a humanoid demonic beast shouted. Is that so? Zhou Shu said coldly, once the mountain-suppressing sword is unsheathed, no demonic beast can take another step forward. These words are not empty words. Zhou Shu's aura erupted again, and the collapsed translucent city wall rose again. As long as his cultivation was not exhausted, he could continue. I will kill you first. Zhou Shu pointed the mountain-suppressing sword at the first-rank demonic beast that just spoke. Heaven-slaying sword art. A sword beam flashed. The first-rank demon beast's face was full of fear. Without any resistance, he split into 2 with a bang and fell from the sky. In the distance, Xiao Jianghe, who had led his soldiers over because he was worried about Zhou Shu, saw this scene with his own eyes. Once the mountain-suppressing sword is unsheathed, no demonic beast can take another step forward. Xiao Jianghe muttered to himself. He would probably never forget this back view of Zhou Shu. Chapter 408, I have to thank Emperor Weiwu for this. 1. Boom. The attacks of more than 100 first-rank demonic beasts landed on the translucent city wall that was several kilometers long. Amid the deafening sound, Zhou Shu stood with his sword horizontally. An unnatural red light flashed across his face, but he didn't take half a step back. Behind him, the two imperial cauldrons had mostly turned bronze. The blood-red color that originally occupied the body of the real cauldron was only left with a tenth. Moreover, the blood-red color was still constantly moving toward the fake imperial cauldron. Zhou Shu's expression was calm. His divine sense swept across the real and fake imperial cauldrons, and his expression became even more serious. He now had the sensation of walking on a tightrope. The duration of the divine ability total annihilation was limited. Once the effect wore off, things would be troublesome if he didn't attain all his goals. But at this point, he had nothing to regret. Who's next? Zhou Shu shouted, his gaze like a sword as it swept across the first-rank demonic beasts. When he killed a first-rank demonic beast just now, he didn't completely scare the demonic beasts off. But when his gaze landed on them, they still involuntarily took a few steps back. Don't be afraid, everyone. He's bluffing. I don't believe he can kill us all, another first-rank demonic beast roared. Since the great demon Yao Lian died in battle, their army wouldn't be able to escape punishment, especially the first-rank martial artists. Who knew what kind of blame they would face when they returned to the demon realm? Instead of that, it was better to fight. If they could kill Zhou Shu, they would make up for their mistake. Even if they couldn't kill him, dying here would save their clans from disaster. With this thought in mind, the more than 100 first-rank demonic beasts unleashed their innate divine powers again. Destructive divine powers smashed toward Zhou Shu. At this moment, the million-strong demon realm army had already rushed over. In the million-strong army tide, Zhou Shu and the translucent city wall that stretched for kilometers were like small boats in the waves that could capsize at any moment. Sword light flashed, and Zhou Shu's feet seemed to have taken root as he forcefully blocked this wave of attacks. Xiao Jianghe of the criminal army is here. Don't you dare hurt my king. Xiao Jianghe couldn't bear it any longer. With a loud shout, he led the army and rushed out. Get the hell back! Zhou Shu's voice exploded in Xiao Jianghe's ears like thunder. Xiao Jianghe's movements suddenly stopped, and even the criminal army behind him stopped. They didn't understand why the king was acting like this. The criminal army was not weak. They could totally help him share part of the pressure. This was an army of 1,000,000 demonic beasts. Boom! A sword light descended from the sky, drawing a 1,000-foot-long mark on the ground. Xiao Jianghe, if you dare to cross this line, you're not part of us anymore. Zhou Shu's voice sounded. Xiao Jianghe and the others were stunned. His Highness said before that he didn't want us to die in battle easily. So it's true. But in this situation, why won't he let us fight? Xiao Jianghe clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes turned red. He let out a suppressed roar, but he didn't dare to cross the line. Boom! A dazzling light exploded. Xiao Jianghe could clearly see that although Zhou Shu still didn't take half a step back, blood was already seeping out of the corners of his mouth, eyes, and ears. Xiao Jianghe gritted his teeth so hard that his gums were already bleeding. The Seven Seas dragon armor on his body emitted a dazzling light, and a flood dragon swam continuously, its spiritual essence boiling. Your Highness! Xiao Jianghe roared. We can fight! Humph! Zhou Shu snorted coldly. He waved his arm, and hundreds of thousands of sword lights shot out, forcing back the 100+ first-rank demonic beasts. His power is fading, everyone. He's dying. The first-rank demonic beasts roared. Zhou Shu's eyes were a little dull. He also knew that the divine ability total annihilation had almost reached its limit. His power was already beginning to fade. Within a few breaths, he would enter a weakened state. By then, he would be powerless for a day. His divine sense swept past the two imperial cauldrons behind him. On Great Wei's imperial cauldron, there was only a trace of blood-red color left. If he didn't look carefully, he wouldn't even be able to tell. As for the fake imperial cauldron, its entire body had already turned blood red, making it look extremely bewitching. I can't delay it any longer. Zhou Shu narrowed his eyes and shouted coldly, come. With a flick of his wrist, he sheathed the mountain-suppressing sword. The 2 cauldrons, one on each side, were already in his hands. Demon cubs, I'll send you back to your nest today. Zhou Shu laughed and raised his hand to smash the fake Imperial Cauldron at the Demon Realm army. Imperial Cauldron, he shouted again. Great Xia's Imperial Cauldron shone brightly. Light drilled into the ground, and the ground rumbled. Zhou Shu held Great Xia's Imperial Cauldron. The light seemed to connect his palm to the earth and mountains. There was a hint of blood-colored light mixed in with the pure light. It was incredibly weak, but it was oddly glaring. Zhou Shu's face flushed red as he snorted. Heaven-slaying sword art, destroy! Zhou Shu grabbed the hilt of the mountain-suppressing sword with his other hand. With a loud shout, the mountain-suppressing sword was unsheathed. A dazzling sword beam that defied time and space slashed at the fake Imperial Cauldron. Chapter 409, I have to thank Emperor Wei Wu for this, too. Crack! The fake Imperial Cauldron was full of blood energy, but it only lasted for a moment before the sword beam cut it. Cracks appeared on the fake Imperial Cauldron before it shattered like an egg shell. Boom! Thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. As the fake Imperial Cauldron shattered, blood tornadoes appeared out of thin air and swept everything around them in. Then a gigantic blood vortex appeared in the air. In the center of the vortex, it looked like a black hole had been born. Dozens of first-rank demonic beasts were caught off guard and were sucked into the blood vortex before disappearing into the black hole at the center of the vortex. This sudden scene was beyond everyone's expectations. Xiao Jianghe and the others were already dumbfounded. The blood vortex expanded at a visible speed, instantly engulfing the Demon Realm army. The Demon Realm army let out a shocking roar. They wanted to escape with all their might, but the ground seemed to move. They ran and flew desperately, but it was as if they were faking it. All the demonic beasts were extremely shocked. They had no idea what was going on. Boom! Zhou Shu's aura continued to rise, and the blood storm enveloped his body. But it was as if he and Great Xia's Imperial Cauldron weighed more than 10 million kilograms, and he remained rooted to the ground. Soon, only the enormous blood vortex remained in Xiao Jianghe's eyes. Zhou Shu and the million-strong Demon Realm army could no longer be seen. Xiao Jianghe was extremely shocked. The blood vortex spread to the distant horizon. Even from several meters away, Xiao Jianghe could still feel the terrifying aura emitted by the blood vortex. If the criminal army had crossed the line just now, they would probably have been swept into the blood vortex like the Demon Realm army. In that case, it was hard to say if they would live or die. A million troops had been devoured. What could a mere 30,000 of them do? Your Highness! Xiao Jianghe shouted hoarsely. The commotion of the blood vortex was so huge that even Meng Bai and the others in the camp, who were hundreds of kilometers away, noticed it. Their hearts went cold. Something's wrong. Meng Bai's heart sank. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Move out!" Before he could finish, several figures flew out first. Yin Wu, Lu Wen's Huang and Cao Chenyang were the first to fly toward the blood vortex. In a place close to the blood vortex, Yao Qing and his 5,000 strong demonic beast army were dumbfounded as they watched the million-strong Demon Realm army being swept into the blood vortex. Yao Qing trembled and broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, they were not with the Demon Realm army. Otherwise, Yao Qing was both afraid and glad. There was confusion in his eyes too. If the million-strong Demon Realm army was finished just like that, what should they do? In other words, the King of the South could even destroy an army of 1,000,000 demonic beasts. Wouldn't destroying 5,000 of them be child's play? Could it be that I, Yao Qing, have to beg for my life like Yao Buqi? Yao Qing thought of Yao Buqi, who was hiding in another place not far from the blood vortex, trembling. It's too savage. Lord Yao Lian is dead, and the million-strong Demon Realm army is gone. It was actually done by one person. Fortunately, he was careful and knew that this human was extremely cunning. He had indeed kept such a trump card. It's okay, it's okay. It doesn't matter, Yao Buqi thought to himself. You're the leader of his miners. He won't kill you if you just dig properly. On his hands and knees, he staggered toward the Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament branch. It was too dangerous here. It was safer in the human camp. Boom! Yin Wu, Lu Wen's Huang and Cao Chenyang landed from the sky. In front of them was a huge blood vortex. A terrifying aura assaulted them, and they could even smell the nauseating smell of blood. What happened? Cao Chenyang frowned. Xiao Jianghe shook his head. Although he had witnessed the entire process, he had no idea what had happened. He knew nothing about this blood vortex. Where's Zhou Shu? Yin Weiju didn't care about anything else. She was only concerned about Zhou Shu. She didn't see Zhou Shu anywhere and immediately became anxious. His Highness is inside, Xiao Jianghe said hoarsely. Hey! Yin Weiju was anxious and was about to rush in. No. Lu Wensuang and Cao Chenyang moved at the same time and pulled Yin Weiju back. Although they didn't know why, they could tell that the blood vortex wasn't anything good. If Yin Weiju rushed in, it was hard to say if she would survive. Let go of me. Yin Weiju was anxious. Zhou Shu is still inside. He needs help. Yin Weiju knew that Zhou Shu would fall into a weakened state after every battle. She had to go over. His Highness forbids anyone from crossing this line. Xiao Jianghe pointed at the line on the ground. You bastards! Yin Weiju was furious. If anything happens to Zhou Shu, I won't let you off. Weiju, calm down, Lu Wensuang said seriously. The situation is unclear now. If you go in now, you might cause trouble for Master. With Master's cultivation, if he can't withstand it, then it's the same if we go in. Boom! Before she could finish, she saw the blood vortex begin to contract. It contracted so fast that it was almost visible to the naked eye. At the same time, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the black hole at the center of the vortex. It was as if a world existed inside. That is, Cao Chenyang's expression changed, and his pupils constricted. The demon realm. His Highness broke through the barrier between this world and the demon realm. Cao Chenyang was extremely shocked. The demon realm army was sent back by His Highness. His Highness did say that. Xiao Jianghe frowned. He did say that he would send these demon cubs back to their hometown. They looked at each other. This couldn't be true, could it? The king dealt with the million-strong demon realm army alone? How did he do it alone? Cao Chenyang seemed to be talking to himself. He had been in the demon realm for 10 years. Had the 10 nations continent already developed to this extent? He couldn't believe that such an expert would appear in the 10 nations. No, I'm not fighting alone. Before Cao Chenyang could finish his thought process, a voice came from the retreating blood vortex. Zhou Shu appeared in their line of sight. He held Great Xia's imperial cauldron in one hand and the mountain-suppressing sword in the other. With his back facing everyone, Zhou Shu continued, I have to thank Emperor Weiwu for this. If not for his perverse acts, I wouldn't have been able to do this. Unfortunately, a fake imperial cauldron was destroyed just like that. Boom! Suddenly, the imperial cauldron in his hand tilted and fell from his hand, crashing to the ground. A faint aura of blood spread from Zhou Shu's body, and he grunted. Xiao Jianghe! Zhou Shu shouted. Watch this place! If any demonic beasts try to pass through here, kill them without mercy. Understood. Xiao Jianghe replied. Grand Minister! Zhou Shu called out again. Yes, I'm here. Yin Weiju had already rushed over and pounced over like a swallow returning to the forest. She familiarly placed Zhou Shu's arm on her shoulder and wrapped her arms around his waist. Feeling Zhou Shu's body pressed against hers, she inexplicably felt more at ease. Cao Chenyang was already used to Zhou Shu's habitual actions after every battle. Your Highness, is that the demon realm opposite? Cao Chenyang pointed at the blood vortex that was only a few feet in size. Yes. Zhou Shu nodded. It will continue for a while. During this time, the demon realm army might counterattack. I'll leave the rest to you. Zhou Shu patted Yin Weiyu's shoulder. Yin Weiyu understood, and clouds appeared under her feet as she flew into the sky with Zhou Shu. Chapter 410, Miscalculation, Fusion, 1. Once the mountain-suppressing sword is unsheathed, no demonic beast can take another step forward. Meng Bai stood in front of the remaining 10-foot-wide blood vortex. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the black hole at the center of the vortex. He could vaguely see the scenery of another world inside. In front of him, the mountain-suppressing sword was sheathed and pierced into the ground. After listening to Xiao Jianghe's story, Meng Bai fell into a long silence. Zhou Shu had said this sentence to him when he handed him the mountain-suppressing sword. At the time, he was also very touched. He was confident that he wouldn't disgrace the name of the mountain-suppressing sword. But now, he suddenly didn't dare to reach out and pull out the mountain-suppressing sword. At the thought of Zhou Shu driving the million-strong demon realm army back to the demon realm with a single sword, Meng Bai felt his heart tremble. Would he really not disgrace the mountain-suppressing sword's glory? Brother Meng, do you think the demon realm really dares to counterattack from here? Wang Mu looked at the dark hole, his heart in turmoil. These people had been busy preparing for the war like dogs. But in the end, the war ended before it even started. It was a million-strong demon realm army. Wang Mu asked himself if he was the commander of the million-strong army, he would probably be scared out of his wits by now. How would he dare to counterattack so easily? No, the commander of the million-strong demon realm army was already dead. Prince Cao, you know more about the demon realm. Tell me about it. Meng Bai sighed and reached out to pick up the mountain-suppressing sword. In the future, he would have to use his life to defend the name of the mountain-suppressing sword. I don't actually know the demon realm any better than you do, Cao Chenyang said. The demon realm is vast, far larger than the 10 nations continent. Although I was in the demon realm for 10 years, what I could come into contact with was only some information from the periphery. As far as I know, there are countless experts in the entire demon realm. Their strength far exceeds our imagination. If not for the barrier on the 10-nation continent, they could easily destroy our 10 nations. Cao Chenyang's eyes were full of panic. The great demon Yao Lian is already an expert that we can't resist. However, he can't be considered a top expert in the demon realm. Ji Lushan, Cao Chenyang's expression became a little strange. The wife he committed himself to in the demon realm is much stronger than Yao Lian. Meng Bai, Wang Mu and the others also had strange expressions. They had all heard of Ji Lushan before. It seemed a little inappropriate to use the word committed on such a big man. But after they thought it, Ji Lushan was indeed the weaker party. Old Ji is indeed capable, Meng Bai and Wang Mu thought. Prince Cao, do you mean that the demon realm will not be frightened by the King of the South's methods? They might even counterattack. Meng Bai said. Yes. Cao Chenyang nodded. I think the country protector king knows this too. That's why he stationed the criminal army here. If the demon realm army tries to counterattack, we'll fight them back. Meng Bai frowned. Cao Chenyang, Wang Mu and the others didn't know that the demon realm had already crossed this world and directly invaded the 10 nations continent. There were other loopholes in the 10 nations continent. They no longer had to get past this place to get to the 10 nation. In fact, in Meng Bai's opinion, the possibility of the demon realm army returning to this world was not high. But he couldn't talk about it. Be prepared. I'll have to trouble General Xiao to guard this place. Meng Bai pondered for a moment. Brother Wang, Brother Tang, let's lead our troops to clean up this space and take care of the remaining demon realm soldiers. What do you think? In the Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament branch, almost all the troops had rushed to the blood vortex. Now, only Shi Songtao and the other forgers and some injured soldiers remained behind. Of course, there were also demonic beasts diligently mining in the back mountain. After Yao Buqi became a messenger, Zhou Shu didn't release these demonic beasts. He didn't know what Yao Buqi was thinking at the time, but he didn't instigate these demonic beasts to rebel. Instead, he instructed them to obediently mine. Yao Buqi crawled out of the camp, feeling extremely glad about his decision. Deputy Pavilion Master. Deputy Pavilion Master Shi. It's me. What a coincidence. Yao Buqi raised his hands and shouted at the city wall. I found a mineral mine. I have to report to His Highness. Shi Songtao appeared on the top of the wall and looked at Yao Buqi warily. Yao Buqi was a first-rank demonic beast. Now that all the first-rank experts had left the camp and the king and princess were in the room, no one was a match for Yao Buqi. Yao Buqi, do you want to die? Shi Songtao forced himself to calm down. An army of 1,000,000 demonic beasts has been reduced to ashes under the hands of my pavilion master. The pavilion master can send you on your way with one move. Are you here to die? It's a misunderstanding. Deputy Pavilion Master Shi, it's a misunderstanding. Yao Buqi hurriedly said. I was ordered by His Highness to mine for the Huaxia Pavilion. We're on the same side. Who's on your side? Shi Songtao said angrily. You're not even human. Yes. I'm not human. I'm not human, Yao Buqi smiled obsequiously, not embarrassed at all. Deputy Pavilion Master, I'm serious. I really found another mineral mine. I came back to gather some miners to dig and bring the ore back. Chapter 411, Miscalculation, Fusion, 2. Why don't you let me report to His Highness? Shi Songtao hesitated before saying, His Highness is busy. He can't see you. Go back to your room and stay there. I'll inform him when he's available. All right, thank you, Deputy Pavilion Master. Thank you, Deputy Pavilion Master, Yao Buki said. He no longer looked as arrogant as when he had confronted Shi Songtao. He didn't even dare to move too much. He bent down and sneaked back to the stone house where he had been imprisoned. He heaved a long sigh of relief. Shi Songtao secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Yao Buki was a first-rank demonic beast. If the other party really went crazy, he could kill him with a slap. But so what? I'm the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Huaxia Pavilion. Even a first-rank demonic beast has to obediently lower its head in front of me. Shi Songtao looked in the direction of Zhou Shu's room, wondering if he was done. There was a dazed look in his eyes. Once upon a time, he had liked the princess. But now, he dared not covet her at all. She was the Pavilion Master's woman. How could he covet her? In Shi Songtao's heart, the Pavilion Master was already a god-like existence. The god in Shi Songtao's eyes was inside the stone house. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was almost black and emitted a foul smell. Yin Wu said worriedly, Zhou Shu, are you all right? Zhou Shu didn't answer. He sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. A visible bloodline kept colliding in his body. With every collision, a muffled sound came from his body. Zhou Shu complained inwardly. In the words of his previous life, one should not try to show off. Otherwise, one would be struck by lightning. No matter how he schemed, he didn't expect the blood energy in Great Wei's Imperial Cauldron to be so overbearing. He had used the blood qi of Yao Lian and the fake Imperial Cauldron to draw out the blood qi of Great Wei's Imperial Cauldron. If there was enough time, he could draw out all the blood energy in Great Wei's Imperial Cauldron before using its power. But in the situation at the time, the effect of the divine ability total annihilation would soon pass. He didn't have the time to delay. He had thought that with only that little bit of blood left, he could clear it out with his own strength. Everything that happened later was as he had imagined. After shattering the fake Imperial Cauldron, it indeed erupted with a powerful force and blasted open the barrier between the two worlds. The Demon Realm army was caught off guard and was involved. This might not kill them, but it was a victory to drive them back to the Demon Realm. Zhou Shu had actually learned this method when he entered the Emperor Wei Wu dream. Originally, he wasn't too confident. But now, it seemed that Emperor Wei Wu had indeed been plotting this for a long time. If it came to this, it would be a happy ending. But the problem was that Great Wei's Imperial Cauldron had not completely recovered its purity. When Zhou Shu activated Great Wei's Imperial Cauldron and blasted open the barrier between the two worlds, the remaining blood energy in the cauldron actually invaded his body. The blood qi in Great Wei's Imperial Cauldron was condensed by Emperor Wei Wu using the Mirror of Retribution after killing countless people. Although it was only a trace, it contained countless resentment and violent auras. Not only was it destroying Zhou Shu's body, but it was also trying to infect his consciousness. Zhou Shu finally understood why Emperor Wei Wu had led the demonic beast's army to invade the 10 Nations continent. Emperor Wei Wu would probably have gone crazy if he had used this method to cultivate. Absorbing this blood qi would definitely make him bloodthirsty and violent, making him lose his nature. Zhou Shu smiled bitterly as he fought the infestation of the blood qi with everything he had. After using the divine ability Total Annihilation, he would enter a weakened state. Be it his spiritual essence or his true qi, they would all dissipate within a day and could not be gathered. Otherwise, even if he couldn't expel that trace of blood qi from his body, he could still suppress it. But now, he could only let the blood qi collide in his body and rely on his physique to resist it. Fortunately, after mastering the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique and Golden Bell Shield Technique, his body was incomparably powerful. Even if he was in a weakened state now, his physique was still there. Otherwise, just the collision of blood qi would have severely injured him. Even so, Zhou Shu didn't feel good. His weakness lasted for a day. If this continued, who knew how much damage this trace of blood qi would cause him? Zhou Shu, what can I do for you? Yin Wu watched as Zhou Shu's expression changed. Even if she didn't know what was going on, she could tell that something was wrong with Zhou Shu. Ugh! Zhou Shu groaned as another trail of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. He suddenly opened his eyes, which were slightly red. Lend me your spiritual essence. Zhou Shu gritted his teeth. Yin Wu didn't hesitate at all. She pressed her hands on Zhou Shu's chest, and spiritual essence surged out of her body. Yin Wu's cultivation was far inferior to Zhou Shu's, but she was still a second-rank martial artist. She transferred her spiritual essence into Zhou Shu's body without holding back. The surging spiritual essence instantly entangled with the trace of tainted blood in his body. This trace of blood qi was extremely strange. As soon as it came into contact with Yin Wu's spiritual essence, it immediately began to infect her spiritual essence as well. Yin Wu realized that something was wrong, but she didn't retract her palms. Instead, she increased the strength of her spiritual essence. Chapter 412, Miscalculation, Fusion, 3. Let go! Zhou Shu shouted. He had already realized that something was wrong. Yin Wu's spiritual essence was unable to help him suppress this trace of tainted blood. Instead, it would infect her. Yin Wu didn't have his physique, so she couldn't withstand the invasion of tainted blood. Yin Wu gritted her teeth and didn't retract her hand. I can do it. I can help you. Yin Wu said stubbornly, her spiritual essence constantly surging into Zhou Shu's body. They both groaned at the same time. Zhou Shu reached out to push Yin Wu away, but his entire body was weak. His hands were about to push Yin Wu's shoulders, but his hands softened, and he pushed lower, pressing her chest. Yin Wu let out a cry of surprise when she felt a soft touch. Her mind was in a mess, and the spiritual essence in her body lost control. The trace of tainted blood qi invaded her body along her spiritual essence. Zhou Shu knew that something was wrong. A blood-red color had already appeared on Yin Wu's snow-white skin. Damn it! Zhou Shu cursed. Even he couldn't withstand this trace of tainted blood, let alone Yin Wu. Yin Wu's mind was in turmoil as she spat out a mouthful of blood. There was blood at the corner of her mouth, making her face even paler. Bastard Emperor Wei Wu, what the hell is this? Zhou Shu was anxious. He regretted his rashness. He shouldn't have dragged Yin Wu into this. If anything happened to her, it would be useless no matter what he did. What should I do? Zhou Shu's mind raced. Grand Minister. Your Highness. A thought flashed through Zhou Shu's mind. This is a dangerous situation, but this is the only way. But you have to agree to this method. I have the God of War catalog. It might be able to save us. I know. A look of pain flashed across Yin Wu's face, and she let out a muffled groan. I will do it. Even though she was trying her best to resist the invasion of the tainted blood, Yin Wu was still extremely shy in her heart. Her face was so red that it seemed like blood was about to drip out. She had learned the God of War catalog from Lu Wenzhuang and naturally knew what Zhou Shu meant. Zhou Shu made his decision and no longer hesitated. He stretched out his finger and pointed at Yin Wu's glabella. Divine ability, unparalleled benevolence. It didn't involve combat strength and wasn't affected by the weakened state. Zhou Shu directly shared the cultivation of the God of War catalog with Yin Wu. Whoosh! Zhou Shu tore apart Yin Wu's clothes, and a pair of firm eyes appeared in front of him. His eyes instantly turned red. The girl was still shy when Zhou Shu pressed her down. Her clothes fluttered, and her slender legs instantly tensed. They tightly pressed against each other as Zhou Shu entered Yin Wu's body deeply. She closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling. She reached out and hugged his neck, responding to his actions. A wisp of yin-yang qi quietly emerged. As Zhou Shu released it, it flowed into Yin Wu's body like a violent stream into the sea. Then it circled around her body and returned to his body. The two of them seemed to have fused into one. The yin-yang qi was endless and cyclic. Unknowingly, Yin Wu's cultivation had already broken through to the first rank of the martial Dao. Chapter 413, The foundation of a forger is the art of forging, not the secret forging formulas. 1. After an unknown period of time, Yin Wu lay weakly in Zhou Shu's arms. Her fair and delicate body was extremely alluring, and her slender legs were still resting on Zhou Shu's. She closed her eyes in embarrassment, afraid to open them. Grand Minister. Zhou Shu looked satisfied, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The trace of tainted blood qi in his body had long disappeared. At some point, he had completely regained the power in his body. His spiritual essence surged and was even stronger than before. But he still couldn't break through the shackles of the first rank of the martial Dao. Call me Wu from now on, Yin Wu said in a soft voice as she pressed her face against Zhou Shu's chest. Wu. Zhou Shu whispered. Yet. Yin Wu replied, her heart filled with happiness. Yin Wu's voice made Zhou Shu's heart skip a beat. He flipped over and pressed the girl under him again, transforming into a wild horse. Another day passed before Zhou Shu finally left the room. After leaving the room, he first found Haitang. Yin Wu still needed someone to help her deal with the aftermath. Even though she became a first-rank martial artist, she had become weak and was still unable to get up. As soon as Haitang entered the room, she saw the messy clothes on the floor, and her face fell. "Oh no, His Majesty will skin me alive." Haitang. Facing her personal maid, Yin Wu didn't feel embarrassed at all. She called out, "Help me find a set of clothes." "Coming." Haitang wanted to cry. This finally happened. "I said I wouldn't be able to stop it. Your Highness, you must save me if His Majesty wants to kill me." "What are you talking about? Hurry up and find some clothes." Yin Wu snapped. "Good morning, Deputy Pavilion Master." Zhou Shu greeted Shi Songtao in high spirits. Shi Songtao was speechless. "Good morning." There was no night or day here. They were all working around the clock. "Your Highness, Yao Buki is back," Shi Songtao said quietly. "Oh? Yao Buki is still here." Zhou Shu was surprised. "Where is he now?" "Staying in camp." Shi Songtao had a strange look on his face. "He's very diligent now. He spends all his time mining with the miners in the back mountains." "Interesting." Zhou Shu rubbed his chin. "Go get him. I have something to ask him." Although the million-strong army of the demon realm had been temporarily resolved, there was still a huge problem waiting for them. The latter Emperor Wei Wu had set up had yet to be dismantled. The demon realm army could directly climb over the wall and attack the 10 Nations continent. But Zhou Shu and the others wouldn't be able to return to the 10 Nations continent until 3 years later. To them, they had to make good use of these 3 years. Otherwise, they would be in danger when they faced the demon realm army again. Shi Songtao quickly called Yao Buki over. Yao Buki arched his back and smiled obsequiously. Zhou Shu almost didn't recognize him. Who would have thought that he was a first-rank demonic beast? "You wanted to see me, Your Highness." Yao Buki didn't mind. How much was face worth? What mattered was staying alive. Yao Ji was arrogant. That was why he died. Yao Lian was much stronger, but he was dead as well. "I was the first-rank demonic beast to fight Zhou Shu, and I'm still alive. That's the difference." "Yao Buki? If I remember correctly, I had let you go. Why did you come back?" Zhou Shu looked at Yao Buki. "Your comrades have all returned to their hometown. Do you want me to send you off too?" "Your Highness." Yao Buki was shocked and hurriedly said, "I dare not trouble Your Highness. I came back to complete my unfinished business." Yao Buki raised his head and said seriously, "I am a grateful person. You've spared my life, so I swear that I will help you dig up all the ore in this world. I'm not leaving until this is done." He raised his head and puffed out his chest, his face glowing with a strange light. "Your Highness, I know that the demon realm and the humans are enemies, but at least I will stay here until I have repaid you for not killing me." Zhou Shu looked at Yao Buki with a faint smile. "Yao Buki keeps saying that he'll repay me for not killing him, but have I ever said I wouldn't kill him? Then again, since he's volunteering to stay on as a miner, it isn't so bad. It didn't matter if he killed him or not. Killing a first-rank demonic beast wouldn't make any difference to anything. You're a smart demon. Dig your mines properly," Zhou Shu said. "Thank you, Your Highness." "Thank you, Your Highness." Yao Buki was overjoyed and thanked him profusely. After Yao Buki was gone, Shi Songtao said worriedly, "Pavilion Master, can we trust Yao Buki?" "We can't," Zhou Shu said. "But don't worry. At least in this world, he won't dare to play any tricks." Zhou Shu had sent all the main demon realm army back to the demon realm. The remaining soldiers couldn't do much at all. Unless Yao Buki wanted to die, he wouldn't make an enemy of the human race. Of course, he was not a good demon. If he got the chance, he'd take his revenge. Demons and humans were enemies. Chapter 414, The foundation of a forger is the forging technique, not the secret forging formulas. 2. Zhou Shu wouldn't trust Yao Buki, but he could still make use of him. "Deputy Pavilion Master, how many forging materials do we have now?" Zhou Shu looked at Shi Songtao. "There are now more than 370 types of forging materials in the camp, for a total of 6 million kilograms, Shi Songtao replied. In addition, during this period, I've divided the forging masters in the camp into 2 groups according to your arrangements, your highness. One group will forge standard weapons, and the other will forge ranked weapons. As of yesterday, we've forged more than 2,000 standard weapons and 7 ranked weapons. There were already more than 40 forging masters in the camp. These forging masters came to the camp one after another, not only from Great Xia but also from the other nations. But in the current situation of the 10 nations martial arts tournament, there was no difference between them. All the forging masters listened to Shi Songtao's allocation. It was overkill for forging masters to forge standard weapons. But standard weapons could be forged quickly. Now that the 10 nations alliance needed a large number of weapons, it was definitely impossible to equip everyone with ranked weapons. Therefore, Zhou Shu had arranged for half of the forging masters to forge standard weapons. As for the remaining half, they would split the work and forge ranked weapons. However, although they had divided the work, the success rate had never been high. After all, not every forging master could be as familiar with the final fusion of various composite materials as Zhou Shu. Even for grand craftsmen, it was already very good to succeed once out of 3 times. Moreover, the only ranked weapons they could forge now were yellow-grade weapons. Shi Songtao explained the situation to Zhou Shu in detail. Zhou Shu nodded. Forging couldn't be rushed. In a short period of time, it was already beyond his expectations that the Huaxia Pavilion would have such a reserve. It's not enough. Zhou Shu pondered. So be it if they're all yellow-grade weapons, I'll send more people to the group forging ranked weapons. And have you found all the forging masters in this world? Are there only 40? There were definitely more than 40 forging masters from the 10 nations who had entered this world. It was even possible that there were 400. In the past, in the 10 nations martial arts tournament, there was almost no danger of forging masters dying in battle. But in this 10 nations martial arts tournament, the demon realm was too strong. The 10 nations armies were scattered as soon as they arrived, causing countless forging masters to die in battle. If there were only so many forging masters left, it would be a great loss. There might still be some forging masters left out there, Shi Songtao said. Only a portion of the people that Great General Meng and the others sent out to gather the remnant troops of the 10 nations have returned. There are still some who haven't. They might be able to find some remnant troops from other nations. I understand. Zhou Shu nodded. I'll go see the Great General. Go ahead and do what you need to do. Pavilion Master, Shi Songtao suddenly stopped Zhou Shu and said hesitantly, Pavilion Master, the million-strong Demon Realm army has been driven back by you. Our 10 nations martial arts tournament will end as well. Why do we have to continue forging? Those forging masters are not from our Huaxia Pavilion. We don't need to share our forging materials with them. Shi Songtao was a little reluctant. Although they now had more than 6 million kilograms of forging materials stored, these forging materials were neither too much or too little. He wouldn't say anything about letting other forging masters forge weapons using these forging materials during wartime. But now that the Demon Realm army had been chased away, what was the point of continuing to forge? You don't understand. Zhou Shu shook his head. Do as I say. Continue forging. They must not stop. Don't be afraid of consuming forging materials. This entire space is our territory now. Get Yaobuki to bring people to dig. Dig out as many ores as they can. We'll forge as many weapons as we can. There's no need to keep secret the Huaxia Pavilion's standard weapon forging formulas. You can teach them the forging formulas for 100 refinements ring pommel saber and the horse-slaying saber. Pavilion Master. Shi Songtao exclaimed. Deputy Pavilion Master, be magnanimous, Zhou Shu said indifferently. The foundation of a forger is the art of forging, not the secret forging formulas. Even if the forging formulas for 100 refinements ring pommel saber and the horse-slaying saber are exposed, we can always develop new standard weapons. Zhou Shu said proudly, our Huaxia Pavilion is not afraid of others learning. As the saying goes, those who learn from me live, and those who imitate me die. They can't catch up to our Huaxia Pavilion's forging techniques. Shi Songtao had a look of admiration on his face. He thought about how the Pavilion Master had almost never used the inherent secret forging formulas to forge weapons since he debuted. Every weapon he forged, be it standard or ranked, was created by him. Moreover, every weapon could be said to be unparalleled. Yes, the foundation of a forger has never been the secret forging formulas, but the forging technique. With the Pavilion Master's forging skills, even if the secret forging formulas are revealed, who can surpass our Huaxia Pavilion? Shi Songtao's pride as a forging genius was also stimulated by Zhou Shu's words. Our Huaxia pavilion is just so generous. Everyone can learn the secret forging formula. Even if you learn it, you are still one step behind our Huaxia pavilion. Take them to forge weapons first. I'll join them later. It's not just the forging formulas for standard weapons or ranked weapons. As long as they're willing to learn, the Huaxia pavilion won't reject them, Zhou Shu said. Yes, Pavilion Master. Shi Songtao had already thought it through. He didn't care if those people could learn the secret forging formulas of the Huaxia pavilion. In any case, even if they were given the chance, they might not be able to learn it. Pavilion Master, should we inform Her Highness about this first? Speaking of which, at the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament, it was as if the Grand Minister of the Huaxia Pavilion's forging division didn't exist. Everything that happened in the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament was decided by the Pavilion Master. But in name, the Huaxia Pavilion still belonged to the Great Xia Forging Division, and the Grand Minister of the Forging Division was currently in the camp. Moreover, he, Shi Songtao, was also a subject of Great Xia. It was a huge matter to publicize secret forging formulas. Logically speaking, he should inform the Grand Minister and Princess. Although this matter wouldn't affect the Pavilion Master much, the Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament branch had been painstakingly set up by the Pavilion Master himself and didn't have much to do with Great Xia. No matter what the Pavilion Master did, Great Xia wouldn't be able to say anything. Whew! Zhou Shu shook his head. Don't worry about it. I'll talk to her. Clouds appeared under Zhou Shu's feet, and he tore through the air. Shi Songtao was stunned for a long time. Although he had long told himself that he shouldn't have fantasies, he still had mixed feelings when he heard Zhou Shu address the princess intimately. Oh, my lost youth? Shi Songtao sighed. It was impossible to be jealous of someone like the Pavilion Master. Only someone like the Pavilion Master was worthy of the princess. Only a fairy like the princess was worthy of the Pavilion Master. Shi Songtao let out a long sigh and exhaled the depression in his heart. Thinking that he still had a long way to go on the path of forging, he didn't have time to grieve. In this life, although I can't catch up to the Pavilion Master in terms of forging, I am also a genius. I have to use all my strength to catch up. At the very least, I have to see the Pavilion Master's back. Although the Pavilion Master instructed me to publicize the secret forging formulas, he didn't say how. Shi Songtao snorted coldly to himself. If we give them to those forging masters, they might not cherish them, let alone be grateful to the Pavilion Master. Some fellows with bad intentions might even slander the Pavilion Master behind his back. I will never allow such a thing to happen. The Huaxia Pavilion is generous to publicize the secret forging formulas, but it doesn't mean that we are fools. We have to make those forging masters understand this. Shi Songtao calculated in his heart. He was the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Huaxia Pavilion. He had to make up for the small matters that the Pavilion Master neglected. This was his responsibility as the Deputy Pavilion Master. Chapter 415, A Man with Minds, Don't Ask Me, 1. Boom! Meng Bai held the mountain-suppressing sword and slashed a demonic beast, forcing it back into the blood vortex. A blush flashed across his face as he quietly swallowed the mouthful of blood in his mouth. Because he was holding the mountain-suppressing sword in hand, he couldn't retreat, not even a step. Great General, let me take over for a while. Mei Wushang held the heavenly halberd and moved forward, his burly body blocking the blood vortex. Meng Bai didn't insist. He stepped back and silently circulated his spiritual essence. The passage was getting smaller and smaller, and the cultivation of the demonic beasts coming out was getting lower and lower. Mei Wushang should be able to guard it. Meng Bai breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, the number of demonic beasts that could come through this passage was limited. Otherwise, if the demonic beasts really attacked him, he wouldn't have the face to continue using the mountain-suppressing sword. Boom! A figure descended from the sky. King of the South. Meng Bai saw that it was Zhou Shu and greeted him. Great General, what's the situation here? Zhou Shu looked good and was in a good mood. Everything's fine, Meng Bai said. When he was dealing with the counterattack of the Demon Realm army at the beginning, he had suffered some internal injuries, but it was nothing. They had defended this place. General Wang Mu and General Tang Cheng have led armies to eliminate the remnants of the Demon Realm army in this world. We're guarding this place and haven't let any demonic beasts in, Meng Bai said with a trace of pride. He didn't let the mountain-suppressing sword down. Zhou Shu looked at him strangely. Why are you so proud when it's just guarding the passageway? Is Great Xia's god of war so shameless? Those who don't know better would think that you destroyed the demon realm. Meng Bai noticed Zhou Shu's gaze and blushed slightly. What was he so proud of in front of a person who had single-handedly chased back an army of 1,000,000 demons? King of the South, the demon realm army in this world is no longer a concern. Do you think we, Meng Bai whispered. Meng Bai knew about the crisis and was very worried about the situation in the 10 nations. The elite soldiers of the 10 nations martial arts tournament were all in the 10 nations martial arts tournament space, and the 10 nations were currently empty. We can't go back. Zhou Shu shook his head. He could send the demon realm army back to the demon realm because of Emperor Wei Wu's many years of planning. Otherwise, Zhou Shu wouldn't have been able to open up the passage to the demon realm. Now that the fake imperial cauldron had already exploded and the contaminated blood qi in it had been cleaned up by Zhou Shu, it was impossible to do it again. If they wanted to return to the 10 nations continent now, they had to wait 3 years. You don't have to worry, Great General. A year here is a day outside. 3 years is only 3 days, Zhou Shu said. In 3 days, even if the demon realm army invades the 10 nations, they won't cause much damage. Meng Bai nodded. That will have to do. His gaze fell to the vortex that was now only 10 feet wide. King of the South, the plan to besiege Wei to save Zhao, Meng Bai asked solemnly. It was impossible to return to the 10 nations continent directly, but they could take a detour to the demon realm. This was similar to Zhou Shu's initial suggestion. They would besiege Wei to save Zhao, attack the base camp of the demon realm and force the demon realm to withdraw from the 10 nations continent. According to Prince Cao, the demon realm might be stronger than we expected. I'm afraid it's impossible to besiege Wei and save Zhao. Although Meng Bai had just learned the term besiege Wei to save Zhao, he understood the principle that one had to save themselves by attacking the enemy's base. In terms of military tactics, it was indeed a brilliant move. But the problem was that with their strength, they probably couldn't make the enemy have no choice but to let them off. If the strength of the demon realm was really as powerful as Cao Chenyang had said, they would be like moths to a flame if they attacked the demon realm. They didn't even need to withdraw their troops to attack the 10 nations. They could directly eat them alive. I know that the demon realm is powerful, Zhou Shu said. But we're not bad either. We can discuss this matter slowly. There's something more urgent I want to do now. What is it? Meng Bai asked in confusion. Mining. Zhou Shu said seriously. Zhou Shu had envied those with mines the most in his previous life. In this life, he finally had mines of his own. With mines, of course they had to be dug. His obsession with mining had sunk into his bones. After hearing Zhou Shu's arrangements, Meng Bai knew that Zhou Shu wasn't just talking about mining. Other than letting Meng Bai continue to guard this place, he had arranged for everyone who could be mobilized to mine. Xiao Jianghe, a former forging master and the current commander of the criminal army, was given a new title by Zhou Shu. The commander of the mining army. Xiao Jianghe was once a forging master, so he was extremely familiar with forging materials and was an expert in identifying ores. He was the perfect man to lead the mining. Xiao Jianghe was also a little helpless. The criminal army originally wanted to atone for their sins with death. They were already prepared to die with the demon realm army. In the end, without even fighting a battle, the demon realm army was finished. Their current mission had actually become mining. Not that they looked down on mining, but in comparison, mining was too easy. Besides, it wasn't dangerous. Compared to fighting the demon realm army to the death, mining was simply leisure and relaxation for them. Chapter 416, A Man with Mines, Don't Ask Me, 2. Why do I feel that after becoming a sinner, I'm more comfortable than when I was a Great Wei soldier? A soldier of the criminal army mumbled to the man beside him. I feel the same way. It's only been a few days, but I feel like I've put on weight, someone confirmed. Me too. All the criminal army soldiers agreed. Cut the crap. Xiao Jianghe said angrily. Just remember His Highness's kindness to us. All of you, focus on mining. If anyone dares to slack off, I'll skin them alive. How is that possible? A criminal army soldier said. His Highness treats us so well. If we still slack off, are we still human? The criminal army went to look for ores energetically. Meng Bai led 3,000 people and continued to guard the blood vortex. Zhou Shu stood in front of the blood vortex and hesitated for a long time. In the end, he gave up on the idea of going to the demon realm. Although he felt that he could go anywhere with his current strength, what if? Without using the divine ability Total Annihilation, he was still not as strong as a great demon. If he used the Total Annihilation, he would be weak for a day. This problem could be solved when he had teammates. If he went to the demon realm alone and fell into a weakened state, it would be very troublesome. Moreover, there were demon kings stronger than great demons in the demon realm. Meng Bai was right. It might not work in this world. After exchanging a few words with Meng Bai, Zhou Shu got up and returned to the camp. In the camp, Yin Wu had already packed up. She had changed into a white dress, and she looked like a lotus flower out of the water, beautiful and unparalleled. When she saw Zhou Shu, her face turned slightly red. Her shy appearance made Zhou Shu's heart heat up. Just as Zhou Shu was about to pull Yin Wu back to her room to do something, someone suddenly exclaimed, "You're already a first-rank martial artist." It was Lu Wen's Huang, who had returned with Zhou Shu. She stared at Yin Wu with wide eyes. Yin Wu had just broken through to the first rank of the martial Dao, and her aura had yet to be restrained. Lu Wen's Huang could naturally tell at a glance. "Little senior sister Lu, I caught up again," Yin Wu said with some pride. "How did you do it?" Lu Wen's Huang frowned. "I'm not telling you." Yin Wu placed her hands behind her back and swayed her body gently. Her face was flushed, making people want to take a bite. "You didn't," Lu Wen's Huang suddenly understood something. She looked at Yin Wu, then at Zhou Shu, and her mouth formed an O shape. "No, you thought wrong." Yin Wu was a little embarrassed. She suddenly realized that little senior sister Lu knew about the God of War catalog. "I see." Lu Wen's Huang nodded. She had grown up with Yin Wu and knew her very well. "I understand, madam." Lu Wen's Huang emphasized the word madam. Yin Wu's face instantly turned red. She was defeated and no longer dared to stay in front of Lu Wen's Huang. She pulled Haitang and ran away. Looking at Yin Wu's back, Zhou Shu burned with desire. He walked forward. "Master!" Lu Wen's Huang suddenly said. "Can the third diagram of the God of War catalog really allow one's cultivation to break through the bottleneck?" Zhou Shu's face darkened. "Is this something a disciple like you should ask?" "Master, do you think it can allow someone to break through the bottleneck of the first rank of the martial Dao? What realm is above the first rank of the martial Dao?" Lu Wen's Huang seemed to be asking Zhou Shu but also seemed to be talking to herself. "I don't know." "Don't ask me." Zhou Shu walked forward without looking back. How could he know what realm was above the first rank? A powerhouse who surpassed the first rank of the martial Dao in the demon realm was called a great demon. Humans couldn't possibly call the realm great human, right? Besides, his cultivation was still at the first rank. Who cared what realm was above his? As for whether the third diagram of the God of War catalog could allow one's cultivation to break through, he was just on his way to try it. Leaving Lu Wen's Huang behind, Zhou Shu prepared to discuss the God of War catalog with Yin Wu. But before he could find her, he was stopped by an unexpected person. "Big brother? When did you return to the camp?" Zhou Shu was originally a little angry, but when he saw who had stopped him, a smile appeared on his face. Mi Ziwen stood in front of Zhou Shu with a smile on his face. A look of relief flashed across his eyes. "I just got back." Mi Ziwen smiled. "I found some remnants of Great Chen's army this time. More than 100 of them survived, and there are a few forging masters among them. I've asked Deputy Pavilion Master Shi to make arrangements." "Second brother, I really didn't expect you to deal with the million-strong army of the demon realm in just a few days." Mi Ziwen looked rueful. "You make me feel worthless," Mi Ziwen joked. "I was just lucky." Zhou Shu smiled. "I won't be able to do it again. If I really want to defeat the demon realm army, I still have to rely on all of you. I'm just a forger." Mi Ziwen laughed. "You're probably the only powerful forger in the world." "Second brother, I didn't just bring the survivors of Great Chen back to the camp this time. I still have something to tell you." Mi Ziwen's expression turned serious. "Take a look at this first." Mi Ziwen took out something from his cosmic bangle and handed it to Zhou Shu. "Heaven Refining Stone." Zhou Shu took it and glanced at it. Then he looked up at Mi Ziwen with a puzzled expression. He didn't understand what Mi Ziwen was doing by giving him a Heaven Refining Stone. This fist-sized Heaven Refining Stone was expensive, but it was nothing to the current Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu was now a man with mines. Mi Ziwen's family also had mines. He wouldn't make such a fuss over a heaven refining stone, right? Big brother, are you trying to tell me that there are also heaven refining stone mineral mines in the 10 Nations martial arts tournament space? Zhou Shu asked curiously. I don't know if there's a mine of heaven refining stones. Mi Ziwen shook his head. But we found a lot of heaven refining stones. What do you mean? Zhou Shu was even more puzzled. We've discovered a place where countless heaven refining stones are hoarded. Not ores, but heaven refining stones that have been purified and processed. Second brother, someone else might have come to this world besides us. Mi Ziwen said solemnly. Big brother, are you saying that you've discovered some artificially processed heaven refining stones, so you suspect that there's a third party here besides our 10 nations and the Demon Realm army? Zhou Shu pondered. Could those heaven refining stones have been left behind by the former armies of the 10 nations? Although the 10 nations martial arts tournament was not small, it wasn't too big either. This was not the first time the 10 nations martial arts tournament had been held. If there was a third party, the 10 nations should have discovered it long ago. Moreover, after so many times of the 10 nations martial arts tournament, the 10 nations armies had already been to almost every place in the 10 nations martial arts tournament space. There was no reason that they didn't discover such a thing. Not likely, Mi Ziwen said in a low voice. Heaven refining stones are very precious. No nation could bear to hide so many heaven refining stones here. What if other nations find them and bring them back to the 10 nations continent? The 10 nations martial arts tournament space only opened once every 10 years. Which country would hide heaven refining stones here? It didn't make sense at all. Then, big brother, what do you think exists other than the 10 nations and the demon realm? Zhou Shu pondered. I don't know. Mi Ziwen shook his head. There's more to the place where we found the heaven refining stones. I was worried that it would be dangerous, so I didn't dare go deep into it. I came back because I wanted to discuss it with you. Second brother, should we investigate? There's more to it. Zhou Shu was interested. Big brother, how did you discover that place? Mi Ziwen was not inexperienced, and he wasn't a man who spoke without thinking. The fact that he dared to say so meant that he had done some preliminary probing. That place was first discovered by Yang Hong, Mi Ziwen explained in a low voice. Chapter 417, Longevity Sword, 1. After hearing Mi Ziwen's explanation, Zhou Shu sighed with emotion. Constable Yang Hong is really lucky. Because of his relationship with Zhou Shu, although Yang Hong was slightly weaker, he was still given a dark cloud armor set. This time, when leaving the camp to gather the remaining troops of the various nations, Yang Hong had followed Mi Ziwen's 100 Wars armored army. Along the way, they encountered a small group of demonic beasts from the demon realm. Originally, a small group of demonic beasts was nothing to be afraid of. But there was a second-rank demonic beast hidden in this small group of demonic beasts. Among the 100 Wars armored army, the strongest, Mi Ziwen, was only at the second rank. This demonic beast was extremely sinister. He pretended to be an ordinary demonic beast and waited until Mi Ziwen approached before suddenly erupting. When Mi Ziwen tried to dodge, it was already too late. Just as he was about to risk his life to fight the demonic beast, Yang Hong suddenly appeared and knocked him away. Then he was knocked off a cliff by the demonic beast. Next, Mi Ziwen joined forces with the 100 Wars armored army to kill the second-rank demonic beast. Then he led his men to retrieve Yang Hong's corpse. But after searching for a long time, they still couldn't find Yang Hong's corpse. Just as they were about to give up, Yang Hong actually appeared on his own. When he thought he would definitely die, he landed in a mysterious place. Second brother, it's impossible to see the entrance to that place with the naked eye. It's halfway up a mountain. If Yang Hong hadn't entered by mistake, we wouldn't have found anything even after searching for a long time, Mi Ziwen said. Big brother, are you saying that Yang Hong was knocked off a cliff by a second-rank demonic beast and discovered a mysterious place? Not only did he survive, but he also discovered a large number of heaven refining stones. Zhou Shu sighed with emotion. After falling off a cliff, he had a fortuitous encounter. Then he would defy the heavens and change his fate, ushering in a life of cheating. Wasn't this the protagonist template of a story? Zhou Shu subconsciously thought about it. I treated Yang Hong quite well before, right? Where's Yang Hong? Zhou Shu asked. I left a team there to guard that place. Yang Hong also stayed there, Mi Ziwen said. Second brother, Do you want to go take a look at it? Let's take a look. Zhou Shu was very curious about the place Mi Ziwen mentioned. As for studying the God of War catalogue, it wouldn't be too late to wait until he returned. Zhou Shu and Mi Ziwen both had the ability to fly. The two of them soared into the sky and quickly arrived at the place. While in the air, Zhou Shu had already observed his surroundings. The 10 Nations martial arts tournament space was actually like an undeveloped primitive forest. But this place was full of continuous hills. The tallest peaks were only a few hundred meters tall, and the short ones were only dozens of meters tall. This was one of the highest mountains in this world. On one side of the mountain was bare rock. There wasn't a single tree to be seen on the cliffs hundreds of meters up. Under the cliff, Yang Hong and the 100 Wars armored army were stationed among some strange rocks. Seeing Zhou Shu and Mi Ziwen arrive, everyone bowed. Your Highness, General. Zhou Shu nodded and beckoned Yang Hong over. Divine Constable Yang, that place, where is it? Your Highness, it's right behind this stone wall. Yang Hong pointed at the bare cliff. But you have to jump from the top of a mountain to get in. Otherwise, this stone wall is really stone. I was lucky enough to get in when I fell and scrambled to grab onto something. Yang Hong waved his arms around as he demonstrated. Is that so? Zhou Shu took 2 steps forward. His right hand suddenly gripped the hilt of the Earth-grade Great Destroyer sword. Whoosh! A dazzling sword light flashed in front of everyone's eyes. Then a curtain of light visible to the naked eye appeared on the cliff hundreds of meters high. There was a blinding light above the curtain of light. The blinding light boomed. Then, as if breathing, the curtain of light contracted and retracted, abruptly ejecting the blinding light. Boom! The light turned into a sword beam and disappeared into the air. The light screen on the stone wall gradually faded until it disappeared. Mi Ziwen, Yang Hong and the others were dumbfounded. As expected of His Highness, how simple and crude. Zhou Shu looked at the stone wall and clicked his tongue in wonder. After studying the God of War catalogue with Yin Wu, although Zhou Shu's cultivation had yet to break through the first rank of the martial Dao, it had increased greatly. Not to mention, there were the rewards from the legendary Armament Canon. Zhou Shu's spiritual essence was definitely second to none among first-rank martial artists. If an ordinary first-rank martial artist dared to take his heaven-slaying sword art head-on, they would definitely die. This stone wall was actually not damaged at all under his heaven-slaying sword art. It was indeed something. I can't open it, Zhou Shu said without any embarrassment. Then, let's follow Yang Hong's instructions. Divine Constable Yang, lead the way. Let's go in and see what's going on inside. All right. Yang Hong wiped his cold sweat. He was really afraid that the king would fly into a rage and destroy this place. After Yang Hong entered the 10 Nations martial arts tournament space, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds under Zhou Shu's intentional guidance. But until now, he was only at the 6th rank. He was far from being able to fly. But a 6th rank martial artist could barely be considered an expert. He used his hands and feet to climb up. It took him less than a meal's time to reach the top of the mountain. Chapter 418, Longevity Sword, 2. Second brother, watch carefully. Mi Ziwen stood beside Zhou Shu and reminded him. They had experimented many times before. They were surprised every time they saw this magical thing. At the top of the mountain, Yang Hong jumped down as if he was trying to take his life. During the rapid fall, Yang Hong waved his arms menacingly. Just as he was about to reach the middle of the mountain wall, he suddenly waved his hand into the stone wall, as if the wall had disappeared. Then with a flash of light, Yang Hong's figure disappeared. Zhou Shu's eyes flickered. He had been staring at Yang Hong just now, but he hadn't noticed any signs. Everything had happened in the blink of an eye, as fast as lightning. Second brother, we've tried. We have to jump down from the top of the mountain, and we can't use our spiritual essence and fly over directly, Mi Ziwen said. Zhou Shu was getting more and more curious. Big brother, are you interested in going in and taking a look? Of course. Mi Ziwen smiled. Zhou Shu followed the method Mi Ziwen had taught him and jumped down from the top of the mountain. He didn't use any spiritual essence and fell freely to where Yang Hong had disappeared. He reached out to the mountain wall. Then he felt a gentle force suddenly envelop his entire body, making him feel weightless. The next moment, Zhou Shu felt the light in front of him change, and his figure continued to fall. Your Highness, be careful. Yang Hong's voice sounded in Zhou Shu's ear. Without needing Yang Hong's reminder, Zhou Shu could already see a 10-foot wide pool appear under him. He was about to fall into it. With a smile, Zhou Shu turned around in the air and stepped on the water. Riding the wind, he landed beside Yang Hong. At this moment, Mi Ziwen suddenly appeared above the pool and descended. It wasn't the first time Mi Ziwen had come in, so he knew what to expect. He activated his spiritual essence and was already flying. Yang Hong was envious. It was good to know how to fly. Every time he came in, he was like a drowned rat. This is the place, Your Highness. As Yang Hong silently circulated his spiritual essence to dry his body, he pointed ahead. There's a door here. Sir, me and I have tried, but we can't push it open. Zhou Shu nodded. He sized up the space he was in. This place was like a cave formed after the entire back of the mountain wall was hollowed out. The length, width, and height were dozens of feet. In the entire space, other than the pool, there were only the heaven refining stones piled in the corner. Thousands of kilograms of heaven refining stones were casually piled there. Zhou Shu also saw the door Yang Hong talked about. Directly across from them, on the wall a few steps from the pool, it looked as if someone had opened a hole and then installed double doors. Rather than doors, they looked more like two slabs of stone. They were plain, but polished smooth and flat. Zhou Shu walked around the pool to the double doors. This time, he didn't draw his sword. Instead, he pressed his hands against the doors. Boom! Zhou Shu circulated the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique, and his arms erupted with immense strength. Squeak! With a grinding sound, the two stone doors slowly opened on both sides. Mi Ziwen and Yang Hong looked at each other and saw the awkwardness in each other's eyes. It turned out to be that simple. They couldn't open it because they were too weak. What a heavy door! Zhou Shu pushed the door open and swung his arms. Second brother, will there be danger behind the door? I don't think so. Embarrassed, Mi Ziwen changed the subject. Heavy or not, he couldn't open it. Zhou Shu said, in any case, I don't sense any living creatures. Big brother, follow behind me. Don't be too far away. Although he said this, Zhou Shu still placed his hand on the hilt of the Earth-grade Great Destroyer sword before walking inside. Mi Ziwen and Yang Hong quickly followed. Past the stone door was a much smaller stone chamber, about 10 feet square. The layout of the stone chamber was simple enough to be seen at a glance. To the left, against the wall, was a row of wooden shelves. These wooden shelves had seen years of decay and collapse. To the right of the stone chamber was a smelting furnace, which was covered in green verdigris and obviously hadn't seen use in years. In addition, there was a stone bed facing the stone door. On the stone bed, a sheathed sword was placed horizontally. Besides this, there was nothing else. Mi Ziwen and Yang Hong stared at each other. They thought that there was a secret behind the stone door, but this was it. There was nothing left except a sword and a smelting furnace that could no longer be used. Yang Hong rubbed his eyes hard and refused to give up. The result was the same. It looks like a retreat for some forger. Zhou Shu was also surprised. From the looks of it, the owner's been gone a long time. I wonder if he's dead or went somewhere else. He sheathed the Earth-grade Great Destroyer sword, then stepped forward to the stone bed. He picked up the sheathed sword on the stone bed. Second brother, be careful. Mi Ziwen exclaimed. It was best not to touch anything in such a place. Who knew if there were any traps? Zhou Shu turned around and grinned at Mi Ziwen. Don't worry, big brother. It'll be fine. Clang. Zhou Shu separated his hands and drew the sword halfway. The sword was grey and lusterless. It didn't look like a divine weapon. Longevity. Zhou Shu sized up the sword. Near the hilt was a word. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was the word longevity. This sword is called longevity. Mi Ziwen joined him, studying the word. I think so, Zhou Shu said. Second brother, what grade is this longevity sword? Mi Ziwen asked curiously. This place was extremely mysterious. This longevity sword shouldn't be bad, right? Although this place wasn't as special as he had imagined, if he could pick up a heaven-grade weapon, he would have profited. Grade. Zhou Shu flicked the sword and injected a wisp of spiritual essence into it. Then he looked slightly startled. He raised his wrist, and another stream of spiritual essence surged out of his body. His spiritual essence entered the sword like a clay ox entering the sea. Meaning never to return. Mi Ziwen noticed that Zhou Shu was in a daze and said nervously, Second brother, It's nothing. Zhou Shu came back to his senses and shook his head. This sword is a little strange. What is so strange about it? Mi Ziwen was puzzled. I don't know yet. I'll have to take it back and study it. When he injected his spiritual essence into it, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. He couldn't sense its grade at all. He tentatively scanned the sword with his divine sense. His divine sense seemed to encounter an invisible barrier and couldn't penetrate the sword at all. Zhou Shu had never encountered such a situation before. He had only encountered one thing that his divine sense couldn't penetrate, and that was the human body. Big brother, Divine Constable Yang, let's take a look again and see if there's anything else here, Zhou Shu said. This longevity sword is a little strange. I'll take it for now. I'll give you some benefits later. Second brother, what are you saying? Mi Ziwen said unhappily. You opened this place. Whatever you find is naturally yours. As for Yang Hong, he has indeed made a contribution. But don't worry. He's now a member of the 100 Wars Armored Army. I won't mistreat him. Mi Ziwen turned to look at Yang Hong. Yang Hong, you've made a great contribution by discovering this place. In addition to the military reward, I'll personally reward you with 100,000 taels of gold. What do you think? The extremely heroic Mi Ziwen was back. Yang Hong was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed. It was true that he had discovered this place, but without Zhou Shu, he couldn't open the door at all. Therefore, this longevity sword actually had nothing to do with him. This 100,000 taels of gold was definitely a windfall. Thank you, Sir Mi, Yang Hong said loudly. Chapter 419, This sword has formed a spirit, 1. Zhou Shu, Mi Ziwen and Yang Hong carefully searched the stone room. Other than the longevity sword, there was nothing else in the stone room. On the rotting wooden shelves in the corner, there was something weathered and dusty. It was no longer recognizable. Divine Constable Yang, you were the first to discover this place. Logically speaking, the pile of heaven refining stones outside should belong to you. Zhou Shu looked at Yang Hong. But the heaven refining stones are useful to me. How about you sell them to me? Your Highness, are you slapping my face? Yang Hong patted his right cheek. I haven't even paid you for the MMA sword. Your Highness, you helped me increase my cultivation. Money can't buy cultivation. I can't take these heaven refining stones away anyway. Even if I could, I would give them to your Highness. Yang Hong said this sincerely, not because of Zhou Shu and Mi Ziwen's status. Although he had never said it, he had long regarded Zhou Shu as his benefactor. Thinking about it, he had only known Zhou Shu a little earlier, but Zhou Shu had given him the MMA sword without hesitation. At the time, Zhou Shu was already a very popular forging master. Countless people would fight over the weapons he forged. Although Zhou Shu had said that he had sold the MMA sword to him, Yang Hong had never saved enough money after so long, and Zhou Shu had never asked him for money. Yang Hong knew that Zhou Shu was taking care of him. Also, after coming here, if Zhou Shu hadn't kept using secret techniques on him, he might not have been able to survive until now, let alone advance to the 6th rank. Before this, Yang Hong had never hoped that he would one day become a 6th rank expert. It was no problem at all to say that Zhou Shu was kind to him. Could some heaven refining stones repay such a huge favor? Besides, didn't Mi Ziwen just give him 100,000 taels of gold? Yang Hong was already very satisfied. With a 6th rank martial Dao cultivation and 100,000 taels of gold, he had already gained a lot in the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament. That works. Zhou Shu couldn't help laughing. I'll take advantage of you. The debt from MMA sword will be written off. Moreover, in the future, I'll help you increase the grade of the MMA sword for free until it reaches heaven grade. Yang Hong was overjoyed. This promise was more exciting than any reward. Thank you, Your Highness. You don't have to thank me. You deserve it, Zhou Shu said with a smile. Yang Hong was a lucky man. Moreover, he hadn't done nothing these past few days. The dark cloud armor on the 100 Wars Armored Army was all thanks to Yang Hong's hard work. It was just that Yang Hong didn't know. You're a 6th grade martial artist now. The MMA sword is yellow grade, so it can't keep up. When we return to the camp, I'll help you raise it to black grade first, Zhou Shu added. Without waiting for Yang Hong to thank him again, Zhou Shu took the lead and walked out. It felt as if he had passed through a membrane. Zhou Shu reappeared outside the mountain wall. Mi Ziwen and Yang Hong also appeared. Mi Ziwen was still carrying Yang Hong in his hand. Otherwise, he would have to climb down the mountain wall. Boom! Just as the three of them landed, the mountain wall in front of them suddenly collapsed. Retreat! Mi Ziwen was shocked. If the mountain wall that was hundreds of meters high collapsed, it would be enough to bury the 100 War's armored army alive. He grabbed Yang Hong by the collar and flew out. As for Zhou Shu, he wasn't worried at all. The landslide might be able to bury the 100 War's armored army, but it was impossible to bury Zhou Shu. Mi Ziwen had just taken 2 steps when he turned around and realized that instead of retreating, Zhou Shu had taken a step forward. He stepped lightly with his right foot and whistled. Divine ability, 1 against 10,000. A translucent wall that stretched for kilometers appeared out of thin air and blocked the collapsed mountain wall and the 100 War's armored army. Rocks fell, and dust flew. The translucent wall shook a few times, blocking all the falling rocks. Mi Ziwen stopped in his tracks and twisted around to look behind him. He looked embarrassed and even more shocked. He had made a fuss and fled quickly, but there was no need to escape. This was his second brother. He could easily resolve a landslide with a raise of his hand. Why am I so timid when I know that I don't have to worry about anything with second brother around? If I hadn't escaped just now, I could be standing suavely beside second brother now, Mi Ziwen thought gloomily. It took a full meal's time before the landslide stopped. The mountain wall, which had been hundreds of meters high, was now gone. All that was left was rubble. Zhou Shu put away his divine ability and pondered. Could the mountain wall have self-destructed because I took away the longevity sword in the cave? This cave existed because of the longevity sword? As for the heaven refining stones, Mi Ziwen had brought them from inside before, but the cave had not changed at all. This longevity sword is interesting. Zhou Shu thought of the longevity sword that he had stored in the cosmic bangle and urgently wanted to return to the camp to study its secrets. When it came to forging, Zhou Shu's heart itched. Big brother, everything is fine here. Take your time and bring your men back. I'll leave first, Zhou Shu said to Mi Ziwen and instantly disappeared. Chapter 420, This sword has formed a spirit, 2. He moved so quickly that it seemed to Mi Ziwen and the others that he had suddenly disappeared. Mi Ziwen felt another wave of emotion. When he looked at his second brother, he realized how mediocre he was. Other than being rich, he was useless. Mi Ziwen shook his head and sighed. Yang Hong looked at the place where Zhou Shu had disappeared and then at Mi Ziwen. He didn't know why Mi Ziwen was sighing. He was a nobody and had never had such troubles. Comparing himself to the king? Wasn't that asking for trouble? The 10 Nations martial arts tournament space was only a few thousand kilometers in radius. To Zhou Shu, it didn't take long for him to travel from one end to the other. In a few seconds, he returned to the camp. Without greeting anyone, he went straight into the forging room that belonged to him alone. Buzz! Zhou Shu opened the cosmic bangle and wanted to take out the longevity sword. He was stunned when he saw what was inside. Seriously, he muttered to himself. He reached out to hold the longevity sword as his divine sense enveloped the longevity sword. There were originally many forging materials in Zhou Shu's cosmic bangle. They were all relatively precious materials dug out from this world. But now, other than the longevity sword, there were no other forging materials in his cosmic bangle. With Zhou Shu's current cultivation, no one could steal anything from him. This could only mean one thing. The forging materials in the cosmic bangle had been eaten by the longevity sword. A sword would automatically devour forging materials? Zhou Shu had never heard of such a thing. But he was not a rigid person. He had read countless novels in his previous life. Even if something strange happened, he could accept it. Interesting. It can actually devour forging materials. Zhou Shu pulled the longevity sword out of its sheath with a clang. The longevity sword was about 3 feet long and looked ancient. The blade was grey and lusterless. Even the blade seemed to have not been sharpened. It was blunt. Zhou Shu couldn't feel any sharpness when he touched it. If such a sword was thrown into the warehouse, it would probably not even be comparable to a standard weapon. No one would treat it as a divine weapon. It would only be thrown aside as a useless weapon. If not for the fact that he had discovered it in a very magical place, Zhou Shu might not have cared about this sword. You can devour spiritual essence and forging materials, Zhou Shu said. You shouldn't be called the longevity sword. You're an evil weapon, right? Perhaps it was an illusion, but he felt a light flash across the blade of the longevity sword. It felt as if it had rolled its eyes. He was despised by a sword? Zhou Shu was speechless. He really seemed to feel that he was being despised by the longevity sword. This longevity sword had formed a spirit. Zhou Shu laughed in anger. A broken sword, do you really think I can't do anything to you? You ate my forging materials. Spit them out. Boom. His hands turned red, as if they were made of lava. A scorching aura spread out. Zhou Shu reached out and grabbed the body of the longevity sword. Buzz. The longevity sword let out a loud cry. Zhou Shu actually understood what it meant. Come on. Do you think I'm afraid of you? This feeling was very strange. Zhou Shu didn't hear or see anything, but the longevity sword gave him this feeling. Moreover, he was very sure that this feeling was right. The high temperature of the iron smelting hands was comparable to the power of true fire. Although Zhou Shu's iron smelting hands technique had yet to reach greater mastery, his current realm was not low. Ordinary weapons couldn't withstand the high temperature of his iron smelting hands. But this grey longevity sword didn't change at all after being burned by his iron smelting hands for an hour. It didn't even turn red. You're good. The iron smelting hands technique was ineffective. Instead of feeling defeated, Zhou Shu became even more interested. Encountering such a strange weapon was a challenge to his forging skills. If he didn't figure out what was going on with the longevity sword, he wouldn't be able to sleep well. Not afraid of fire, are you? Zhou Shu said while walking toward the warehouse with the longevity sword. You like forging materials, don't you? I'll let you eat your fill first. Zhou Shu threw the longevity sword onto the mountain of forging materials in the warehouse and stood to the side with his arms crossed. He wanted to see how this longevity sword could devour forging materials. The blade of the longevity sword seemed to tremble slightly. Zhou Shu suddenly felt excited. Perhaps it wasn't that he sensed it but that he had cultivated the visualization of the five mountains' true form and his mental strength was extremely powerful, so he captured some of the emotions that seeped out from the longevity sword. Is this emotion anger? Zhou Shu's eyebrows twitched. This longevity sword is really smart. It can actually have emotions. What happened next made Zhou Shu even more certain that the longevity sword had really formed a spirit. The sword trembled slightly, and a black light emitted from the sword. The forging materials under it were swept by the black light and instantly disappeared, as if they had fused into the longevity sword. In a breath, dozens of kilograms of forging materials disappeared. The longevity sword jumped and pointed its tip at Zhou Shu, as if it was wary of him. Then the black light continued to devour the forging materials. Swallow, keep swallowing. Zhou Shu crossed his arms. I want to see how big your appetite is. There were more than 10 million kilograms of forging materials in his warehouse. Even if the demonic beast with the heaven-devouring toad bloodline resurrected, Zhou Shu dared to say that he couldn't swallow so much in one go. One breath, 2. 15 minutes, half an hour. Time slowly passed, and Zhou Shu couldn't help looking surprised. The longevity sword had already swallowed thousands of kilograms of forging materials, but it continued to devour. On the surface, it didn't seem to have changed at all, but Zhou Shu felt that it had regained some of its vitality. 1,000 kilograms of forging materials was more than enough to forge an earth-grade weapon. But after devouring so many forging materials, the longevity sword was still grey and lusterless. What a waste! Millions of kilograms of forging materials were piled here. Zhou Shu didn't care at all. He remained motionless, arms folded. The longevity sword seemed to be probing Zhou Shu's bottom line. A faint clang sounded from the blade, and the black light suddenly intensified. Originally, only tens of kilograms of forging materials had disappeared in a breath. Now, hundreds of kilograms of forging materials disappeared in a breath. Moreover, this speed was still increasing. 1,000 kilograms, 2,000 kilograms, 5,000 kilograms, 10,000 kilograms. The black light seemed to have turned into a tornado that crazily devoured the forging materials. Zhou Shu finally couldn't take it anymore. 500,000 kilograms of forging material, even he felt his heart ache. Enough! Zhou Shu shouted and reached out to grab the longevity sword. Swish! The longevity sword suddenly flew up and flashed dozens of feet away, dodging Zhou Shu's palm before continuing to devour the forging materials. Zhou Shu snorted. Even if you've formed a spirit, you have to listen to me obediently. In a flash, Zhou Shu slapped the longevity sword. Clang! The longevity sword suddenly stood up, and a sharp sword chi slashed out. Zhou Shu frowned and turned his palm into a fist. Golden light flashed as he punched. Boom! Zhou Shu swayed and took half a step back. He looked at his fist in surprise. Blood dripped from a shallow wound on his fist. I'm wounded. His perfected golden bell shield body was actually bleeding from a sword light. Zhou Shu narrowed his eyes as his gaze fell on the longevity sword. He could clearly sense a trace of emotion on the longevity sword. It seemed to be saying, "These are mine. Get out of my way." Humph, if you want to eat it, fine. Try my sword again. Zhou Shu reached out and grabbed the hilt of the Great Destroyer sword. A sword light slashed out. The heaven-slaying sword art. He made a move, and the longevity sword also slashed at Zhou Shu. Chapter 421, Above the First Fank, the longevity sword can speak. 1. Boom! The two sword lights collided. Zhou Shu took half a step back while the longevity sword floated in the air and spun around. Then Zhou Shu felt a wave of contempt and ridicule. This was absolutely intolerable. Zhou Shu snorted coldly, and sword light rose again. Sword lights filled the warehouse and collided with the various forging materials, producing crisp sounds. A moment later, Zhou Shu stopped moving, and the Great Destroyer sword went back into its sheath. The longevity sword was several feet away from Zhou Shu, floating in the air and spinning. Whoosh! The longevity sword emitted another black light that swept away a pile of forging materials. The tip of its sword twitched slightly, as if it was beckoning at Zhou Shu. Come on, try again. Zhou Shu felt that it was provoking him. Yes, a sword was provoking him right in front of his face. It had been a long time since Zhou Shu had encountered such a situation. You should be able to understand what I'm saying. Zhou Shu stared at the longevity sword coldly. Come here obediently, or I'll reforge you. Haha, a voice suddenly sounded in Zhou Shu's mind. A greenhorn who is not even at the awakening realm dares to spout nonsense. The voice was a little old, and Zhou Shu automatically imagined an old man with white hair and a beard. Zhou Shu narrowed his eyes and snorted. You can talk? What are you? I'm not a thing, the old voice said angrily. I'm a human being, a real human. So, you're not a thing. Zhou Shu nodded. Do you want me to give you a mirror so that you can take a look at yourself? Tell me, how do you look human? Humph. What do you know? The old voice snorted coldly. Kid, on account that you're also a human, I'll spare your life. Spare my life? Zhou Shu interrupted. You should think about how to beg for mercy later. If you beg for mercy, I might consider sparing your life. Boom. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Shu's aura exploded. Almost at the same time, he disappeared and suddenly appeared in front of the longevity sword. The longevity sword trembled slightly and was about to slash out a sword light. Before the sword light could be released, Zhou Shu had already punched the longevity sword. The sword light was scattered, and the longevity sword let out a clang as Zhou Shu's punch landed. You, the old voice sounded in Zhou Shu's ear, anxious and angry. Zhou Shu snorted and punched the longevity sword again. His entire body flickered with golden light, and every punch carried monstrous strength. The longevity sword kept bouncing on the ground with terrifying clangs. Judging from its shape, it would probably break if it was hit a few more times. Stop it! Stop it now! The old voice sounded in Zhou Shu's mind. Zhou Shu sneered without stopping. His fist didn't stop at all. Some people's swords, if he didn't teach them a lesson, they wouldn't understand their status. We can talk about this. Just stop it. Stop it, the old voice said anxiously. I admit defeat. I admit defeat, okay. The longevity sword buzzed, giving off a feeling that it was begging for mercy. Zhou Shu stopped attacking and stepped on the longevity sword. The damage was minor, but it was insulting. The longevity sword struggled indignantly, but it was unable to break free from Zhou Shu's strength. Under the divine ability Total Annihilation, Zhou Shu's strength increased 100-fold. It was not something the longevity sword could compare to. The longevity sword gave up resisting, and Zhou Shu retracted his strength. He continued to step on the longevity sword and said coldly, "Tell me what you are first." The situation was a little strange. Zhou Shu was stepping on a sword and seemed to be talking to someone. But if anyone was present, they would only see Zhou Shu speaking to himself. The longevity sword didn't make any sound. Its voice sounded in Zhou Shu's consciousness. This was a spiritual communication. I am the master of the Ziling Grotto Heaven, Shi, Chongsheng 1. An old man in a daoist robe suddenly appeared in Zhou Shu's mind. The old man had white hair and a youthful face. This should be an image formed by the longevity sword's mental power. Master of the Ziling Grotto Heaven. Zhou Shu frowned. Do you think I'm blind? You're just a sword. It's not that I look down on you, the old daoist priest glanced at Zhou Shu disdainfully. But you have too little knowledge, so you can't understand an existence at my level. At your level? Zhou Shu sneered. A level that I can step on. Humph, back then, I could suppress you with one hand. The old daoist priest's face turned green and white. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, when the tiger comes down from the mountain to the plains, it is bullied by the dogs. 1. I haven't beaten you enough, have I? What are you talking about? Zhou Shu cursed. The image formed by the longevity sword, the old daoist who called himself Shi Chongsheng, frowned and sighed. Forget it. Since I've fallen into your hands, I'll give you some face. Cut the crap. Zhou Shu shouted. If you continue spouting nonsense, I'll throw you into the furnace and reforge you. Behave yourself. You'll answer whatever I ask you, understand? Chapter 422, Above the first rank, the longevity sword can speak, 2. An ordinary forging furnace won't be able to do anything to me, Shi Chongsheng murmured, disdain flashing in his eyes. But he still said tactfully, if there's anything you don't understand, ask away. I've always liked to support the younger generation. Zhou Shu rolled his eyes. You said this is the Ziling Grotto Heaven. Of course. What else could it be? Shi Chongsheng said. This place, including these forging materials, belongs to me. Wrong. Zhou Shu shook his head. Wrong. Shi Chongsheng was stunned. Impossible. I'm the master of the Ziling Grotto Heaven. How could I be mistaken? I don't care what it was called before. But now, it and these forging materials are no longer yours. They belong to me, Zhou Shu said calmly. You, Shi Chongsheng was furious. Junior, don't push your luck. I can ignore everything else, but if you want to snatch my Grotto Heaven, I won't let you off. Your Grotto Heaven? Will it answer if you call it? Zhou Shu felt like a cunning bully. It was just a sword, but it had jumped out and told him that the 10 Nations martial arts tournament space and the forging materials he had painstakingly dug out belonged to it. It would be strange if Zhou Shu believed it. Not to mention whether what the longevity sword said was true or not, how could he give up what already belonged to him? You, Shi Chongsheng was furious. Back then, not to mention calling him, he could easily throw these people in the Grotto Heaven out. But now? Shi Chongsheng sighed. Junior, we're both humans. Why are you being so confrontational? Shi Chongsheng said in a low voice. We're all from the same race. Can't we sit down and talk? Wouldn't it have been easier to adopt this attitude earlier? Zhou Shu's lips curled up into a smile. You have to be beaten up before you are willing to speak properly. You're just a sword, yet you're so arrogant. Senior Shi, right? Zhou Shu smiled. Friends are often made after a fight. Tell me, what's your background? He lifted his foot, picked up the longevity sword, and placed it in front of him. He sat down on a pile of forging materials and pretended to talk as an equal. Shi Chongsheng rolled his eyes. Damn it! Why are young people nowadays so immoral? He's clearly a first-rank martial artist, but why could he suddenly erupt with such powerful combat strength? If not for the fact that I'm not at my peak, humph. Shi Chongsheng snorted in his heart and said, everything I've said is the truth. I am indeed the master of this Ziling Grotto Heaven, Shi Chongsheng. Zhou Shu shrugged. All right, I'll take it that you are indeed the master of this Ziling Grotto Heaven for now. Then, why did you become like this? What do you know? Shi Chongsheng glared at him. What kind of person are you? Since you're ignorant, you shouldn't spout nonsense. This is called becoming one with the weapon. Shi Chongsheng said. This is the highest realm of forging. Zhou Shu was speechless. Do you think I don't know how to forge? You won't understand even if I tell you about this. Your realm is too low. Shi Chongsheng waved his hand. You just need to know that I'm still alive and well. That's enough. My realm is too low. Zhou Shu was speechless. No one in the 10 Nations continent would dare to say such things to him. It wasn't that Zhou Shu was bragging, but with his current strength, the Great Qin Emperor wouldn't have any objections if he said that he was the number one person in the 10 nations. Zhou Shu couldn't be bothered to argue with Shi Chongsheng. By the way, what did you say about the Awakening Realm? What realm is that? You're not exactly weak, but you don't even know about the Awakening Realm. Shi Chongsheng looked at Zhou Shu in confusion. Has the martial Dao declined to such an extent? Frowning, he asked, what era is this? What era? Zhou Shu pondered and casually gave out the reign year of Emperor Yuan Feng. Great Xia? The 10 nations. Shi Chongsheng frowned as if he had never heard of this before. Zhou Shu was also puzzled. Could this Shi Chongsheng be someone from 1,000 years ago? At the time, Great Xia didn't exist. Shi Chongsheng looked at Zhou Shu and asked, you said that the highest cultivation level in your 10 nations continent is only first rank. That's right. There are experts above the first rank of the martial Dao in the demon realm. They're called great demons. It's said that there are demon kings above great demons, Zhou Shu said. He also looked at Shi Chongsheng thoughtfully. Shi Changshen's eyes flickered. After a while, he said, above the first rank of the martial Dao is the Earth Immortal Realm. And above that is the Awakening Realm, the realm of Grotto Heaven Masters. It corresponds to the Demon King Realm. This is the Grotto Heaven you are talking about. Zhou Shu pondered. You said that you were once the master of the Zuling Grotto Heaven. Are you at the Awakening Realm? Is the Awakening Realm so weak? Shi Chongsheng was speechless. I'm weak? I'm not weak at all. Something's wrong with you, young man. I was at the Awakening Realm back then. But now, I don't have much strength left, Shi Chongsheng said. If I was at my peak, with your strength, you wouldn't be my match. I see that you're only a first-rank martial artist. How can your combat strength be close to the Awakening Realm? Is this a secret martial technique of this era? There was no such domineering secret technique back then. Shi Chongsheng took the opportunity to ask. Senior, the new generation surpasses the old, Zhou Shu said. The martial Dao has always been improving. The highest realm is only the first rank of the martial Dao. You call this progress? Shi Chongsheng sneered. In my era, Earth Immortals were just ordinary. Only those at the Awakening Realm could be considered overlords. First-rank martial artist, hee. Overlords. Zhou Shu glanced sideways at Shi Chongsheng. Shi Chongsheng was a little angry. I was an overlord back then. If I hadn't met an unreasonable fellow like you, would I have fallen into such a state? A mere first-rank martial artist. Even if I'm not as good as I was back then, I can still kill you with one strike. You are clearly only a first-rank martial artist. Who knew you would be so strong? Ordinary Earth Immortals are probably not your match. Senior Shi, were there many Awakening Realm cultivators in your era? Zhou Shu gave Shi Chongsheng some face. After all, he was an old monster from countless years ago. How is that possible? Shi Chongsheng said. The people in the Awakening Realm are overlords. Even in our era, there were only 36 Grotto Heaven Masters. But they should all be dead by now. Sigh, if they can't live forever, so what if they are in the Thearch Realm? They only have 10,000 years to live, right? Shi Chongsheng mentioned another realm. Thearch Realm. There's a realm above the Awakening Realm. Zhou Shu asked. That has nothing to do with you. Don't try to find out more. There's nothing to be gained by knowing. Shi Chongsheng shook his head. In your life, it's already a blessing to be able to cultivate to the Awakening Realm. That's all I can say. You still haven't told me who you are. Me? Zhou Shu smiled. Great Xia's King of the South, Great Qin's side-by-side King, Great Liang's Country Protector King, and the owner of the Huaxia Pavilion, Zhou Shu. Shi Chongsheng. He looked at Zhou Shu with a strange expression. Do you think I'm a fool? Back then, we also had countries. Great Xia, Great Qin, and Great Liang sound like 3 nations. How can one man be a king in 3 nations? Could it be that the world has become unfamiliar to me? Old Shi, you said that you're the master of this Zuling Grotto Heaven. Then if someone dug a hole in your house, shouldn't you mend it? Zhou Shu said. Shi Chongsheng. Do you think I have that ability now? If I had that ability, the first thing I would do would be to kick you out of the Grotto Heaven. The forging materials I've worked so hard to accumulate for so many years are almost all dug up by you. So, You're still lying to me. As the master of the Ziling Grotto Heaven, you can't even do this. Zhou Shu said in annoyance. Even if I could, I wouldn't bother, Shi Chongsheng said. It's already on the verge of death and has no value in repairing it. Why don't we let nature take its course and let it leave calmly? Chapter 423, Ziling Grotto Heaven, 1. On the verge of death? What do you mean? Zhou Shu frowned at Shi Chongsheng. He was a little sensitive now. The longevity sword could speak and become a person in his consciousness. Could the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament space do this too? A perfectly good space was on the verge of death? You don't understand. Shi Chongsheng glanced at Zhou Shu. I really don't know how you cultivated to this point. Zhou Shu. Did I beat you too lightly? The longevity sword is really sarcastic. You don't know what the meaning of being on the verge of death is? It's dying, understand? Shi Chongsheng said. Nonsense. Zhou Shu was furious. How could he not know what it meant? I'm asking you about this space, the Ziling Grotto Heaven. It's not human. What do you mean it's dying? So what if it's not a human? You're prejudiced, Shi Chongsheng said. Everything in the world has life and death. Why can't the Ziling Grotto Heaven die? It's not good for you to be like this. You can't discriminate against things. Zhou Shu. When did I discriminate against it? I was just asking. Can't you talk nicely? Why do you have to talk like that? Zhou Shu gritted his teeth. Alright, let's just assume that the Ziling Grotto Heaven is about to die. What will happen if it dies? I mean, what will happen here? Shi Chongsheng knew when to stop. After all, this wasn't the past. He couldn't provoke this junior too much. When people die, everything is gone. It's the same with objects. When they die, there's nothing left, Shi Chongsheng said. Boom, it will collapse. Do you understand? This whole space will collapse and disappear? How long does it have? Zhou Shu said. The passage between here and the 10 Nations wouldn't open for another 2 years. If this world collapsed, it was obvious that everything inside would die. At the minimum a few years, at the maximum a few decades, Shi Chongsheng said. Zhou Shu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was at least still a few years away. But he had originally planned to treat this place as a branch of the Huaxia Pavilion. Now, it seemed that he couldn't. In that case, before leaving this time, he had to dig up all the mines here. Otherwise, the next time he wanted to enter, there might not be anything left here. I have to make them dig faster? Zhou Shu thought. Brother Zhou, look, we've spoken frankly. Shi Chongsheng forced a smile. Can you return the forging materials in this grotto heaven to me? Forget about the ones you used. I'll take them as a gift for you, Brother Zhou. Shi Chongsheng waved his hand generously. Zhou Shu looked at Shi Chongsheng with a faint smile. Shi Chongsheng looked conflicted. At most, I'll give you 30%. His face was full of distress, as if he was cutting flesh on his body. Zhou Shu remained silent, still looking at Shi Chongsheng. Shi Chongsheng gritted his teeth. 50%. No more. I painstakingly gathered these forging materials for many years and spent a lot of effort to migrate them to the Ziling Grotto Heaven. They're all my life. Old Shi, don't think too much, Zhou Shu said. It's impossible for me to give you forging materials. If we get along well, it won't be a problem to let you swallow 50 kilograms of forging materials. If we don't get along, old Shi, don't blame me for being ruthless. Shi Changshen's eyes were spitting fire. They were really spitting fire. In Zhou Shu's mind, Shi Chongsheng was so angry that his body turned somewhat ethereal. That's outrageous. Shi Chongsheng said angrily. Don't force me to destroy everything. Old Shi, you're wrong. Zhou Shu shook his head. Old Shi, put yourself in my shoes. If you found some mines in an ownerless place and painstakingly dug them out, would you give them to anyone who jumped out and said that they belonged to him? Who said this place doesn't have an owner? Shi Chongsheng said angrily. Old Shi, I'm trying to reason with you. You'd better calm down, Zhou Shu said calmly. Otherwise, I won't be reasonable. If I'm unreasonable, you won't get any of these forging materials. Very well. Shi Chongsheng made a panting gesture and said in a low voice, the new generation really surpasses the old. Tell me, what do I have to do to be willing to return these forging materials to me? Cultivation techniques, secret forging formulas, what do you want? Or I'll tell you how to break through to the earth immortal realm. It's not that I'm bragging, but anything I take out will be extremely beneficial to you. Don't offend me for some forging materials. It's not worth it. How old are you this year? You've been stuck at the first rank for many years, right? With my guidance, you can break through to the earth immortal realm, and it's not impossible for you to break through to the awakening realm in the future. At that time, you will be the #1 person in the world. You can have anything you want. You probably won't even bother to look at the forging materials in the Zuling Grotto heaven. Shi Chongsheng spoke confidently. If he failed to threaten him, he would tempt him. He believed that no martial artist could refuse the temptation of breaking through to a higher level. If it were anyone else, they might really not be able to resist the temptation. As the ruler of a country, Emperor Weiwu could even do those crazy things in order to break through the first rank of the martial Dao. Chapter 424, Zuling Grotto Heaven, 2. If someone said that they could help a first-rank martial artist break through to a higher realm, not many first-rank martial artists in the world could withstand this temptation. But Zhou Shu was not among these people. I think I'm 20. Yup, 20. Zhou Shu rubbed his chin. Let me calculate. I was stuck at the first rank of the martial Dao for a few days. Shi Chongsheng. 20? A 20-year-old first-rank martial artist? He had seen first-rank martial artists at the age of 20. There was no lack of geniuses in any era. He, Shi Chongsheng, was also a genius when he was young. When he broke through to the first rank of the martial Dao back then, he was only in his 20s. But he was just a 20-year-old first-rank martial artist who had just broken through to the first rank a few days ago. How could he erupt with strength comparable to an earth immortal at their peak? Shi Chongsheng shivered at the thought of Zhou Shu beating up the longevity sword. I don't lack martial Dao cultivation techniques or forging formulas, Zhou Shu continued. As for breaking through to the earth immortal realm, I'm not in a hurry. How about this, old Shi? You work for me, and I'll give you whatever you want. I have plenty of martial Dao cultivation techniques and forging formulas. Zhou Shu waved his hand generously. I also have plenty of forging materials. He pointed to the mountain of forging materials in the warehouse. It's mine. All mine? Shi Chongsheng roared in his heart. Shi Chongsheng stared at Zhou Shu and said solemnly, is there really no room for discussion? Aren't we discussing now? Zhou Shu asked. Old Shi, you will gain a lot from serving me. Although I don't know what happened to you, old Shi, your main body is the longevity sword, right? Previously, I saw that the sword Qi you slashed out was extremely sharp. It should be easy for you to split mountains and rocks. This way, all you have to do is split mountains, and someone else will do the digging. Zhou Shu continued, I'll give you 10% of the ore dug out. How about that? This is on account that you're a senior, old Shi. Otherwise, there would definitely not be such an amount. Shi Chongsheng. After all this talk, you want me to go mining? You want my longevity sword to split open mountains? Do you know how powerful the longevity sword is? There's probably no weapon stronger than my longevity sword in the world. You want the #1 weapon in the world to split open mountains? Even if you said that you wanted the longevity sword to be your personal sword, that would do. Are you serious? Shi Chongsheng glared at him. Of course. Zhou Shu shrugged. Old Shi, 10% isn't a small amount. Do you know the power of the longevity sword? Shi Chongsheng said. The longevity sword is the #1 weapon in the world. If you hold the longevity sword, with your previous strength, killing an earth immortal is nothing. And? Zhou Shu asked. Even without the longevity sword, I can kill great demons very easily. I'm not used to swords forged by others. Zhou Shu patted the Earth Great Destroyer sword on his body. If he used the longevity sword to kill enemies, the legendary armament cannon wouldn't give him any rewards. So what if it was powerful? Shi Chongsheng felt a little confused. Who exactly did I meet? Does he really not understand, or is he pretending not to? How can an earth-grade weapon compare to the longevity sword? I can work with you. Shi Chongsheng said in a deep voice after hesitating for a moment. But I have a condition. Tell me, Zhou Shu said noncommittally. Shi Chongsheng was extremely mysterious. It was as if he was an ancient mighty figure. Zhou Shu didn't care about martial Dao techniques and forging formulas, but the secrets in Shi Changshen's mind were very valuable. Therefore, Zhou Shu didn't mind giving him some benefits. Who knew how many secrets this old monster had hidden? This was the greatest value of Shi Changsheng. It's not just the mines in the Zuling Grotto Heaven, Shi Changsheng said. After you leave the Zuling Grotto Heaven, I want 10% of all the ores you obtain. Not the ores I obtain. Zhou Shu shook his head. It's only because you helped me dig out the mines that you get 10%. Okay. Deal. Shi Changsheng said. As soon as he finished speaking, the old Daoist's image disappeared from Zhou Shu's consciousness. Zhou Shu opened his eyes and saw the grey longevity sword clang and suddenly soar into the sky. Zhou Shu frowned. Is the longevity sword running away? Boom. He'd just had the thought when he heard a distant crash. Then came a continuous rumbling like a landslide. Shi Songtao ran in, shouting in a panic, "Pavilion Master, bad news." A sword flew out of nowhere and split the back mountain. Our demonic beast miners were almost buried alive. There's no need to make a fuss. Zhou Shu rubbed his eyebrows. I sent someone to help split open the mountain. Have Yao Buki and his men follow that sword. The sword will split open the mountains with mines. Get them to mine faster. This longevity sword is really impatient. Pavilion Master, that's your sword. Shi Songtao was stunned and looked impressed. Pavilion Master, you can already control a sword from so far away? As expected of the number one person in the world. Alright, stop sucking up and go. Inform all the miners to speed up. Zhou Shu waved his hand angrily. After sending Shi Songtao away, Zhou Shu fell into deep thought. He didn't know Shi Changshen's origin, so what he said was vague. But he was probably not lying about the fact that the 10 Nations martial arts tournament space was collapsing. Earth Immortal, Awakening, Thearch, and then the Great Thearch realms? The Awakening realm can be the master of a Grotto Heaven. If Shi Changsheng didn't lie, there were once 36 Grotto Heaven masters in their era. Does that mean that there are 36 spaces like this? If there are really 36 such spaces, won't I be rich if he can find all of them? I'll have to ask Shi Changsheng later. Shi Changsheng is the master of the Zuling Grotto Heaven, but it has become the space of the 10 Nations martial arts tournament. What secrets are there? Zhou Shu pondered. And how did he become a sword? He didn't ask Shi Changsheng about these things. Even if he asked, Shi Changsheng might not tell the truth. In the end, neither of them trusted the other now. Now that they had plans for each other, they had reached a temporary agreement. Zhou Shu didn't think that his previous intimidation could really scare Shi Changsheng, who had lived for countless years. Shi Changshen's reaction was most likely an act. The longevity sword can devour forging materials. It's not too safe to leave these forging materials here? Zhou Shu sized up the storeroom and pondered. Shi Songtao can't defend against the longevity sword. I have to find a way to forge more cosmic bangles and put away these materials. There are still too few forgers. Zhou Shu had a headache. It was definitely impossible for him to do it alone. No matter how fast he could forge, there was still a limit. If the forgers in the camp split their manpower to forge cosmic bangles, the progress of forging other weapons would slow down. They were not only facing the imminent collapse of the Zuling Grotto Heaven but also the threat of the Demon Realm army outside. He definitely couldn't stop the forging. Shi Changsheng seems to be a forger. Zhou Shu thought of a solution. I have to think of a way to use him. He's a treasure. I have to squeeze out all the value from him. The forging process can also be optimized. If it's an assembly line, it should increase the efficiency of the forging. Time, of course. What we're most lacking now is time. Zhou Shu sighed. There were only 2 years left until the 10 Nations martial arts tournament space reopened, and he still had too many preparations to make. Chapter 425, Sword Control Technique, Yang Hong makes another contribution, 1. How did you do it, Master? Lu Wensuang asked while looking up at Zhou Shu and helping activate the true fire in the furnace. It's just a sword control technique. It's nothing, Zhou Shu said calmly. Several days had passed since Zhou Shu brought back the longevity sword. Over the past few days, the entire 10 Nations martial arts tournament space was brimming with rumbling sounds. Mountains were constantly being destroyed by a grey sword. Everyone already knew that it was Zhou Shu's sword. As for why the sword could split mountains without Zhou Shu appearing, everyone was puzzled. But only Lu Wenzhuang took the opportunity to ask. Zhou Shu didn't tell anyone that the longevity sword could speak. Shi Chongsheng didn't communicate with the others. He was probably unwilling to let others know this secret. Sword control technique. Lu Wenzhuang's eyes lit up. Master, can I learn it? I'll think about it when you're on your best behavior, Zhou Shu said. How could he know any sword control technique? He was just spouting nonsense. I'll definitely perform well. Lu Wenzhuang said with certainty. She increased the output of her spiritual essence, and the true fire in the furnace burned fiercely. These days, she had been doing odd jobs in the forging room almost all the time. Whenever a forging master's spiritual essence couldn't support the true fire, she would help them. She never slacked off. This made Zhou Shu feel embarrassed to take the Abyss Rainbow Sword from her. But thinking that he didn't need the Abyss Rainbow Sword for the time being, he pretended not to remember and let Lu Wenzhuang keep the Abyss Rainbow Sword for the time being. Boom! As he spoke, another explosion sounded in the distance. It was unknown if the longevity sword, or Shi Chongsheng, had vented all his anger on splitting the mountains, but he hadn't stopped moving in the past few days. All the mines in the space were probably going to be split open by him. Others might have to spend time looking for mines, but Shi Chongsheng knew exactly where they were. Moreover, although Shi Chongsheng was just a sword, he was much stronger than Zhou Shu if he didn't use the divine ability Total Annihilation. Zhou Shu estimated that even if he encountered a great demon, he would probably not be at a disadvantage. Zhou Shu didn't even know how a sword had such strength. Boom! The ground shook violently. Inside the forging room, several furnaces were overturned. The crowd of forgers ducked. Zhou Shu frowned. Shi Chongsheng was going too far. He threw a newly forged cosmic bangle to Lu Wenzhuang and stood up to leave the forging room. Swish! Zhou Shu had just left the forging room when a light shot over. It was the longevity sword, hovering in front of him. Zhou Shu, what did you do to the Zuling Grotto Heaven? Shi Changshen's voice sounded in Zhou Shu's mind. Look who's talking, Zhou Shu replied in his consciousness. Why did you cause such a huge commotion? Do you know how many weapons you caused me to destroy? I had nothing to do with it. Shi Chongsheng transformed into the old Daoist priest in Zhou Shu's consciousness and frowned. It wasn't because of me. It was the movement of the Zuling Grotto Heaven. What happened? Zhou Shu frowned. What happened? I have to ask you. Shi Chongsheng said angrily. According to normal calculations, the Zuling Grotto Heaven should still have a few years left. What did you do to it? Why did it enter the destruction period early? What do you mean? What makes you think it's my fault? Can't it be your own miscalculation? Zhou Shu frowned. My miscalculation? Shi Chongsheng said. Why don't you ask around who I am? This Zuling Grotto Heaven is formed from my Danshan. I may be mistaken in other things, but I won't make this mistake. A martial artist's Danshan becomes a Grotto Heaven in the Awakening Realm? Zhou Shu silently noted down a knowledge point. What makes you think I caused it? Zhou Shu said. He was actually already feeling a little guilty. The reason why the Zuling Grotto Heaven was like this was very likely related to him forcefully breaking through the barrier between this place and the Demon Realm and sending the million-strong Demon Realm army back to the Demon Realm. It was possible that his actions at the time had damaged the Zuling Grotto Heaven. But even if he had known that this would happen, Zhou Shu wouldn't have hesitated. He would have done it anyway. The million-strong army of the Demon Realm was always a threat to the 10 Nations Alliance. If he didn't send them away, who knew how many casualties the 10 Nations army would suffer? How much longer does the Zuling Grotto Heaven have? Zhou Shu looked at Shi Chongsheng. He would definitely not admit to Shi Chongsheng that he could have been the one to cause this. Boom! There was a loud bang. When Zhou Shu looked up, he saw lightning flash across the sky. Do you see? The natural disasters have already begun. It's about to die. A trace of sadness flashed across Shi Changshen's face. In at most 3 months, the Zuling Grotto Heaven will completely collapse and disappear from the world. After the Zuling Grotto Heaven disappeared, there would be no trace of Shi Chongsheng in the world anymore. In the future, only the longevity sword would be left. Shi Chongsheng didn't argue with Zhou Shu anymore. He was full of sorrow. If not for the fact that he didn't have a physical body, Zhou Shu felt that he might have cried. Chapter 426, Sword Control Technique, Yang Hong makes another contribution, too. It was going to collapse anyway. Now it's just a little earlier, Zhou Shu comforted Shi Chongsheng. Shi Chongsheng acted as if he didn't hear Zhou Shu. 3 months at the most. This is going to be troublesome, Zhou Shu muttered. Old Shi, do you have a way to open the passage to the 10 nations? Zhou Shu faced Shi Chongsheng and cupped his hands. Shi Chongsheng glanced at him and said, No. I'm neither human nor ghost. What ways can I have? Old Shi, I apologize if I offended you with my words previously because of my ignorance, Zhou Shu said solemnly. Old Shi, although there's some friction between us, we can't be considered mortal enemies. Even if you have any resentment toward me, it has nothing to do with these human soldiers. Old Shi, if you have a way, please help on account of these tens of thousands of humans. I'm not angry with you. I really have no way. Shi Chongsheng shook his head. If the Zuling Grotto heaven collapses, everything left here will return to its original state. The same goes for the longevity sword. Even if I don't save you, I have to save myself. But I already severed my connection with the Zuling Grotto heaven back then. There's nothing I can do now. Zhou Shu looked at Shi Chongsheng for a long time. He was sure that Shi Chongsheng wasn't lying. If you can't return to the 10 nations continent, you can go to the demon realm, Shi Chongsheng suddenly said. Isn't the passage to the demon realm still open? He snorted. That isn't an ordinary passage. Apart from Zhou Shu, he couldn't think of anyone else who could break through such a passageway. Shi Chongsheng wasn't stupid. The Zuling Grotto heaven entering the destruction period early was most likely related to that passage. But now was not the time to fuss about it. He just played dumb. To the demon realm. Zhou Shu frowned. The 10 nations alliance was not ready yet. If they went directly to the demon realm, they would be walking right into a trap. With your cultivation and my longevity sword, even if you encounter a demon king, you have a 30% chance of escaping unscathed, Shi Chongsheng continued. You won't die if you go to the demon realm. I won't die. But what about the army? Zhou Shu said. Of course, he knew he wouldn't die. He wasn't strong enough to fight, but if he wanted to escape, there weren't many people in the world who could stop him. But while he could escape, the 10 nations alliance could not. If he went to the demon realm now, he would most likely encounter the million-strong demon realm army that he had sent back there. In their territory, Zhou Shu wasn't confident that he could survive with the 10 nations alliance. No gentleman has a petty mind, and no true man is without venom, Shi Chongsheng said. I don't care how many people die as long as you can live. He looked straight at Zhou Shu. With your cultivation and my longevity sword, you can go anywhere you want. Even if the army dies, it will be easy for you to form a new force. Shut up! Zhou Shu shouted coldly. Shi Chongsheng, I don't care who you were in the past, whether you were from a righteous sect or an evil sect. But here with me, put away all your tricks. Although I, Zhou Shu, am not a good person, I won't abandon my comrades. How is that abandoning them? Shi Chongsheng said. On the battlefield, everyone is just fighting for their lives. Do you want to live and die with them? Don't be naive. It's hard to say if I'll die. Zhou Shu looked at the longevity sword. But before the army dies, the longevity sword will definitely be destroyed. Didn't you say that with my cultivation and the longevity sword, I can fight a demon king? I want to see how many demons I can kill with the longevity sword. If I risk destroying the longevity sword, will I be able to kill a demon king? Shi Chongsheng. He wanted to say something else, but Zhou Shu had already flicked his sleeve and put the longevity sword into his cosmic bangle. Zhou Shu's expression was solemn as he looked up at the lightning and thunder that occasionally appeared in the sky. Whether he left the army alone or whether he died with the army, both were not options for Zhou Shu. Even if he had to take a detour to the demon realm, Zhou Shu was prepared to return to the 10 nations continent with the 10 nations alliance. We still have 3 months. There's still time? Zhou Shu narrowed his eyes. Deputy Pavilion Master. Zhou Shu shouted. Shi Songtao emerged from the forging room behind him. Pavilion Master, you called. From now on, gather all your strength and forge cosmic bangles. Zhou Shu said in a low voice. According to the steps I've disassembled, everyone will work together. As long as the standards are uniform, there won't be any problems with the final star fixing. I want to see 100 cosmic bangles in 2 months. One cosmic bangle only contained 5 feet square in space. 100 cosmic bangles was actually far from being able to contain all the forging materials in the Zuling Grotto heaven. But in the current situation, there was no other choice. Without the cosmic bangles, they couldn't bring much forging materials with them. 100 cosmic bangles in 2 months. Shi Songtao said in surprise. Pavilion Master, this is a little difficult. They would have to forge more than one cosmic bangle almost every day, but the cosmic bangle was a ranked weapon. I don't want to hear any excuses. In the next 2 months, I'll allow you to use all the resources in this world, be it things or people. Even if you ask Great General Meng to cooperate with you, there will be no problem. In 2 months, if I don't see 100 cosmic bangles, you can abdicate as the deputy pavilion master. Shi Songtao gritted his teeth. I will definitely complete the mission. He turned around and went back into the forging room. Without delay, he gathered all the forgers in the camp and began to forge cosmic bangles. In the next 2 months, even if he didn't sleep or rest, he had to complete his mission. If the forgers wanted to learn the secret forging formulas of the Huaxia Pavilion, they would have to cooperate. Shi Songtao looked like he was about to go to war, and his face was full of killing intent. Yang Hong! Zhou Shu shouted. Your Highness! Yang Hong jumped out. He had spent the last few days in camp recuperating. Take the MMA sword and follow me. With only 3 months left, even if he forged without rest, how many ranked weapons could he forge? Forging standard weapons would only increase the combat power of the soldiers to a limited extent. Therefore, the most practical thing now was the Dark Cloud Armor. The Dark Cloud Armor was the reward from MMA sword. It was also easier than forging weapons. The only thing to worry about was how many demonic beasts were left in the Zuling Grotto heaven. Hopefully, they hadn't been wiped out by the 10 Nations Alliance. Yang Hong didn't understand, but he still said, Your Highness, the MMA sword is always with me. Let's go. Zhou Shu flicked his sleeve, and a force swept Yang Hong into the sky. Yang Hong was still in a daze when he flew into the sky. When he came to, he was back on the ground. Boom! A familiar feeling surged into his heart, and Yang Hong felt that his body was filled with strength. He was very familiar with this feeling. Previously, when Zhou Shu had sent him out to kill demonic beasts, he had used this secret technique to give him incomparably powerful strength. There are more than a dozen demonic beasts ahead. Kill them all. Zhou Shu's voice entered Yang Hong's ears. Although Yang Hong was still a little puzzled, this wasn't the time to hesitate. He drew his MMA sword, and his body glowed golden. This time, Zhou Shu shared the golden bell shield technique with him. Kill! Yang Hong roared and charged into the group of demonic beasts. Zhou Shu didn't interfere in the battle. These dozen or so surviving demonic beasts were not too strong. Yang Hong, who had the golden bell shield to protect him, could handle them. He had other things to do. With a flash, Zhou Shu had already arrived in front of a nearby mine that had been split open by the longevity sword. His divine sense was like hands as he controlled 6 cosmic bangles to fly out. At the same time, sword light crisscrossed and cut through the scattered ore. An hour later, Yang Hong finally killed all the demonic beasts. Before he could catch his breath, he felt himself flying again. A moment later, he landed in another group of demonic beasts. Around the demonic beasts were some dumbfounded soldiers. Leave these demonic beasts to him. Come over and collect the ore. Zhou Shu shouted as he descended from the sky. Chapter 427, He offered too much, 1. Yang Hong placed his hands on his knees and even stabbed his treasured MMA sword into the ground beside him. He said with his breathing ragging, Your Highness, I can't take it anymore. I really can't. Even though Zhou Shu had shared the golden bell shield technique with him, he hadn't cultivated it himself. After fighting for an entire day, he was so tired that his entire body was numb. Although he knew that Zhou Shu was giving him a chance to contribute, he didn't want to kill any more now. He just wanted to lie flat. How can a man say he can't? Zhou Shu said calmly. On this day, he had brought Yang Hong around the Zuling Grotto heaven. Once they met a demonic beast, he would throw Yang Hong out to kill it. Sometimes, when there were already human troops surrounding the demonic beasts, Zhou Shu would make them stop and let Yang Hong kill the demonic beasts. In fact, Zhou Shu would even kick over some of the overly powerful demonic beasts that Yang Hong couldn't deal with and let him kill them with his MMA sword. This process was both blissful and painful for Yang Hong. At the end of the day, he was still in the 10 Nations martial arts tournament space. After killing so many demonic beasts, Yang Hong didn't know how his military merits would be calculated. When he went back, he would be promoted by 3 ranks, right? But this process was also very painful. Even with the golden bell shield protecting his body, it was really not that easy to fight demonic beasts. Not only was it tiring, but it also hurt to be hit. If others knew what Yang Hong was thinking, they would definitely spit in his face. The king had personally brought him to earn military merits, and he actually dared to complain. Wasn't he being ungrateful? Your Highness, I really can't do it anymore, Yang Hong said, I'll really die of exhaustion if this continues. Forget it. Go back to camp on your own. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Shu had already disappeared. Yang Hong opened his mouth. Where am I, and how far is this place from the camp? I'm so tired that I can barely lift my fingers, and I don't have the strength that His Highness shared. I will die if I encounter a demonic beast. Yang Hong looked around helplessly, his hair standing on end. Zhou Shu naturally didn't leave Yang Hong in a dangerous place. There were no demonic beasts nearby. There were not many demonic beasts left in the Zuling Grotto heaven. The rest were already harmless. For example, the demonic beast miners and Yao Qing, who had failed to retreat and had no choice but to continue working with Zhou Shu. The main force of the million-strong Demon Realm army had already been sent back to the Demon Realm. The demonic beasts still in the Zuling Grotto heaven had been wiped out by the human army over the past few days. Under such circumstances, there was no longer any danger in the Zuling Grotto heaven. Zhou Shu still had things to do, so he naturally wouldn't send Yang Hong back to the camp. After a few breaths, Zhou Shu arrived at the blood vortex guarded by Meng Bai. The blood vortex was still 10 feet wide. In the middle of the black hole, lightning surrounded it, and the scenery of the demon realm was slightly visible inside. King of the South. Meng Bai greeted. Great General, things have changed. Our plans are about to change. Zhou Shu went straight to the point. Things have changed. Meng Bai's expression turned solemn. Tell me about it, Your Highness. This world will collapse completely in 3 months at most. When that happens, everything here will be destroyed. Before that happens, we have to get out of here. Zhou Shu didn't beat around the bush. What? Meng Bai was shocked. He subconsciously looked at the blood vortex. There were still almost 2 years before the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament battlefield reopened. If they had to leave this world within 3 months, they could only pass through the demon realm. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Meng Bai's mind. He even completed a tactical deduction. The result was the 10 Nations Alliance being completely wiped out. Behind this passage was the demon realm. Once they went over, they would not only face the million-strong demon realm army from before but also the endless reinforcements from the demon realm. Entering the demon realm was no different from courting death. Yes, that's the only way. Zhou Shu nodded, confirming Meng Bai's thoughts. Now, we can only take a detour through the demon realm to return to the 10 Nations. There's no other way. Meng Bai was stunned on the spot. It was easier said than done to take a detour to the demon realm and return to the 10 Nations. Your Highness, there are only a total of 90,000 people left in this world, Meng Bai said with a heavy expression. Even though there are 90,000 people, and they can all fight, it's still only 90,000 people. If we go to the demon realm, the enemies we face might be 10 times, 100 times more. Meng Bai didn't say the word hopeless. So what? Zhou Shu said. It's better than staying in this world and waiting for death. If we stay here, we'll definitely die in 3 months. If we go to the demon realm, we still have a chance of survival. Meng Bai smiled bitterly. This chance of survival was too slim. Even if they went to the demon realm, they wouldn't know how to return to the 10 Nations. Would the demon realm give them a chance to find their way home? Great General, this matter is not negotiable. We have to go to the demon realm no matter what, Zhou Shu said solemnly. What you have to do now is to get prepared with General Wang Mu and the others. I have some dark cloud armor sets. You'll be in charge of who gets the equipment. Zhou Shu waved his hand, and countless dark cloud armor sets fell to the ground. Meng Bai was dumbfounded. Even though he was already used to Zhou Shu creating things from time to time, it was still difficult for him to imagine how Zhou Shu had forged so many dark cloud armor sets. Chapter 428, He offered too much, too. There had to be thousands of dark cloud armor sets. Zhou Shu glanced at the passageway leading to the demon realm. Should he go over and use the MMA sword to kill some more demonic beasts and get more dark cloud armor sets? Immediately, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. It was easy to kill demons earlier, but one day outside was 1 year inside. There were only 3 months left in the Zuling Grotto heaven, which was equivalent to 6 hours outside. If he became entangled by the demon realm army when he reached the other side, the Zuling Grotto heaven might be gone if he was delayed a little. Then the army remaining here would be gone. This would be putting the cart before the horse. Speaking of which, the changes in the Zuling Grotto heaven had disrupted Zhou Shu's previous plans. Originally, he had almost 2 years left, and he could have taken his time preparing. But there were less than 3 months left. There was no time to do much. After telling Meng Bai what was going on, Zhou Shu didn't delay at all. He used his divine ability Unstoppable for 1,000 miles again and returned to the camp of the Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament branch. He went into his room and shut the door behind him. Zhou Shu took out the longevity sword. He flicked the body of the longevity sword and said, "Old Shi, come out. I have something to tell you. Are all young people so rude these days? Do you know how hateful it is to disturb someone's sleep?" Shi Changshen's voice sounded in Zhou Shu's consciousness. "I'm sorry. It's an emergency. Please forgive me, old Shi." Zhou Shu didn't mind his tone. As soon as Zhou Shu gave in, Shi Changsheng felt uncomfortable all over. He even felt a little uneasy. The lad doesn't seem like such a polite person. He's not planning anything bad, is he? Thinking of this, Shi Changsheng softened his tone. "Forget it. Tell me what you want." "Old Shi, I want to ask what the relationship between the 10 nations and the demon realm is," Zhou Shu said solemnly. "Why did your Zuling Grotto heaven become the 10 nations martial arts tournament space? Also, whose method was it to isolate the 10 nations from the demon realm?" Originally, Zhou Shu had planned to slowly ask him about these things. But he didn't have the time. These things might be related to whether they could return to the 10 nations from the demon realm. Shi Changsheng was experienced. As soon as he heard Zhou Shu's words, he knew what Zhou Shu wanted to do. "You haven't given up?" Shi Changsheng said. "It's hopeless. As you said, the human race doesn't even have martial artists above the first rank of the martial dao, but there are demon kings in the demon realm. I told you that if you encounter a demon king, you only have a 30% chance of escaping unscathed with the longevity sword. You can't imagine how powerful demon kings are right now. A demon king can easily destroy an army of less than 100,000 if he wants to. In my opinion, everyone is seeking survival. As long as there's life, there's hope. At worst, when you become stronger in the future, you can avenge them. This is the wisest choice. How I choose is my business," Zhou Shu said in a low voice. "Old Shi, you only need to tell me what the relationship between the demon realm and the 10 nations is. What is the barrier between the two worlds? Why don't you listen to reason?" Shi Changsheng said. "The longevity sword is in your hands. We are one. How can I harm you? Even if you find out how the demon realm is related to your so-called 10 nations continent, what can you do?" Shi Changsheng looked disappointed. "Fine, I'll tell you. The demon realm and the 10 nations are one. The barrier between them is indeed man-made, but is it useful? You can't change the fact that demons want to kill humans. Your strength alone can't protect this human army. In all my years, young man, I've seen far more than you have. Take my advice. The best way is for you to stay useful and avenge them later. The demon realm and the 10 nations are actually the same world." Zhou Shu ignored Shi Changshen's persuasion and pondered. The barrier between the two worlds is man-made. Is it related to the 36 grotto heavens? The Zuling Grotto heaven is one of them. Are there other grotto heavens in the barrier between the two worlds? If we can find other grotto heavens, can we use them to return to the 10 nations? Zhou Shu looked straight at Shi Changsheng and asked multiple questions continuously. He knew that the barrier between the two worlds had already cracked because of the destruction of the Imperial Cauldron. But it was impossible to know where the crack was or how many people could pass through it. Moreover, the demon realm must have already controlled such an obvious existence. They might not have a chance to pass. You're letting your imagination run wild. Shi Changsheng shook his head. But you're wrong. The barrier between the two worlds has nothing to do with the grotto heavens. The Zuling Grotto heaven connecting the two worlds is just a coincidence. It has nothing to do with the barrier itself. Half. Zhou Shu suddenly interrupted Shi Chongsheng. What have? Shi Chongsheng was stunned. As long as you help me, whether I succeed or not, from now on, half of the forging materials will be yours. If I'm not mistaken, you, or the longevity sword, either failed the forging or is flawed. In short, you need to devour a large amount of forging materials to repair and perfect yourself. If you help me find other grotto heavens, I promise you that I will do my best to help you find the forging materials you need. You should understand that I have the ability to do so. Shi Changshen's eyes narrowed slightly, and his face revealed a struggle. He should have decisively refused, but Zhou Shu was offering him too much. Over the past few days, Shi Chongsheng had carefully observed that Zhou Shu's identity was indeed as he had said. He was the king of 3 nations, the number 1 person in the 10 nations, and the number 1 forger in the world. These identities guaranteed that Zhou Shu could do what he promised him. He did need a lot of forging materials, and in his current form, he did need to rely on a strong person. But Shi Chongsheng struggled for a moment and said with some heartache, "It's not that I don't want to help you, but it's useless. Let's not talk about whether those grotto heavens still exist. Even if they do, it won't be so easy to find them. The situation in the Zuling grotto heaven is relatively special, but it doesn't mean that every grotto heaven is like this. A grotto heaven is the personal property of the master of the grotto heaven. Even back then, I only entered a few grotto heavens, let alone now. I think most of the grotto heavens back then have already been destroyed like the Zuling grotto heaven. If the master of a grotto heaven dies, generally speaking, the grotto heaven won't exist for long." Zhou Shu looked at Shi Chongsheng. He didn't seem to be lying. He had already made such an offer, but he still refused. Could it be that the grotto heaven really had nothing to do with the barrier between the 2 worlds? Or was there more to it? No matter what, it seemed impossible to seek more information from Shi Chongsheng. Then, I'll have to think of something else. Zhou Shu frowned. If possible, he really didn't want to use that method. The Zhuangzhou Butterfly Dream Technique. The Zhuangzhou Butterfly Dream Technique was almost the most magical divine ability Zhou Shu had mastered. But every time he used it, he would feel like he was dying. Experiencing another person's life in a dream sounded wonderful, but in reality, it was a great challenge for the experiencer. Just the change of identity was enough to cause a mental breakdown. Even though Zhou Shu cultivated the visualization of the 5 mountains' true form and his mental strength was extraordinary, the process was still extremely uncomfortable for him. Zhou Shu's gaze swept across Shi Chongsheng. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to use the Zhuangzhou Butterfly Dream Technique to enter the dream of an object. Otherwise, he might be able to learn many secrets. Shi Chongsheng had lived for countless years. Now, he could only hope that the dead great demon Yao Lian had a high status in the demon realm and knew more secrets. Otherwise, it would be a waste of his hard work. Chapter 429, The Nemesis of the Zhuangzhou Butterfly Dream Technique, Each with Their Own Thoughts, 1. In a stone house in the Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament branch. Yin Wu hugged her knees and sat by the bed, her eyes twinkling. She looked at Zhou Shu lying on the bed, her face full of smiles. She didn't care if the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament space was dangerous. As long as she could stay by Zhou Shu's side, she didn't care how dangerous it was. After an unknown period of time, the faint white light on Zhou Shu's body suddenly shattered like glass. Then Zhou Shu opened his eyes. The next moment, Yin Wu was pressed down by a pair of big hands, and her dress turned into butterflies flying in the air and dancing in the room. The sound that made one's bones ache echoed throughout the room. Again and again, Yin Wu didn't know how many times she flew into the clouds. It was as if Zhou Shu would never have enough, and he kept asking for more. Fortunately, she was already a first-rank martial artist. Otherwise, ordinary women would definitely not be able to withstand it. Even so, Yin Wu felt like her entire body was about to collapse. She hugged Zhou Shu's neck tightly and tried her best to circulate the God of War catalog to keep up with him. The yin and yang qi produced by the God of War catalog circulated between the two of them, constantly nourishing their bodies. Be it Yin Wu or Zhou Shu, the spiritual essence in their bodies was growing little by little. It was especially true for Yin Wu, who gained even more. Not only could she feel her spiritual essence growing at a visible speed, but she could also feel her body becoming stronger, and even her skin was more delicate than before. She almost lost herself in the heady mix of pleasure and growing strength. She felt that she would never be able to leave Zhou Shu again. With a moan, Yin Wu flew into the clouds again. Zhou Shu finally stopped. He lay on Yin Wu's body and felt her delicate body. His eyes had already regained clarity. No wonder he always heard that those killers would go to brothels to relax after killing. Doing the deed did make one feel refreshed and relieved. Zhou Shu sighed with emotion. In the past, after using the Zhuangzhou butterfly dream technique, it would take him a long time to recover. This time, he entered the dream for a longer time. Logically speaking, he should have sunk deeper into the dream. Unexpectedly, after a series of battles, he felt that he had completely recovered. The after effects of entering the dream had completely disappeared. His hands brushed across Yin Wu's jade-like skin, and he was a little tempted. Yin Wu hesitated for a moment and whispered, "We still have other things to do." Her face flushed. Although she couldn't bear to reject Zhou, this was still the 10 Nations martial arts tournament battlefield. They had been in their rooms for days. "I'll just touch," Zhou Shu said. His hands swam between the mountains, but images flashed through his mind. Zhou Shu's Zhuangzhou butterfly dream technique had already reached the lesser mastery stage. The shadow sword had also made brilliant achievements in Yin Wu's hands. The Zhuangzhou butterfly dream technique at lesser mastery allowed him to go back to 50 years ago. Zhou Shu had not lived to 50 years in both his lifetimes. In the end, in his dream, he transformed into a great demon and cultivated for 50 years. If not for Yin Wu, Zhou Shu even doubted if he could wake up from the dream. If he couldn't wake up, Zhou Shu might become the great demon Yao Lian. He didn't know if he was Zhuangzhou who had dreamed he was a butterfly, or a butterfly dreaming that he was Zhuangzhou. Zhuangzhou's butterfly dream technique was abnormally magical and dangerous at the same time. "Thank you, Yin Wu." Zhou Shu climbed to the peaks with both hands, feeling extremely real. In his mind, the 5 mountains' true form suppressed his consciousness. He eliminated all the useless scenes from his mind. This was also something he had accidentally comprehended when he was circulating the God of War catalogue with Yin Wu. There was too much useless information after spending 50 years in the dream. Zhou Shu didn't even want to think about the scenes of Yao Lian drinking and eating. This was also because Zhou Shu's visualization of the 5 mountains' true form and the God of War catalogue had both reached a certain level. Under the double foundation, he could do this. Without either, he wouldn't be able to do this. 50 years was a long time, but to a great demon like Yao Lian, 50 years was actually just a small part of his life. Compared to humans, demonic beasts had very long lifespans. A 1,000-year-old turtle was the most suitable description for a demonic beast. To human martial artists, even first-rank martial artists only had a lifespan of 300 to 500 years. As for first-rank demonic beasts, it was easy for them to live 1,000 years. Not to mention a great demon like Yao Lian. It would probably not be a problem for a great demon like him to live for 3,000 to 5,000 years. 50 years ago, Yao Lian was already a great demon. The lives of demonic beasts were much more boring than Zhou Shu had imagined. In the past 50 years, Yao Lian had done nothing but fight, drink, or patrol his territory. The demon realm, relative to the 10 nations, was a barbaric and uncivilized place. Everything exuded a primitive aura. Zhou Shu looked down on Yao Lian for his debauchery. Although the demon realm is primitive, they are indeed powerful. Apart from what made him speechless, Zhou Shu really realized this. Chapter 430, The Nemesis of the Zhuangzhou Butterfly Dream Technique, each with their own thoughts, 2. Although Yao Lian had died in his hands, it was undeniable that Yao Lian was very strong. In the 10 nations, other than him, no one was a match for Yao Lian. But in the demon realm, Yao Lian was far from being considered a powerhouse. In the 50 years that Zhou Shu had been in the dream, he had been defeated dozens of times. Among the great demons of the demon realm, he could only be considered ordinary. If the barrier between the demon realm and the 10 nations continent really shattered, the 10 nations would definitely not be able to withstand the invasion of the demon realm. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Before Yao Lian came to the 10 nations martial arts tournament battlefield, he already knew that Emperor Wei Wu had colluded with the demon realm. The reason he came to this space was that he had lost a fight, so he was sent here. The demon realm seemed to have split into 2 groups. One group used the ladder set up by Emperor Wei Wu to invade the 10 nations directly. The other came to the battlefield of the 10 nations martial arts tournament to kill all the 10 nations troops. The latter was not a good job, so it fell to Yao Lian. From this, it could be seen that Yao Lian's status in the demon realm was indeed not high. He didn't get a chance to directly invade the 10 nations continent, which would allow one to gain more. The Demon Realm army split into two groups. One group came to the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament battlefield, and the other gathered near the gap opened by Emperor Wei Wu. Zhou Shu recalled the information he had obtained in his dream. If they were lucky, they would have to face the million-strong demon beast army after entering the demon realm. If the passage he had opened was far enough from the passage opened by Emperor Wei Wu, they still had a chance to escape before the demon realm army came to stop them. In any case, the demon realm was vast. As long as they could survive the first wave, they would be able to enter the demon realm. At that time, they would have a lot of room to maneuver. Yao Lian has a secret lair in the demon realm. It's one of his 3 dens, and he's the only one who knows about it, Zhou Shu pondered. If we can escape to that place, the 10 Nations Alliance will have some breathing room. Yao Lian had also been a thoughtful person. He had been worried that he would encounter some danger one day, so he had specially prepared an escape route. The secret lairs that only he knew stored the resources he needed to make a comeback. In the demon realm, where the strong preyed on the weak, it was not surprising that Yao Lian would make such preparations. He probably didn't expect that he would die on the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament battlefield. The gap opened by Emperor Wei Wu has been occupied by the Demon Realm army. It's impossible to return to the 10 Nations from there. There were 2 things that made it most difficult to return to the 10 Nations continent through the Demon Realm. The first was whether they could survive the first wave of the Demon Realm army when they first entered the Demon Realm. The second was how to return to the 10 Nations. If they could survive the first wave of attacks and successfully reach the secret lair left by Yao Lian, then the most difficult thing was how to return to the 10 Nations continent. After all, Yao Lian's secret lair could only give them a chance to catch their breath. It was impossible for them to stay for long. The Demon Realm army wouldn't give them much time. This was the biggest challenge they had to face. There was indeed a problem with the barrier between the 2 worlds. But even if there was a spatial rift, it was definitely unstable and couldn't allow the army to pass through normally. I have Great Wei's Imperial Cauldron. If I use it to open another gap. Zhou Shu shook his head. Not to mention whether this could be done, even if it could, doing so would cause endless trouble. The barrier between the 2 worlds was already cracked and fragile. If he touched it again, it was very likely to cause a large-scale collapse of the barrier. If that happened, there would be serious trouble. Besieging Wei to save Zhao, I didn't expect my passing remark to come true. Zhou Shu smiled bitterly in his heart. After he thought about it, the only way back to the 10 Nations was the passage opened by Emperor Wei Wu. If they wanted to get there, they had to either face the Demon Realm army directly or find a way to lure them away. Even if Zhou Shu was confident enough, he didn't think that less than 100,000 people could do it. If he lured the Demon Realm army away, he could only think of a way to attack the enemy and save them. What sin did I commit in my previous life? Didn't I just not help an old granny cross the road a few times? Why do I have to face such a predicament? I'm just a forger. Zhou Shu sighed. Zhou Shu, what's wrong? Yin Wu's voice sounded in Zhou Shu's ear. Zhou Shu came back to his senses and looked at the pretty face in front of him. He couldn't help but peck her cherry lips. Zhou Shu only raised his head when Yin Wu's face turned red and her breathing quickened. I've decided. Zhou Shu looked into Yin Wu's eyes. For the sake of our happy life, I must bring everyone back to the 10 Nations. It's just fighting a war, isn't it? Who says a forger can't fight? A determined expression appeared on Zhou Shu's face. Demonic beasts have claws and teeth. We have sabers. We'll cut off their heads with them. Our happy life? Yin Wu blushed, and her eyes shone. She seemed to think of something and was so embarrassed that she couldn't even raise her face. 100 kilometers away from the camp, near the blood vortex. Meng Bai, Wang Mu, Tang Chenxi, Cao Chen Yang, and the others were all gathered together. Other than the soldiers who were still busy mining, the surviving generals of the 10 Nations had all arrived. Great General Meng, why isn't the King of the South here yet? It has been nearly 5 days, a middle-aged man said in a deep voice. This person was a general of Great Xia. His surname was Zhang, and his name was Wei Yuan. Is what you say true? Zhang Wei Yuan said impatiently. General Zhang, are you suspecting me or the King of the South? Meng Bai's face darkened. General Zhang, Wang Mu said. His Highness drove away the million-strong Demon Realm army alone. If it wasn't for His Highness, how many people do you think would still be alive? That's not what I meant. Zhang Wei Yuan was embarrassed by the public outrage. He scratched his head and said, I'm just anxious. If this place is about to collapse, shouldn't we hurry up and think of something? I've already told you how, Meng Bai said in a low voice. From here, we'll pass through the demon realm and return to the 10 nations. Wouldn't that be suicide? Zhang Weiyuan frowned. It's not that I'm afraid of death. But now that the demon realm army has been driven back to the demon realm, we only need to wait for the battlefield to reopen before we can go home. Why take this risk? General Zhang, no matter what, you still don't believe in King Zhou. Tang Chenxi sneered. If you don't want to go, fine. Great Xi can just stay here. Humph, Zhang Weiyuan snorted. Why? Can't you let me get to the bottom of this? I admire King Zhou for chasing away the demon realm army, but I'm not a lackey of Great Xia. What are you saying? Tang Chenxi stood up angrily. I'm talking about whoever feels guilty. Zhang Weiyuan sneered. Meng Bai and Wang Mu frowned. Apart from Great Xia, Great Qin, and Great Jin, which had fought with them from the beginning, the remaining troops of the other countries all had their own thoughts. The only one who didn't have to worry was the original Great Wei soldiers, who were now known as the Criminal Army. Although it was the 10 Nations Alliance, not everyone shared the same thoughts. Zhang Weiyuan wasn't the only one who had doubts. The others just didn't say them out loud. General Zhang, if you're not convinced, let's spar. So be it. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Enough! Meng Bai shouted. Is this the time to fool around? He glared at Zhang Weiyuan and Tang Chenxi before sweeping his gaze across everyone present. Why don't you tell me what everyone is thinking? My Great Xia will never force anyone to travel with us. If anyone is unwilling to travel with us, I will tell His Highness. We will not force anyone. Chapter 431, I've given you face, the Imperial Edicts arrives, 1. I agree with Brother Zhang. I also think that we should discuss this matter at length. A voice sounded as soon as Meng Bai finished speaking. Everyone turned to look. The person who spoke was a man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s but had snow-white hair. This person was Great Zhao's General Bai Qiancheng. Speaking of which, although Zhou Shu had driven the million-strong demon army back to the demon realm, the 10 nations had already suffered heavy losses. More than half of the commanders of the 10 nations martial arts tournament had died at the hands of Yao Lian. Currently, only Great Xia's Meng Bai, Great Qin's Wang Mu, Great Jin's Tang Chenxi, and Great Zhao's Bai Qiancheng were still alive. Zhang Weiyuan, who spoke earlier, was actually not the supreme commander of Great Qi. It was just that the supreme commander of Great Qi had died in battle. As the strongest person in the Great Qi army, he temporarily led the Great Qi army. When Bai Qiancheng spoke, his tone was different from Zhang Weiyuan's. When he said that, even Meng Bai and Wang Mu frowned. General Bai, you don't believe His Highness. Meng Bai said. You want to stay on the 10 nations martial arts battlefield and wait for it to open again. General Meng, I do not doubt your intentions. Bai Qiancheng shook his head. It's just that this matter is very important. We can't possibly gamble with our thousands of lives just because you said so, right? The strength of the 10 nations alliance was already uneven. The most miserable ones, Great Liang and Great Chen, were almost completely wiped out. Great Liang still had Cao Chen Yang, a first-rank martial artist, to hold the fort, but there were only a few people left in Great Chen. The person with the highest cultivation level was only at the 4th rank of the martial dao, and he was not even qualified to participate in the meeting. As for the remaining 8 countries, there was no need to mention Great Wei. The original Great Wei soldiers, the current criminal army, had completely submitted to Zhou Shu. Those who still retained a certain amount of strength were Great Xia, Great Qin, and Great Zhao. The remaining military strength of these 3 countries was still more than 10,000 people. Although it was not comparable to the 30,000 strong criminal army, it wasn't considered bad. There were only a few thousand people left in the armies of Great Han, Great Qi, Great Chu, and Great Jin. They were much weaker than Great Xia, Great Qin, and Great Zhao. The relationship between the 10 nations was already complicated. Now that there was a huge difference in strength, it was inevitable that some countries would band together. After all, there were only around 90,000 people in the 10 Nations Alliance, but more than half of them belonged to Zhou Shu alone. Zhou Shu had the 30,000 strong criminal army, and the Great Xia army definitely stood with him. He was the side-by-side king of Great Qin, so the Great Qin army was definitely on his side. The soldiers of these 3 parties alone exceeded 50,000. Moreover, Tang Chenxi of Great Jin was also very close to him. It was no wonder that the people from the other nations were worried. They couldn't help but worry that they would be treated as cannon fodder. Now that Bai Qiancheng had come forward, as well as Great Qi Zhonghui Yuan, the people from Great Han and Great Chu also came forward. That's right. If we return to the 10 nations through the demon realm, won't we be walking into a trap? It wasn't easy for us to chase the demon realm army back to the demon realm. Are we going to send ourselves to their door again? There's no chance of survival. When the time comes, the first to die will probably be nations like us who are not strong enough, right? Even if we're being sent to our deaths, we have to make things clear. We can't die and still be confused. It's just your side of the story now. It's still uncertain if the 10 nations martial arts tournament space will be destroyed. How can a world be destroyed so easily? The people of the various nations spoke one after another, and there were various opinions. Those who were qualified to attend were either the supreme commanders or first-rank experts of the various nations. But this commotion was no different from an ordinary marketplace argument. Meng Bai's expression darkened. His Highness took such a huge risk to chase the million-strong Demon Realm army back to the Demon Realm, but these bastards are still suspecting him. If His Highness really wanted to screw you bastards over, would he have to go to so much trouble? If he had attacked the Demon Realm army a few days later, all of you bastards would have died in the hands of the Demon Realm army. Do you think it's safe here just because the Demon Realm army has been driven back? The Demon Realm army had already invaded the 10 nations continent. You bastards are still trying to judge a gentleman by a villain's standards. You're really inhumane. Don't panic, everyone, Bai Qiancheng said as he pressed his hands down. The people of Great Qi, Great Han, and Great Chu immediately fell silent. Even a fool could tell that the 4 nations had clearly gathered together and were following Bai Qiancheng's lead. General Meng, we don't have any other intentions. We just want to consider the long term. Even if we want to use the Demon Realm to return to the 10 nations, we have to have a reason, right? At the very least, the King of the South should appear and give us an explanation, right? This is not the matter of one family. The lives of tens of thousands of soldiers are at stake, Bai Qiancheng said righteously. Just as Meng Bai was about to speak, a voice suddenly sounded. What explanation do you want me to give you? Everyone looked over and saw Zhou Shu sitting on a chair with his legs crossed. No one noticed when he had appeared. Bai Qiancheng's pupils constricted slightly. This was the first time he had seen Zhou Shu. Even he hadn't noticed when Zhou Shu had appeared. Chapter 432, I've given you face, the Imperial Edicts arrives, 2. Bai Qiancheng of Great Zhao greets King Zhou. Bai Qiancheng cupped his hands. Cut the crap, Zhou Shu said. I don't care who you are, nor do I care who the rest of you are. His gaze swept across Zhonghui Yuan and the others. You want an explanation, don't you? Zhou Shu said coldly. I'll give you an explanation. Those who are willing to follow me, stay. Those who are unwilling, scram now. Go wherever you want to go. I'm not your father. If you're willing to die, I can't be bothered. Bai Qiancheng's expression turned ugly. He, Bai Qiancheng, was the most powerful person in Great Zhao's military. Even the emperors of the various nations had to treat him with courtesy. Meng Bai and Wang Mu didn't dare to speak with him in this manner just now. Now, Zhou Shu didn't give him any face at all. This made Bai Qiancheng feel extremely humiliated. King Zhou, aren't you being too overbearing? Bai Qiancheng said coldly with a dark expression. Overbearing? Zhou Shu glanced at him. If I'm really overbearing, believe it or not, I can kill you on the spot just based on what you said. I guarantee that no one in the world will dare to spout any more nonsense. I have already given you some face, yet you're choosing to do it the hard way. Zhou Shu said impatiently, I'll give you one last chance. If you're willing to leave with me, stay. If not, leave now. If anyone still stays here after 3 breaths, it means that they have tacitly agreed to follow me. At that time, if anyone still dares to complain, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhou Shu's eyes flashed like lightning as an aura spread out. Everyone felt as if the sky was about to press down on them, and their hearts became very heavy. Bai Qiancheng's face turned pale. He had never experienced such a scene in his life. He could neither leave nor stay now. It was the same for Zhonghui Yuan and the others. Although their statuses were not as high as Bai Qiancheng's, they were still first-rank experts after all. In their respective nations, they were also high and mighty figures. They had never been scolded like this in front of others. A first-rank expert would be treated as a VIP wherever they went. How dare Zhou Shu treat us like this? Isn't he afraid that we would really leave in a fit of anger? Zhou Shu was really not afraid. He hadn't gathered the remnants of the 10 nations' armies on the 10 nations martial arts tournament battlefield because he thought highly of their strength. To Zhou Shu, having more people might not be a good thing. If not for the fact that there were so many people, he would leave them alone. At most, he would bring Yin Weiyu along. The world was so big. He could go anywhere he wanted. Even the demon kings of the demon realm might not be able to make him stay. There was no need for him to worry. He cared so much because he and they were all humans. If anyone didn't appreciate his kindness, he wouldn't be so kind as to beg them to stay. 1. Zhou Shu said loudly. 2. No one moved. Bai Qiancheng, Zhang Weiyuan and the others had never planned to really fall out with Zhou Shu. Previously, they had only been trying to show their authority. Who would have thought that Zhou Shu wouldn't act according to common sense? This put them in a dilemma. If they leave, what if what Zhou said was true? Without Zhou Shu leading them, could they flee to the demon realm? If they encountered a great demon, who would stop it? Even Bai Qiancheng would die if he really encountered a great demon. If they stayed, it would be even more awkward. Zhou Shu had already said so much. If they really stayed, wouldn't they have to obey him in the future? They were not alone. They represented the nations behind them. Great Zhao, Great Qi, Great Han, and Great Chu were all nations like Great Xia. They were not vassals of Great Xia. Why should they listen to the Great Xia's king of the south? Even if he was also the side-by-side king of Great Qin, that wouldn't do. If they really listened to him, wouldn't it mean that Great Zhao, Great Qi, Great Han, and Great Chu were inferior to Great Xia and Great Qin? Wang Mu looked at Bai Qiancheng and Zhang Weiyuan and suddenly felt pity for them. You should have known this would happen. Why did you do that in the first place? What are you going to do now? Wang Mu was still reserved, but Tang Chenxi was already laughing out loud. Zhang Weiyuan, leave. Why are you staying here? Anyway, you're so powerful. If you really encounter a great demon from the demon realm, you can blow him to death with a single breath. Why continue staying with us? Tang Chenxi said mockingly. Zhang Weiyuan's face was red. If Zhou Shu wasn't here, he would have jumped out and fought to the death with Tang Chenxi. But Zhou Shu was here. He had single-handedly expelled the million-strong demon army and easily killed a great demon. No matter how confident Zhang Weiyuan was, he didn't think he could really be a match for Zhou Shu. Zhang Weiyuan had never killed a first-rank martial artist before, but Zhou Shu had killed a countless number of them. None of the first-rank demonic beasts that had died under his sword were weaker than him. Zhang Weiyuan gritted his teeth and stood up. Even if I, Zhang Weiyuan, die, even if I perish together with this 10 nations martial arts tournament. Before he could speak, a figure suddenly rushed through the door. Big brother? What happened? Zhou Shu stood up. It was Mi Zaiwen. SE's second brother. Mi Zaiwen's breathing was a little hurried. As a second-rank martial artist, it was obvious how rushed he was. Big brother, don't be anxious. Speak slowly. With me around, the sky won't collapse, Zhou Shu said. No, it's Sun Gongping. Mi Zaiwen steadied himself and continued, he's back. Sun Gongping. Zhou Shu was shocked. He had looked for Sun Gongping before. According to Xiao Jianghe, Sun Gongping had been sent to the demon realm by Emperor Wei Wu. Xiao Jianghe wouldn't lie about this. Zhou Shu had even wanted to go to the demon realm to find Sun Gongping several times, but the situation didn't allow him to do so. Now, Mi Zaiwen actually said that Sun Gongping had returned from the demon realm. Zhou Shu had only seen one person who had returned alive from the demon realm. Or rather, in the history of the 10 nations, there had only been one person who had returned, Cao Chenyang. After all, Cao Chenyang was a first-rank martial artist and had the help of a human expert in the demon realm. Sun Gongping's cultivation was far inferior to Cao Chenyang's. He had been in the demon realm without any companions. How did he return? Where is he? Zhou Shu couldn't care less about Bai Qiancheng, Zhang Weiyuan, and the others. He's out there. I brought him with me, but he's injured and can't hold on much longer, Mi Zaiwen said. Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Shu had already strode out. As soon as he left, everyone followed. Bai Qiancheng and Zhang Weiyuan looked at each other. They didn't take the opportunity to slip away. Instead, they blended into the crowd and followed. After leaving the tent, Zhou Shu immediately saw Sun Gongping sitting there with his back against a rock, looking weak. Zhou Shu heaved a sigh of relief but said, "How did this happen? This is not the great divine constable Sun I know. It's so that I can hold my head up in front of you," Sun Gongping said angrily. But it didn't seem to work. The more I struggled, the greater the gap between us, so I gave up. What are you talking about? Zhou Shu rolled his eyes. He was about to ask Sun Gongping how he had returned when he saw Sun Gongping's expression turn serious. "Zhou Shu, receive the imperial edict," Sun Gongping said in a deep voice. With a flip of his wrist, he took out a few scrolls from his cosmic bangle. "Receive the imperial edict." Zhou Shu was confused. What's going on? Sun didn't explain. He chose one of the scrolls at random and opened it. Let's start with this. This is from Great Jin. Great Jin? Tang Qinshi's ears pricked up. Apart from his tone being a little more serious, Sun Gongping didn't look like he was going to read the imperial edict at all. It was mainly because he was too tired to stand up now. Otherwise, he might have been more imposing. "We hereby confer upon Zhou Shu the title of Great Jin's Divine Might King." Sun Gongping's voice was not loud, but everyone heard him clearly. Chapter 433, King in 9 Nations, the number 1 person in the world, 1. Great Jin's Divine Might King? Everyone was stunned. Tang Qinshi's figure flashed, and he snatched the imperial edict from Sun Gongping's hand. He repeatedly looked at the imperial edict for a long time and muttered to himself, "It's true." His words shocked everyone even more. Was the imperial edict real? Wouldn't that Zhou Shu had been conferred another title? Great Jin's Divine Might King? This was the 4th one. He was the king of 4 nations now. No one would have ever thought of such a thing even in their wildest dreams. How was this possible? Everyone's gaze fell on the scrolls in Sun Gongping's hand. He had a total of 7 scrolls in his hand. This first one was an imperial edict. What about the rest? Sun Gongping didn't care about the imperial edict that Tang Qinshi snatched. In any case, he had already read out the most important content. He casually opened another scroll and muttered, "Let's see which nation this is from." Great Xia. Although Sun Gongping's voice was soft, to the group of first-rank martial arts experts, they could hear it clearly no matter how soft his voice was. Bai Qunken's ears pricked up. An imperial edict from Great Xia? "We hereby confer Zhou Shu the title of King Wuan. The army under Great Xia will be under the command of King Wuan. It will be as if we had personally come." Bai Qiancheng felt his mind go blank. The sound of the entire world seemed to disappear. Only a few words kept echoing in his head, ringing like the evening bell. Great Xia, King Wuan? Such an incredible thing just happened? Bai Qiancheng even forgot to verify the authenticity of the imperial edict in Sun Gongping's hands. If the imperial edict of Great Jin was real, then the imperial edict of Great Xia should be real as well. Not only Bai Qiancheng, but everyone's heads were buzzing. Meng Bai, Wang Mu, and the others were all dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? King of Great Jin? King of Great Xia? Did something happen that they didn't know about? Where did Sun Gongping get so many imperial decrees? Had the Great Jin Emperor and Great Zhao Emperor gone crazy? Meng Bai thought that he should know Zhou Shu the best. He couldn't understand at all. Zhou Shu shouldn't have had any interactions with Great Jin and Great Zhao before. Even on the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament battlefield, Zhou Shu only had some interactions with Great Jin, but he had no interactions with Great Zhao at all. This was the first time he had seen Bai Qiancheng. Why would Great Zhao confer him as a king? No matter which nation it was, they would never confer the title of a king upon anyone lightly. Including Great Zhao's King Wuan, Zhou Shu was already king of how many nations? 5? This had never happened since there were nations. After Bai Qiancheng recovered from his shock, his eyes flickered. Although he didn't know how this happened, it didn't seem like a bad thing. His predicament seemed to be resolved. Listening to Great Xia's command would affect Great Zhao's dignity, but listening to Great Zhao's King Wuan's orders was only right. For a moment, countless thoughts flashed through Bai Qunken's mind. Sun Gongping casually put down Great Zhao's imperial decree and opened another one. This one belongs to Great Xi. Sun Gongping glanced at it and continued, "We hereby confer upon Zhou Shu the title of King Wucheng of Great Xi. Seeing King Wucheng will be equivalent to seeing us." Before Sun Gongping could finish speaking, he heard a voice shout. Zhang Weiyuan greets King Wu Cheng. Long live your highness. The people of Great Xia bowed and shouted. Everyone rolled their eyes. Tang Chenqi even muttered, shameless. Zhang Weiyuan had just demanded an explanation from Zhou Shu. Now, he suddenly turned around and said that everyone was no fool. Of course, they could tell that he was taking advantage of the situation. He had almost fallen out with Zhou Shu just now and didn't know how to end it. This imperial edict came just in time. Zhang Weiyuan thought, who cares how this imperial edict came about? I'll treat it as real. Bai Jiancheng also rolled his eyes inwardly. Didn't we agree to advance and retreat together? I charged ahead, but you're the first to defect? Although he was cursing, he admired Zhang Weiyuan's thick skin. At least he couldn't bow in public like this now. Next. Sun Gongping was being watched by everyone. Although he knew that these people were not looking at him, it made him feel like he was being watched. He flicked his hair to look more suave. Great Han, King Wei Lai. Everyone was already feeling numb. They suddenly felt that kings were worthless. The emperors of the nations just conferred kings so simply. Great Chu, King Zhang. Great Chen, King Ping Bei. Sun Gongping finished reading the imperial edict in his hand one by one. In the end, everyone felt that it was only right. Someone counted in their hearts. Apart from Great Wei, 9 of the 10 nations on the continent had conferred Zhou Shu a king of their nations. What kind of concept was this? This meant that Zhou Shu could do whatever he wanted on the entire continent. No, that wasn't right either. He could already do this. Everyone had mixed feelings. They had originally thought that Zhou Shu's status as king in 3 nations was already shocking enough. But now, he has become the king of 9 nations. In other words, in terms of status, Zhou Shu was undoubtedly the number 1 person on the 10 nations martial arts tournament battlefield. The army of any nation was his subordinate. Chapter 434, King in 9 nations, the number 1 person in the world, 2. The only one who had not conferred Zhou Shu as a king of their nation was Great Wei. Even so, the Great Wei soldiers had already sworn allegiance to Zhou Shu. This way, neither Bai Jiancheng nor the others had the right to object to Zhou Shu. Old Zhou, I've given up. After Sun Gongping finished reading all the imperial decrees, he seemed to be talking to himself. In any case, I can't compare to someone as abnormal as you. There's no point in competing. Zhou Shu was speechless. He looked at Sun Gongping and said, where did you get these things? Zhou Shu actually didn't have many thoughts about being conferred the title of king. Of course, he did feel a little refreshed now. Actually, to him, the title of king in 9 nations was just icing on the cake. With his current cultivation, he was more than capable of becoming an emperor, let alone a king. This was assuming he was willing. It was just that he had little interest in becoming an emperor. What he was curious about now was where Sun Gongping had gotten so many imperial edicts. Also, were the emperors of these nations crazy? But why did they confer him king at the same time? If anyone knew what Zhou Shu was thinking, they would definitely spit at him. They had conferred him the title of king, yet he still said that they were crazy. Did his conscience get eaten by a dog? It's a long story. Sun Gongping glanced at everyone. Clearly, he had no intention of explaining himself in public. All you need to know is that these imperial edicts are real. Old Zhou, King Zhou, you're on a roll. I hadn't been idle either. I'm a person of status now. Sun Gongping's eyes flashed with self-satisfaction. No one knew what his identity was, but it was obvious that he was very satisfied with his identity and felt that he was not much weaker than Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu smiled, unconcerned. He looked back at Bai Jiancheng and the others with a faint smile. Is there anyone who wants to leave? If you want to leave, do it early. If you stay here and dare to cause trouble again, the sword in my hand can kill both demonic beasts and humans. Bai Jiancheng smiled bitterly in his heart. He had already secretly scolded Sun Gongping. Why didn't you come earlier? If you had come earlier, if I knew that King Zhou would become King Wuan of Great Xia, I wouldn't have stepped out. I would have known my place and kept quiet. Now, I've lost face and have to submit to King Zhou. How can I show my face now? Since His Majesty has issued the decree, I will naturally obey it. Bai Jiancheng cupped his hands. I, Bai Jiancheng of Great Xia, obey the orders of King Wuan. In the end, Bai Jiancheng couldn't be as shameless as Zhang Weiyuan. This was already his limit. If he did any more, he would rather kill himself. Zhou Shu didn't mind. He didn't care about these people's attitudes at all. Was it important who Bai Qiancheng was? As long as these people were obedient and didn't cause him trouble, it was enough. We will obey the orders of King Wei Lai, King Zhujiang, King Ping Bei. Everyone spoke in unison. Zhou Shu nodded in satisfaction. Since no one had any objections, prepare according to the plan. Great General Meng, General Wang, you are in charge of overall planning, Zhou Shu instructed bluntly. Within 2 months, dig as many ores as you can for me. Those who have cosmic bangles, fill them up. Those who don't, carry as many as you can. Meng Bai. Wang Mu. Your Highness, are you serious? We're not going to the demon realm for sightseeing. It's going to be a life and death battle. How can we fight with so many ores on our backs? Are we going to smash the demonic beasts to death with the ores? Your Highness, it's fine to fill the cosmic bangles, but it's Meng Bai hesitated. Just do as you're told. I have my own plans, Zhou Shu said. Without much explanation, he grabbed Sun Gongping and soared into the sky. After landing in a deserted place, Zhou Shu asked urgently, Great Divine Constable Sun, there were too many people just now for me to ask you. How did you come back? How did you get so many imperial decrees? Since Sun Gongping could obtain so many imperial decrees, it meant that he had returned to the 10 Nations continent. Did this mean that Sun Gongping had grasped a passageway between the Zuling Grotto Heaven and the 10 Nations continent? If that was the case, there was no need for them to travel through the demon realm. Didn't I just say? We're people of status now, Sun Gongping said proudly. Old Zhou, although you're the king of 9 nations, we're brothers. I am definitely worthy of being your brother. Cut the crap. Zhou Shu couldn't help rolling his eyes. I'm your uncle. Sun Gongping's face darkened. What uncle? I'm now the world wayfarer of the Heavenly Mountain Villa. Be more respectful, or else. Sun Gongping snorted. The world wayfarer of the Heavenly Mountain Villa. Zhou Shu asked curiously. That's right. That's me, Sun Gongping said. The armament manuals are ranked by our Heavenly Mountain Villa. Old Zhou, if you want to get a good ranking, you have to suck up to me. Go away, Zhou Shu said angrily. I don't care what you are. Even if you're an emperor, you have to call me uncle. Tell me quickly. How did you get back? Is there any way you can get everyone back to the 10 nations? No. Sun Gongping's face fell as he said bluntly. Why did Mi Ziwen want to become sworn brothers with him? Now, he had caused him to be a generation lower. Didn't I say? I'm now the world wayfarer of the Heavenly Mountain Villa. The Heavenly Mountain Villa sent me back, Sun Gongping said. I don't know exactly how I came back. I came back with a whoosh. And those imperial edicts were given to me by the Heavenly Mountain Villa. The Heavenly Mountain Villa. Zhou Shu frowned slightly. Don't they always stay out of worldly affairs? Why are they doing this now? How would I know? I haven't even seen them. Sun Gongping shrugged. When that bastard Emperor Wei Wu threw me into the demon realm, I thought I was dead meat. Who knew that when I opened my eyes, I realized that I wasn't in the demon realm. I was in a place filled with white light. Then someone told me that I had been chosen as the world wayfarer of the Heavenly Mountain Villa and handed these imperial edicts to me. From beginning to end, all I heard was voices. I didn't even know if the person was a man or a woman. In other words, your title as a world wayfarer is useless. Zhou Shu said. What the F? Who says I'm useless? Sun Gongping straightened his neck. Do you know why the 9 nations rushed to make you king? I know. Let me tell you. Great Wei colluded with the demon realm to destroy the protective layer of the 10 nations continent. The demon realm army has already invaded the 10 nations continent. The 10 nations are facing extinction. They're treating you like a savior. That's it. Zhou Shu said. I know already about this, and I've already killed Emperor Wei Wu. The question is, who gave them the confidence to treat me as their savior? You killed Emperor Wei Wu. Sun Gongping was shocked for a moment before continuing, of course it's the Heavenly Mountain Villa. Have you forgotten about the achievements listed in the armament manuals? You can even kill a great demon, so of course you're their savior. I don't know how the Heavenly Mountain Villa obtained these imperial decrees. But that's not important. Anyway, you're the king of the 9 nations now. This is the truth. Old Zhou, it won't be easy to be these kings. Is there a difference? Zhou Shu asked. Do you think titles can do anything to me? They're thinking too much. It won't make any difference what I have to do with or without these king titles, Zhou Shu said in a low voice. I'll still do what I have to do. I won't get myself involved just because of the king titles. Would you sacrifice your life for the heavenly mountain villa just because of your identity as the world wayfarer? Zhou Shu curled his lips in disdain. The heavenly mountain villa is so petty. They've already interfered, but they're still so stingy. If the 10 nations continent is occupied by the demon realm, will they have an easy time? Even without them, can't we break through? It's just the demon realm. Let's take a look and see who can stop me. Zhou Shu stood tall and faced the direction of the passageway between Zuling Grotto Heaven and the demon realm, his battle intent soaring. Chapter 435, The First Battle in the Demon Realm, Let's Make a Bet, 1. Not even most demonic beasts could tell how big the demon realm was. On a vast grassland with no end in sight, countless demonic beasts gathered. Roars echoed in the wind, and there were a few angry shouts from time to time. Suddenly, a 10-foot wide blood vortex in the air shone brightly. Then a figure slowly walked out. Is this the demon realm? Zhou Shu stood in the air, looking around. There were demonic beasts everywhere in his field of vision. The million-strong demon realm army that he had chased back was actually still gathered here. Human, how dare you come here, a humanoid demonic beast shouted. Do you really think there's no one in the demon realm? Isn't there no one in your demon realm? Zhou Shu chuckled. What you have are only demonic beasts. Roar. The humanoid demonic beast was furious. You're courting death. The auras of dozens of first-rank demonic beasts exploded, and the roars of demonic beasts shook the world. Boom. Zhou Shu took a step forward fearlessly. With a bang, he activated the divine ability 1 against 10,000. A translucent city wall that stretched for several kilometers appeared in the air, separating the demonic beast army from the blood vortex. So what if this is the demon realm? What can you do to me? Zhou Shu laughed loudly. He unsheathed the Earth-grade Great Destroyer sword, and sword light swept through the world. He actually directly attacked the million-strong demon realm army. The moment the sword light appeared, figures appeared one after another in the blood vortex. The criminal army's Xiao Jianghe is here. Your Highness, let me assist you. Xiao Jianghe took the lead. The 7 Seas flood dragon armor on his body shone brightly as the shadow of a flood dragon circled around his body. He rushed to Zhou Shu's side and slashed out with the long sword in his hand. The 7 Seas flood dragon armor you forged effectively completed a kill. Reward, 8-9 Arcane Art. The 7 Seas flood dragon armor you forged effectively completed a kill. The 8-9 Arcane Art has improved by 10%. Xiao Jianghe rushed out of Zhou Shu's protective range and charged into the demon realm army. He was a first-rank martial artist. Under his unreserved attacks, countless demonic beasts died under his hands in an instant. An aura exploded from Zhou Shu's body, and the vital chi of heaven and earth surged crazily into his body. Cracking sounds came from his body, and even his skin was squirming. His body, which had been tempered by the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique and the Golden Bell Shield Technique, actually began to become stronger. 8-9 Arcane Art. When he saw what happened, Zhou Shu laughed out loud. Xiao Jianghe, well done. Let go and kill. Understood. Xiao Jianghe roared as the light on his body soared. At this moment, a few more figures emerged from the blood vortex behind Zhou Shu. Great Qian's Wang Xian is here. Demonic beasts, die. The Overlord spear turned into a beam of light that passed by Zhou Shu's ear and crashed into the demon realm army. Chen Ji of Great Xia is here. Take this. Chen Ji, who had been found by Zhou Shu, also joined the battle with the green dragon crescent blade in hand. The Overlord spear you forged effectively completed a kill. The God of War catalog has improved by 10%. The green dragon crescent blade you forged effectively completed a kill. Your divine ability Unparalleled Benevolence has improved by 30%. Zhou Shu used the divine ability 1 against 10,000 to separate the demon realm army from the passageway. The 10-nation alliance army surged out of the passageway one after another. The demon realm army on the other side was surprised and delighted. Were these humans crazy? They actually came here for us to kill? Kill them all, a humanoid demonic beast roared. More than 100 first-rank demonic beasts pressed forward at the same time. The demonic beast's innate divine abilities connected and pressed down on Zhou Shu and the others. Stay back! Zhou Shu frowned and took a step forward. The semi-transparent city wall formed by the divine ability 1 against 10,000 responded to the innate divine ability of the 100+ first-rank demonic beasts. Boom! The violent explosion was deafening. The violent force created an empty space between the 10 Nations Alliance and the Demon Realm army. Both sides were thrown backward. The 100+ first-rank demonic beasts took a step back. In midair, the translucent wall shattered. Zhou Shu also took half a step back. A smear of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. He's injured, a humanoid demonic beast roared. He's not invincible. Kill him, and the Demon Kings will reward us handsomely. Seeing blood at the corner of Zhou Shu's mouth, all the first-rank demonic beasts became excited. They had personally seen Zhou Shu kill the great demon Yao Lian and send the million-strong Demon Realm army back to the Demon Realm. It was impossible that there was no fear in their hearts. Previously, they had relied on their numbers to bite the bullet and attack Zhou Shu. Now that they saw that he was injured, their confidence returned. Protect His Highness! Xiao Jiang, he roared angrily and gathered around Zhou Shu with the criminal army. Secure the passage and cover the army as it comes. Zhou Shu shouted. With a flash of light, white tiger phantoms flew out of his body and entered the bodies of the criminal army. Battle Spirit Tiger Soul! Zhou Shu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled. He held the Earth-grade Great Destroyer sword in one hand and hooked his finger at the 100+ first-rank demonic beasts. You want to kill me? Come on! A golden light appeared on his body. With a step, the air exploded. He had already taken the initiative to charge toward the first-rank demonic beasts. Chapter 436, The First Battle in the Demon Realm, Let's Make a Bet, 2. Both the 10 Nations Alliance and the Demon Realm army were shocked by Zhou Shu. 1 against 100? Boom! The first-rank demonic beasts were all shocked, and hundreds of divine abilities surged out. They didn't dare let Zhou Shu get close. Once he got close, who knew how many of them would die? Zhou Shu rushed out quickly and returned even faster. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? Wasn't he able to kill even a great demon? Why did it seem like he was weak? Zhou Shu somersaulted in the air and stabilized himself, feeling a little helpless. Without using the divine ability Total Annihilation, he couldn't defeat so many first-rank demonic beasts. But if he used Total Annihilation, he would fall into a weakened state for a day. In the Demon Realm, he didn't dare to fall into a weakened state. If a great demon or even a demon king came when he was in a weakened state, he wouldn't even have a chance to turn the tables. Damn it! If you have the ability, fight me one-on-one. What's the point of attacking me altogether? Zhou Shu glanced at the passageway. The 10 Nations Alliance was still passing through it. But the pressure on the criminal army was also increasing. Without the divine ability 1 against 10,000 holding the fort, the Demon Realm army was already pressing toward the passageway. With every breath, countless demonic beasts fell. There was also no telling how many soldiers of the criminal army had fallen. Xiao Jianghe's eyes were already red from killing. He, Wang Xian, Chen Ji, and the others desperately circulated their spiritual essence, wishing they could kill all the demonic beasts in front of them. Zhou Shu looked up at his surroundings. The only good news was that this was a wilderness. Other than the million-strong Demon Realm army, there shouldn't be any more enemies. As long as they could deal with the million-strong Demon Realm army, they would have a chance. With the size of the Demon Realm, if mere tens of thousands of people hid, it would not be easy for the Demon Realm armies to find them. Again? Zhou Shu's expression became firm. He flicked his wrist, and with a flash of light, the longevity sword appeared in the air. Old Shi, please. Zhou Shu said. The longevity sword trembled, seemingly in a helpless response to Zhou Shu. Then the longevity sword turned into a sword light that soared into the sky and enveloped the 100+ first-rank demonic beasts. Before passing through the passageway, Zhou Shu had fed all the forging materials that the 10 Nations Alliance couldn't carry to the longevity sword in exchange for Shi Changshen's help. The longevity sword was mysterious. The power it could unleash could even compare to a great demon in a short period of time. Zhou Shu couldn't suppress him without using the divine ability Total Annihilation. With his help, they could at least buy more time. Boom! Because they had forced back Zhou Shu, the confidence of the 100+ first-rank demonic beasts increased greatly. They didn't care about the longevity sword's attack at all. Boom! Another 100 beams of divine light shot out. They thought that they had figured out the trick and attacked with their divine abilities to prevent the human from getting close. It was effective. With a loud bang, the divine abilities light collided with the sword light of the longevity sword. In the loud bang, the sword light trembled violently. But in the end, it didn't shatter. The 7-star Dragon Abyss sword you forged effectively completed a kill. You are rewarded with forging materials knowledge, 10 types. The MMA sword you forged effectively completed a kill. You are rewarded with 2 sets of dark cloud armor. The flaming sunset saber you forged effectively completed a kill. The iron smelting hands technique has improved by 30%. The shadow sword you forged effectively completed a kill. The Zhuangzhou butterfly dream technique has advanced by 20%. The mountain suppressing sword you forged effectively completed a kill. The heaven slaying sword art has improved by 30%. More and more of the 10-nation alliance's forces passed through the passageway. As soon as they arrived, they immediately threw themselves into the battle. The legendary armament cannon constantly fed back various rewards. Zhou Shu could clearly feel that he was constantly becoming stronger, but the extent of this increase was not very great. It was as if there was a barrier blocking him. Zhou Shu understood. After cultivating until now, he finally faced a bottleneck in the martial Dao. This was the level between a first-ranked martial artist and an earth immortal. In other words, his martial Dao cultivation had encountered a bottleneck. If he didn't break through this bottleneck, no matter how much his spiritual essence increased, he would still be a first-ranked martial artist. However, now was not the time to worry about this. While the longevity sword was entangled with the first-ranked demonic beasts, he killed a large number of demonic beasts with one strike and then looked up at the sky. The sky of the demon realm was not much different from the sky of the 10 nations continent. It was the same sun, but the sun seemed bigger than it was in the 10 nations. After identifying the direction, Zhou Shu recalled the geographical knowledge of the demon realm that he had grasped when he had entered the Yaolian dream. He quickly compared the geographical location in front of him. Soon, a concept formed in his mind. Great General Meng. Big Brother. Zhou Shu circulated his spiritual essence and sent a voice transmission to Meng Bai, Mi Ziwen, and the others. Arrange the army and break out to the right. I'll bring up the rear. Meng Bai, Mi Ziwen, and the others all had serious expressions and nodded solemnly. Army, listen up. Charge out with me. Meng Bai shouted and took the lead. The mountain-suppressing sword turned into a 10-foot-long sword beam and slashed apart the demonic beasts in front of him. Wang Mu, Tang Chenxi, Cao Chen Yang, and the other first-ranked martial artists also acted as the vanguard. Even Bai Qiancheng, Zhang Weiyuan, and the others attacked without holding back. Although they had some thoughts before, they wouldn't be careless when facing demonic beasts. Although they were unconvinced, the demonic beasts of the demon realm were their common enemy. Even if they died, they would never embarrass their nation. Facing the first-rank demonic beasts of the demon realm, the first-rank experts of the 10 nations were unstoppable. In a few seconds, they had already rushed out thousands of feet. The demon realm army couldn't even make them stop for a moment. If not for the fact that there were too many demonic beasts and that the overall strength of the 10 nations alliance was inferior to the demon realm army, they would have long killed their way out of the encirclement. Before entering the demon realm, they had already made a plan. Therefore, the 10 nations alliance charged forward. Soldiers kept falling, and the remaining people's eyes were red. They resisted their tears and ignored the corpses of their comrades. They roared and continued to charge. Even facing the first-rank demonic beasts of the demon realm and being at an absolute disadvantage, the 10 nations alliance army didn't hesitate. Moving forward was the only thing they could do. Kill. All of them were shouting and waving their weapons desperately as they charged forward. Yin Wu's eyes were red. She looked back at Zhou Shu and gritted her teeth. She resisted the urge to turn back and followed the army forward. Boom! The longevity sword spun and flew back into Zhou Shu's hand. Shi Changshen's voice sounded in Zhou Shu's mind. I can't do it anymore. My old bones are about to fall apart. Zhou Shu reached for the hilt of the longevity sword. It's enough. Zhou Shu looked back at the 10 nations alliance. They had broken out of the encirclement and were running frantically in the direction he had indicated. He held the Earth-grade Great Destroyer sword in one hand and a long sword in the other. His aura was as firm as a mountain. Thank you, old Shi. I'll take it from here. Boom! Zhou Shu's aura soared. He took a step and descended. Divine ability, 1 against 10,000. The translucent wall reappeared. It stretched for 10 kilometers. As he slaughtered the enemy, the divine ability 1 against 10,000 kept improving. In my hometown, there is a great wall. One day, the wall formed by the divine ability 1 against 10,000 will be 10,000 kilometers long. On that day, the place where I step will be a forbidden area for the demonic beasts. Zhou Shu seemed to be muttering to himself. His eyes were brimming with fighting spirit as he landed in front of the 100+ first-rank demonic beasts and the hundreds of thousands of demon realm soldiers. Demons, let's make a bet. Zhou Shu's voice was not loud, but it landed clearly in the ears of all the demonic beasts. In 2 hours, I bet that no demonic beast can cross this wall. Let's bet 50 cents. How about it? Chapter 437, Power of the Breakthrough Pill, by Qian Cheng requests to fight, 1. Boom. A loud bang sounded. Even the group of first-rank demonic beasts couldn't help taking a few steps back from the force. An intense storm obscured their vision. A moment later, the storm subsided. Zhou Shu had already disappeared before their eyes, and the translucent city wall that stretched for 10 kilometers had also disappeared. The first-rank demonic beasts had ugly expressions on their faces. For a whole 2 hours, the million-strong demon realm army and more than 100 first-rank demonic beasts had been unable to break through the city wall. Even though the human was already vomiting blood, he still didn't take half a step back. As long as he didn't take a step back, no demonic beast could cross the city wall. All the demonic beasts felt a deep sense of defeat. Although this human had lost, why did they feel that they were the ones who had failed? Chase, a humanoid demonic beast shouted coldly. This is the demon realm. They can't escape. No matter what, we have to kill them all. Otherwise, our demon realm will lose face. Kill, kill, kill. A million demonic beasts roared, and their killing intent soared into the sky. Even though Zhou Shu was hundreds of kilometers away, he could still hear the roars of the million demonic beasts. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The tightness in his chest finally eased. Stopping a million demonic beasts wasn't as easy as it looked, especially without using the divine ability Total Annihilation. If not for the fact that he had just obtained the 8-9 arcane art and was stronger than before, he might not have been able to last until now. Even so, he was badly hurt. But it was worth it. If he hadn't stopped the million-strong demon realm army, the 10 Nations Alliance wouldn't have been able to escape. Zhou Shu had paid the price of being injured to pull away from the demon realm army. Zhou Shu. Yin Huiyu was the first to Zhou Shu when he caught up to the group. Zhou Shu patted her hand, indicating that he was fine. How's everyone doing? Can everyone still walk? Zhou Shu asked. With just a glance, he could tell that almost everyone in the 10 Nations army was injured. Some of them were so injured that they could only rely on their comrades to support them. Even Meng Bai and the other first-rank experts were covered in blood. It was unknown if the blood belonged to the enemy or them. Yes. Meng Bai and the others looked at Zhou Shu with admiration. Unexpectedly, they had really broken through the blockade of the million-strong demon realm army. Although there were many casualties, they still made it through. Let's quicken our pace, Zhou Shu said. We're only hundreds of kilometers away. The demon realm army will catch up soon. I can't stop them again for the time being. We don't have time to rest and recuperate until we reach our destination. Meng Bai, Wang Mu, Bai Qian Cheng and the others nodded with solemn expressions. They each gave their orders. The less injured carried the more seriously injured. Everyone gritted their teeth and sped up again. Zhou Shu followed behind the 10 Nations Alliance and cleaned up the traces of the army. Although he had temporarily escaped the demon realm army, the war was far from over. Until they successfully arrived at the secret lair of the great demon Yao Lian, they would be in danger. They might be caught up by the demon realm army at any time, or they might encounter another demon realm army at any time. Either possibility was a mortal danger to the current 10 Nations Alliance army. Everyone was tense. Even though they were exhausted and their injuries were worsening, no one stopped. Your Highness, we can't go on like this. Meng Bai slowed down and came to Zhou Shu's side. As he spoke, he looked back into the distance. Smoke and dust could already be seen in the distance. It was caused by a large number of demonic beasts running. From the commotion, the demon realm army was at most 400 to 500 kilometers away from them. In this vast grassland, even if Zhou Shu had tried his best to erase their tracks, it was almost impossible to hide from the demon realm army. Hold on a little longer, Zhou Shu said. If I'm not wrong, there's a big river over the mountain in front of us. As long as we can reach that river, we have a chance to completely escape the Demon Realm army. Meng Bai frowned. Although he didn't know why Zhou Shu knew the terrain of the Demon Realm so well, if they could reach the mountain in front of them, it would help them escape even if there was no river. Your Highness, the soldiers are almost at their limit. I'm afraid many will not make it to the front, Meng Bai said with a sunken voice. Although Zhou Shu and a group of first-rank experts had charged out of the encirclement of the Demon Realm army, the soldiers of the 10 Nations Alliance had faced many demonic beasts. Against nearly 10 times the amount of enemies, not many could escape unscathed. They were already very lucky to be alive. It was impossible not to be injured. Zhou Shu frowned. Almost a third of the 10 Nation Alliance army was already swaying. Without anyone to support them, they might even fall to the ground immediately. Zhou Shu was silent for a moment before taking a cosmic bangle from his wrist and handing it to Meng Bai. Distribute these to everyone according to the severity of their injuries. The breakthrough pills he had accumulated during this period of time were all in this cosmic bangle. There were more than 1,000 of them. Chapter 438, Power of the Breakthrough Pill, Bai Qiancheng requests to fight, 2. 1,000 breakthrough pills sounded like a lot, but to the tens of thousands of soldiers of the 10 Nations Alliance, it was just a drop in the bucket. Only the first breakthrough pill was useful to a martial artist in their life. Zhou Shu had originally planned to use them at a critical moment. But he couldn't care so much now. Although it was a little wasteful to use the breakthrough pill on 6th, 7th and 8th rank martial artists, in the current situation, if many soldiers' injuries were not treated, they might die here. The Demon Realm army was chasing after them. They had no time to heal. The breakthrough pill was the only method Zhou Shu could think of. Meng Bai had taken a breakthrough pill before. When he took out a breakthrough pill from the cosmic bangle, surprise flashed across his face. He didn't have time to think about where Zhou Shu had obtained so many breakthrough pills. As he quickly advanced, he called Wang Mu, Tang Qinshi and Bai Qiancheng over. This is a medicinal pill bestowed by His Highness. Have those who are seriously injured and can't hold on much longer take one each, Meng Bai said quickly. The number of pills is limited. Those who can still hold on, don't give it to them first. Medicinal pill. Surprise flashed across the faces of Wang Mu, Tang Qinshi, Bai Qiancheng and the others. But the situation was urgent, so no one asked too much. General Meng, is this pill really effective? Bai Qiancheng asked as he took the pill from Meng Bai. I say, surnamed Bai, you really don't learn. Tang Qinshi snorted coldly at the side. You still suspect His Highness? Have you forgotten what happened last time? Bai Qiancheng's face darkened. I was just asking casually. What does it have to do with you? After Tang Qinshi finished speaking, he ignored Bai Qiancheng and quickly walked to the Great Jin army with the pills. He personally stuffed the pills into the mouths of the seriously injured Great Jin soldiers. The breakthrough pill took effect very quickly. When Tang Qinshi had just fed it to the 4th Great Jin soldier, a spiritual energy vortex had already appeared on the 1st Great Jin soldier who had taken the breakthrough pill. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth surged into his body crazily. Jin Jun, who was originally on his last breath, suddenly opened his eyes, and the aura on his body began to become stronger at a visible speed. This, Tang Qinshi and Bai Qiancheng, who were paying attention to his movements, were both stunned. Just as they were in a daze, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Great Jin soldiers who had taken the breakthrough pill also began to emit the aura of a breakthrough. Tang Qinshi and Bai Qiancheng were both first-rank martial artists. They were naturally familiar with breaking through. This, Bai Qiancheng was shocked. He tightened his grip on the cosmic bangle that contained the breakthrough pills. A pill that could allow people to break through their cultivation realm. Although this wasn't a healing pill, it was even more precious than a healing pill. In an instant, Bai Qiancheng couldn't even bear to share these pills. Letting wounded soldiers take such a pill to treat their injuries was simply a waste. Bai Qiancheng looked at Meng Bai, who snorted. Don't even think about it. He said in a deep voice, His Highness said to distribute the pills according to the severity of the soldiers' injuries, and not a single one can be kept. Bai Qiancheng was a little embarrassed. I know. Don't worry. I'm not so ignorant. Meng Bai's gaze swept across another first-rank expert. This pill is useless to first-rank martial artists. You don't have to think about it. Follow His Highness well, and you will naturally benefit. Zhang Weiyuan and the others smiled awkwardly. Needless to say, they really had the thought of secretly keeping one. A pill that could allow people to break through, Wouldn't it be even more helpful if they broke through the first rank of the martial Dao? But since Meng Bai had already said that the pills were useless to first-rank martial artists, they naturally wouldn't dare to do such an embarrassing thing. Everyone saw the effect of the breakthrough pill and began to move. They stuffed the pills into the mouths of the seriously injured and dying soldiers. For a time, there was a commotion of breakthroughs everywhere in the army. In the 10 Nations Alliance army, those who were heavily injured and on the verge of death were basically the weakest group. Most of them were at the 7th or 8th rank of the martial Dao. When they broke through a realm, there was actually not too much of a commotion. But there were too many people. Thousands of martial artists broke through together. Even if they were all low-rank martial artists, this commotion was definitely not small. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth surged into the martial artists' bodies crazily, causing a storm. A tornado-like vortex formed in the air. Even from 100 kilometers away, this commotion could probably be easy to spot. Everyone smiled bitterly in their hearts. Seeing that there was hope for the most severely injured group of people to recover, how could they hide their tracks after causing such a huge commotion? Sure enough, there were gains and losses. Nothing was perfect. Everyone, advance at full speed. Over the mountain in front of us, there's a huge river. As long as we reach the river, we have a chance of completely escaping our pursuers. Zhou Shu's voice sounded in everyone's ears. Charge, brothers! Zhang Weiyuan waved his arms and shouted. The commotion of the breakthroughs continued. Some of the seriously injured people who needed to be carried could already walk. Although the breakthrough pill was not a healing pill, once one's cultivation broke through, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth would naturally have a healing effect. As time passed, more and more heavily injured soldiers regained their mobility, and the speed of the 10 Nations army gradually began to increase. But at this moment, the Demon Realm army, who had discovered the commotion, was already chasing after them. The fastest wave of demonic beasts even appeared in their vision. They were only 100 kilometers away. A distance of more than 100 kilometers would only take a first-rank demonic beast a moment to cover. Zhou Shu frowned slightly. The 10 Nations Alliance still needed some time to cross the mountain in front of him. The injuries he had sustained from stopping the Demon Realm army had yet to recover. If he forcefully made a move again, his injuries would worsen. It wasn't that Zhou Shu was afraid of being injured but that he was in the Demon Realm and didn't know what kind of situation he would face at any moment. He didn't dare let himself be too seriously injured. Otherwise, if he encountered a great demon or even a demon king, he wouldn't have a chance to escape if he was too heavily injured. King Wuan. Bai Qiancheng requests to fight. Bai Qiancheng suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Shu and said solemnly. I'm willing to lead the Great Xia army to block the enemy. Block the enemy? Do you know what that means? Apart from Zhou Shu, anyone else in the 10 Nations Alliance would die when facing hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts and more than 100 first-rank demonic beasts. I know, Bai Qiancheng said. But there are no cowards in Great Xia. Your Highness, I questioned you on the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament battlefield not because I, Bai Qiancheng, am afraid of death. Today, I'll let you see that my Great Xia army is not afraid of death. We will kill the demons to protect our nation. Zhou Shu looked at Bai Qiancheng and changed his opinion of him. Admittedly, these guys were selfish and definitely not gentlemen. But this fearless spirit could at least prove that he was still a man. Good. Zhou Shu said in a low voice. Bai Qiancheng, lead the Great Xia army and hold on for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, no matter what happens, retreat. Understood. Bai Qiancheng cupped his hands and saluted. Great Xia, follow me. With a loud shout, Bai Qiancheng unsheathed his sword and moved in the opposite direction of the 10 Nations Alliance, facing the pursuing demonic beasts. Thousands of Great Xia soldiers charged forward with an indomitable aura, looking exceptionally tragic. Second brother, I'll go too. Mi Ziwen appeared beside Zhou Shu. The 100 Wars armored army have the dark cloud armor to protect them. Perhaps they can last a while. There's no need for that yet. There will be more chances to fight in the future. Zhou Shu said. Keep moving. Don't stop. Zhou Shu shouted. Mi Ziwen opened his mouth, but in the end, he said nothing. He turned and sprinted forward. Everyone knew what those who stayed would face. No one expected Bai Qiancheng to take the initiative to stay. Perhaps because he had lost face on the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament battlefield previously, he wanted to regain some face now. But whatever the reason, he was now very manly. The 10-nation alliance army continued forward and soon began to climb the mountain. Bai Qiancheng and his Great Xia army had already exchanged blows with their pursuers. The 10-nation alliance army, who didn't dare to stop for a moment, didn't notice that a sword light flew out from Zhou Shu's body and headed for the battlefield. Chapter 439, Relentless Pursuit, Nowhere to Go, 1. It's time, General. Retreat, a great Zhao soldier roared, covered in blood. Retreat. Bai Qiancheng gritted his teeth and shot out hundreds of sword beams with his sword, forcing the group of demonic beasts in front of him back. His armor was red with blood, and even his white hair was blood red. It was unknown if the blood was his or the enemy's. In just 15 minutes, more than half of Great Zhao's army had been killed. If not for the sword in the air blocking the first-rank demonic beasts, Great Zhao's army, including Bai Qiancheng, would have been completely wiped out. When he tried to block the enemies, Bai Qiancheng realized how big the gap between him and Zhou Shu was. He had led thousands of elite soldiers to stop them for only 15 minutes, but they couldn't hold on anymore. But Zhou Shu alone had blocked the million-strong Demon Realm army for an hour. Originally, Bai Qiancheng hadn't experienced this difficulty personally. But now, he had a profound admiration for Zhou Shu. Boom! A sword beam descended from the sky and blasted a huge pit several meters wide on the ground. The longevity sword flew in front of Bai Qiancheng. Countless sword beams suddenly shot out from its body, saving the remaining Great Zhao soldiers. After the eruption, the longevity sword seemed to become a little weak. The sword hummed and flew unsteadily in the direction of the 10 nations army. After all, Bai Qiancheng was a veteran general. When an opportunity appeared, he naturally wouldn't miss it. Retreat! Bai Qiancheng shouted. The remaining Great Zhao army followed behind Bai Qiancheng. They activated the last of their spiritual essence and ran forward. When they came from the 10 nations martial arts tournament battlefield, Great Zhao's army still had more than 10,000 soldiers. The first time they broke out, more than 2,000 people died. Now, there were less than 3,000 Great Zhao soldiers left. With so many casualties, this army was considered useless on ordinary battlefields. But now, the grieving soldiers would definitely be defeated. Great Zhao's army, which only had 3,000 people left, still didn't lose their will to fight. They gritted their teeth and ran forward like hungry wolves. Not far behind them was the Demon Realm army. Compared to the demonic beasts chasing after them, the 3,000 Great Zhao soldiers were like small boats that could capsize at any moment. More than 100 first-rank demonic beasts flew in the air and looked warily at the longevity sword that was flying forward unsteadily. For a moment, they were actually afraid and didn't dare to rashly chase after it. That guy must be lying in wait ahead, a humanoid demonic beast said. Exactly. With his sword here, he can't be far away. Another humanoid demonic beast nodded in agreement. He's so sneaky and refuses to show himself. There must be a conspiracy. Humans love to play dirty. Let the Demon Realm army probe first before we attack. The humanoid demonic beasts agreed. Boom! Hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts surged forward like a tide. Just as they were about to drown Bai Qiancheng's 3,000 Great Zhao soldiers, a figure suddenly appeared on the mountain peak. There were several others standing with the man. Keep going, General Bai. Cross the river. Meng Bai shouted. Leave the rest to us. The mountain-suppressing sword left its sheath and turned into a sword beam, heading for the demonic beasts about to catch up to the Great Zhao army and slicing them into a bloody mist. Once the mountain-suppressing sword is unsheathed, no demonic beast can take another step forward. Meng Bai said loudly. Great Xia's Meng Bai is here. Demonic beasts, stop. Wang Mu curled his lips. This guy's cultivation level is even lower than mine. He only knows how to brag. Does he think he's a king? Great Qin's Wang Mu is here. Die, demonic beasts. Wang Mu also shouted. Sword Qi surged from his body and blocked a large group of demonic beasts. Your grandpa Tang Chenqi is here. Get lost. Tang Chenqi was unwilling to fall behind and slashed at a demonic beast's head. Haha, I've been in the demon realm for 10 years and lived like a rat. I didn't expect to revisit and be able to fight so openly. I'm satisfied for the rest of my life. Cao Chenyang laughed loudly. His body lit up with a dazzling light, and he fell into the demon realm army like a meteor. The violent force sent countless demonic beasts flying. They talk too much. Lu Wen's Huang pursed her lips in disdain. A bunch of old men, if they want to fight, just fight. Cut the crap. My master is the best. She lowered her head and walked back and forth among the demonic beasts with the Abyss Rainbow Sword. She felt that the more she used the Great Traversal Sword art, the more comfortable it felt. It was almost more suitable for her than the sword techniques she had practiced in the past. This made her feel that it was the right thing to take Zhou Shu as her master. First-rank experts of the 10 nations stood on the mountain peak and forcefully restrained the Demon Realm army. Bai Qiancheng had already led the remaining Great Xia soldiers over the mountain. Indeed, an incomparably wide river appeared in front of them. The air was humid, and the sound of water echoed in their ears. General Bai, cross the river. Mi Ziwen stood by the river with his sword and greeted Bai Qiancheng. On the river, there was no bridge. Bai Qiancheng looked over. In the river, the 10 nations army was swimming forward with all their might. Without hesitation, he ordered the Great Xia army to swim across the river. On the other side of the mountain, a group of first-rank demonic beasts looked at the first-rank experts of the 10 nations blocking the army at the top of the mountain with ugly expressions. Should we attack? A first-rank demonic beast snorted. Chapter 440, Relentless Pursue, Nowhere to Go, 2. There's no hurry. Even if they're at the first rank, how long can they last? A first-rank demonic beast sneered. This is the Demon Realm. We can replenish our Demon Realm army at any time, and their spiritual essence is not endless. If we can kill these first-rank humans, it will be worth it. He added, besides, that human hasn't appeared yet. What they feared the most was Zhou Shu. During the previous battle, Zhou Shu had always been the one to deal with them. This time, he actually didn't appear. The demonic beasts were bewildered. They suspected that Zhou Shu was plotting something. After all, even the great demon Yao Lian had died in his hands. If he dug a trap, none of the first-rank demonic beasts were confident that they could survive. He showed up. After another 15 minutes, Meng Bai and the others had exhausted most of their spiritual essence and had no choice but to retreat. At this moment, Zhou Shu finally appeared. As soon as he appeared, the 100+ first-rank demonic beasts in the air involuntarily retreated dozens of feet. When they came to their senses, they looked around awkwardly. Realizing that their companions were also frightened by Zhou Shu, they immediately relaxed. If everyone was like this, they wouldn't be the only embarrassed ones. Boom! Zhou Shu took a step forward, and the ground shook. The Demon Realm army on the ground involuntarily took a step back. Demonic beasts also had intelligence. They hadn't forgotten how Zhou Shu had been like not long ago. In that battle, countless demonic beasts had died under his sword. This human was invincible. Those who retreat will be killed without mercy, a first-rank demonic beast roared. The Demon Realm army hesitated for a moment before roaring and continuing to pounce forward. Divine ability, 1 against 10,000. Zhou Shu sighed helplessly. His body lit up, and a translucent city wall that stretched for dozens of kilometers appeared at the top of the mountain. The first-grade demonic beasts looked at each other. This man had become even stronger. They could see that the translucent wall was definitely longer than last time. An unbelievable feeling flashed through their hearts. With such powerful cultivation, logically speaking, it would be extremely difficult to become more powerful. Why was this man always stronger than before? Could this be the genius of the human race? Realizing this, all the first-rank demonic beasts saw the killing intent in each other's eyes. They couldn't let such a human continue to live. If he was allowed to live, the human race might really produce an expert comparable to a demon king. Although he was strong now, he was still a distance away from the demon king realm. With more experts on their side, they might be able to kill him. Everyone, charge, a humanoid demonic beast said in a deep voice. Charge! All the humanoid demonic beasts let out a low roar. Hundreds of innate divine abilities swept toward Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu looked up, and a mocking expression seemed to flash across his face. Boom! Hundreds of lights landed on Zhou Shu's body, but he actually didn't dodge and allowed himself to be swallowed by the lights. The group of humanoid demonic beasts that attacked together was all stunned. What situation was this? He knew that he was no match for them, so he simply accepted his fate? After taking more than 100 attacks, even a great demon would die. Boom! Just as the humanoid demonic beasts were feeling bewildered, another loud bang erupted. The mountain standing before them collapsed with a crash. The mountain collapsed. The expressions of the demonic beasts changed, and they all cursed. A landslide was not a threat to first-rank demonic beasts, but it was different for the Demon Realm army. For a moment, they couldn't care about anything else. They all took action to protect the Demon Realm army and temporarily retreated. A mountain collapsed. Everyone could see how big the commotion was this time. Almost everything within a radius of dozens of kilometers was affected by the landslide. The ground shook, dust flew, and rocks flew in all directions. Such power was enough to kill anyone below the 6th rank of the martial dao. If a stone hit them, even a 4th or 5th rank martial artist would be severely injured. Unless one was above the 3rd rank of the martial dao, it was difficult to resist such a natural disaster. The 10 Nations Alliance army watched the landslide in shock. Although first-rank martial artists had the ability to overturn rivers and seas, this was just an exaggeration. If a first-rank martial artist attacked with all his might, they could indeed collapse a small mountain. But what collapsed in front of them was not a small mountain. This mountain was hundreds of meters tall and stretched for almost 100 kilometers. Not to mention a first-rank martial artist, even an attack from a great demon wouldn't have such power. Everyone, continue. Zhou Shu descended from the sky, his face a little pale. Taking the lead, he flew forward along the river bank. In his consciousness, Zhou Shu faced Shi Chongsheng and cupped his hands. Elder Shi, thank you. I owe you a favor this time. I'm glad you remember. The figure created by Shi Chongsheng was somewhat illusory. He seemed to be very tired, and even his voice sounded weak. I've used up most of my 10,000 years of accumulation. I won't have the strength to fight anymore, Shi Chongsheng said weakly. If you want to use the longevity sword, that's fine. Use your own spiritual essence to activate it. The longevity sword has surpassed heaven grade. When used as an ordinary weapon, its power is unparalleled. With that, Shi Chongsheng disappeared from Zhou Shu's consciousness. Even though Shi Chongsheng had disappeared, Zhou Shu still cupped his hands in his consciousness. This time, it was all thanks to Shi Chongsheng. If he hadn't destroyed the foundation of the mountain range, even Zhou Shu wouldn't have been able to make such a huge mountain collapse. Causing a landslide had bought them at least another 2 hours. Zhou Shu glanced at the heavily injured soldiers of the 10 Nations Alliance. After taking the breakthrough pill, they had gradually recovered. The overall situation of the 10 Nations Alliance was actually better than before, and their speed also increased by more than 10%. But when they left the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament space, there had been more than 90,000 of them. Now, there were less than half of them. No matter how strong a person was, there was still a limit to what they could do. Unless one's strength could really reach the point where they could kill 1,000,000 troops with one strike. Zhou Shu sighed in his heart. The losses of the 10 Nations Alliance had exceeded his expectations. This place was still quite a distance from Yao Lian's secret lair. He wondered how many of them would be left when they finally made it there. Besides, he didn't know if the secret lair would give them a chance to breathe. They had yet to encounter another Demon Realm army, but their situation was already extremely dangerous. If other Demon Realm armies came over after hearing the news. Zhou Shu sighed. He had long thought that coming to the Demon Realm would be difficult, but the actual situation was still more difficult than he had thought. How far is that place you mentioned, Your Highness? Meng Bai came to Zhou Shu's side and walked beside him. Zhou Shu estimated, at the rate we're going, we should reach the place in about 7 or 8 days. 7 or 8 days? Meng Bai smiled bitterly. It hadn't even been a day since they left the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament space, but more than half of their army had already been lost. 7 or 8 days was such a long time. Your Highness, let's divide our forces, Meng Bai said with a sunken voice. We'll split up and distract the pursuers. Maybe some of us can get to the place you mentioned, Your Highness. The Demon Realm army refused to let them off, and they couldn't completely shake off the pursuers. To last for another 7 to 8 days was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Only by sacrificing a portion of their people could they exchange for a portion of their lives. Otherwise, the 10 Nations Alliance would sooner or later be caught up by their pursuers and slaughtered. We can't divide our forces. Zhou Shu shook his head and refused. There were not many members of the 10 Nations Alliance to begin with. If they split up, there would be too many casualties. How useful would the 10 Nations Alliance be then? They would have to deal with more than just getting rid of their pursuers. Let's take a chance, Great General. Zhou Shu narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. Chapter 441, Demon Queen and Human Pet, 1. Zhou Shu wasn't someone who liked to take risks. If he could seek stability, he was naturally unwilling to take a risk. But he was behind enemy lines. In this situation, he had no better idea. After hearing Zhou Shu's method, Meng Bai's expression was solemn. How confident are you, Your Highness? I don't know, Zhou Shu said. I've never fought a demon king before. I'm not too sure how strong they are. Your Highness, with all due respect, Meng Bai said. All the people of the 10 Nations Alliance combined are not as honorable as you. There's no need for you to take the risk. If it's really necessary, we can just fight to the death with the Demon Realm army. With your cultivation, no one can take you down. You have to keep yourself alive. Don't say such things again. Zhou Shu shook his head. If I want to leave, I can leave at any time. Even a demon king might not be able to stop me. If things really get out of hand, I'll definitely leave. However, although a demon king is strong, I might be able to fight one. Besides, we might not actually run into a demon king, right? Meng Bai smiled bitterly. Do you think it's possible not to encounter a demon king? Your Highness, you must promise me that if you are not a match for a demon king, then you must leave. Meng Bai knew that he couldn't change Zhou Shu's decision, so he could only persuade him. Don't worry. I still care about my own life, Zhou Shu said. Great General, you don't have to be so pessimistic. I might be able to defeat a demon king. Behind them, the Demon Realm army refused to let go of the 10 Nations Alliance. The 100+ first-rank demonic beasts flew in the air and followed the Demon Realm army unhurriedly. With their cultivation, if they really unleashed their speed, they would have long caught up to the human army. But they had some reservations. Facing Zhou Shu, even if they had the advantage in numbers, they didn't dare to be careless. It wasn't easy for them to cultivate to the first rank of the martial Dao. No one wanted to die easily. Up ahead is Lady Tishan's territory. Lady Tishan doesn't like outsiders. A first-rank demonic beast suddenly looked ahead and frowned. Is the human army going to enter Lady Tishan's territory? Isn't that perfect? Another first-rank demonic beast said. If he angers Lady Tishan, no matter how powerful that human is, he will only die. Foolish, the first-rank demonic beast who spoke first said angrily. What do you think Lady Tishan will think if they run into her territory? We were the ones who chased them to her territory. Do you think we can get away with it? Damn it! We have to stop them from entering Lady Tishan's territory. Otherwise, we'll have to suffer the consequences. The expressions of the first-rank demonic beasts changed drastically. Hurry! They were anxious. They no longer cared about following the army slowly forward. They unleashed their speed and rushed toward the 10 Nations Alliance. Zhou Shu had already noticed their movements. We don't have time. Let's go! Zhou Shu shouted and stepped out of the crowd. The Earth-grade Great Destroyer sword transformed into a sword beam that filled the sky and blocked the first-rank demonic beasts. Boom! Criminal army, bring up the rear! Xiao Jianghe shouted as the 7 Seas dragon armor on his body shone brightly. He soared into the sky to help Zhou Shu. The criminal army stopped and turned back, ready to fight. Charge! Don't let our brothers' sacrifices go to waste! The other 10 nations soldiers rushed forward with tears in their eyes. Boom! Xiao Jianghe was hit by dozens of divine powers and was sent flying backward. Even with the protection of the 7 Seas flood dragon armor, he spat out blood. Facing more than 100 first-rank demonic beasts, even with Zhou Shu taking away most of the pressure, the rest was not something an ordinary first-rank martial artist like Xiao Jianghe could withstand. In just one exchange, he had already lost the ability to participate in the battle. Heaven-slaying sword art! Zhou Shu narrowed his eyes, and his body shone brightly. A sword beam rushed toward a first-rank demonic beast. At the same time, a golden light flashed on his body, and his skin seemed to turn into metal. Boom! Facing the divine power of 100 first-rank demonic beasts, he didn't dodge and still slashed out firmly. With a loud bang, Zhou Shu retreated. A bloody mark appeared on the glabella of a first-rank demonic beast. The bloody mark continued to spread, and then his body split into two. Zhou Shu flew back hundreds of feet and steadied himself. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He had killed a first-rank demonic beast. Ever since he entered the demon realm, this was the first-rank demonic beast to die under his sword. The first-rank demonic beasts, who had just regained some confidence, finally remembered the scene of Zhou Shu slaughtering countless demonic beasts on the 10 Nations martial arts tournament battlefield. Their hearts turned cold, and they involuntarily retreated dozens of feet. Winning with numbers, Hey! Zhou Shu said coldly as he placed his sword in front of him. It's true that I can't kill all of you, but half of you have to die with me. Who do you think they will be? Zhou Shu's face was a little pale, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. But even so, no one dared to underestimate him. The first-rank demonic beast had just fallen to the ground. Come on! Zhou Shu shouted. If you don't dare, get lost! Zhou Shu's back straightened. He was like an unsheathed sword, sharp and threatening, making one unable to look at him directly. Chapter 442, Demon Queen and Human Pet, 2. The first-rank demonic beasts all had ugly expressions on their faces. Don't be arrogant, human. It's not that easy to scare us, a humanoid demonic beast shouted. Really? Then I choose you. I'll kill you next. Zhou Shu pointed the Earth-grade Great Destroyer's tip at the first-rank demonic beast. His figure swayed, and the first-rank demonic beast's expression changed drastically. A powerful aura erupted from the demonic beast's body, and the spiritual essence in his body exploded without reservation. He used all his strength to defend against Zhou Shu's attack. The other first-rank demonic beasts were also shocked and subconsciously took a step back. In the end, Zhou Shu suddenly appeared hundreds of meters away. Is this a first-rank demonic beast? All of you sure have guts. Haha. Zhou Shu laughed loudly. He didn't attack but fled. Xiaojianghe, retreat. In the distance, the 10 Nations Alliance army had moved away from the riverbank and was charging into a forest. The expressions of the first-rank demonic beasts changed drastically. Oh no! Lady Tishan! The first-rank demonic beasts didn't hesitate and flew back. They were much faster than when they had chased after the 10 Nations Alliance. Retreat, quickly retreat! Don't let Lady Tishan know we chased them here, a first-rank demonic beast shouted. Below, the Demon Realm army that was about to catch up to the criminal army also seemed to be frightened and turned to run. Looking at them, who would have thought that they had just aggressively pursued the 10 Nations Alliance? Those who didn't know would think that the 10 Nations Alliance army was going to hunt them down. Seeing this, Zhou Shu was stunned. Is a Demon King really that intimidating? When he entered the Great Demon Yaolian Dream, Zhou Shu knew that there was a Demon King nearby. According to the rules of the Demon Realm, no demonic beasts were allowed to approach the territory of a Demon King easily. Demons were much more territorial than humans. Demon Kings were the top existences in the Demon Realm. No demonic beast dared to step foot into their territory. Zhou Shu had originally thought that since they had barged into the Demon King's territory, the pursuers behind would definitely not dare to chase them in easily. At that time, he could just use his divine ability Total Annihilation to fight the Demon King. According to the information he had obtained from Miao Lian, the Demon King entrenched here liked to be alone. He didn't have a demonic beast army under him. As long as he got rid of this Demon King, the 10 Nations Alliance army would be able to continue forward without their pursuers. He didn't expect the Demon King to be so intimidating. The 10 Nations Alliance army had just broken into the Demon King's territory, but these pursuers actually took the initiative to retreat as if they were afraid of being seen by the Demon King. Not only did they not dare to chase after them, but they even retreated. Boom! Before he had time to think, an earth-shattering sound filled his ears. Then the ground shook. In the distance, a huge figure slowly rose from the ground. A figure 1,000 feet tall appeared in front of Zhou Shu. His pupils constricted. The huge figure was also in human form. Her hair was loose and hanging down her forehead in a mess. Her eyes were red and a little hazy, as if she had just woken up. It was actually a beautiful demoness. When he entered the Yaolian Dream, he only knew that there was a Demon King here, but he had never seen what the Demon King looked like. The Demon Queen's perfect face was cold. Her red eyes looked down at the 10 Nations Alliance, and a powerful aura spread in the air. Meng Bai, Wang Mu, Tang Chenxi, Bai Qiancheng and the others were all dumbfounded. They had seen many powerful demonic beasts. They were huge and were tens of feet tall. But 1,000-foot tall demonic beast. Standing on the ground, they were like ants compared to this demonic beast. They even felt that even if they used their full strength, they might not be able to hurt her. Was this the Demon Queen? She was absolutely terrifying. Whoosh! The Demon Queen frowned slightly, as if angry. She snorted, lifted her foot, and stomped toward the 10 Nations Alliance army. Meng Bai and the others felt the world turn dark. A powerful pressure that could shatter their souls was already assaulting them. Everyone's minds were shattered. Even the first-rank experts felt a sense of powerlessness. There was no way to fight. Stop! Your opponent is me! A shout rang in everyone's ears like sunlight dispelling dark clouds. Zhou Shu had already arrived in front of the 10 nations army. He looked up at the sky, his face grim, his aura beginning to rise. Divine ability, total annihilation. It's just heaven and earth dharma. Who doesn't know how to do that? Zhou Shu shouted coldly, and his body swelled with the wind. In a breath, Zhou Shu had grown to 10 feet tall, and he was still growing. Fall back, everyone! While Meng Bai and the others were shocked, they were also calling for the army to retreat. Facing such a world-shaking divine power, the army was simply like ants. If they stayed here, the aftershocks of the battle would probably crush them. Meng Bai led the army as he had discussed with Zhou Shu and quickly passed through. The Demon Queen was surprised to see that Zhou Shu was also growing larger. Her eyes glistened as if she found this interesting, and she drew back her raised foot. She didn't take the opportunity to attack Zhou Shu. Instead, she allowed Zhou Shu's figure to continuously grow larger. After a few breaths, Zhou Shu's body had grown to 90 feet. 90 feet! According to Zhou Shu's previous life, he was almost 30 meters tall. But compared to the 1,000-foot-tall Demon Queen, Zhou Shu still seemed very small. Zhou Shu was also a little helpless. His current height was not even as tall as her calf. But he had no choice. He had just obtained the 8-9 arcane art. Although he could also use transformation, growing to this size was already his limit. Little man, where did you learn your heaven and earth dharma? A gentle voice suddenly sounded in Zhou Shu's mind. He looked up. The Demon Queen's lips didn't move in the swirling clouds. Just as Zhou Shu was feeling puzzled, the Demon Queen's figure began to shrink. She only stopped changing when she was as tall as Zhou Shu. Stop looking around. It's just me talking to you. The Demon Queen's lips still didn't move. Her chin tilted up, her expression aloof. Who did you learn your heaven and earth dharma from? The Demon Queen's voice was gentle and pleasant, like that of a delicate and cute little girl, making one's heart heat up slightly. It didn't match her cold appearance at all. Why should I tell you? Zhou Shu sneered. Are you going to fight or not? If not, I'm leaving. He didn't sense any killing intent from the Demon Queen, but this wasn't necessarily the case. When she raised her foot to step on Meng Bai and the others, she didn't have any killing intent. Perhaps in her opinion, the 10 Nations Alliance army was just like ants, and there was no need to have killing intent to kill a group of ants. You can't defeat me. The Demon Queen stretched lazily. She was 90 feet tall, but she seemed slender, and her figure was perfect. Between her movements, she was endlessly charming. Zhou Shu, who had already done the deed with Yin Wu, felt his face heat up. Succubus, she's definitely a succubus. There aren't many people who can use heaven and earth dharma. You're interesting. I've decided to spare your life, the Demon Queen continued. From now on, you will be my pet. She spoke matter-of-factly, as if she was stating a fact. She didn't think of asking for Zhou Shu's opinion at all. For some reason, a name suddenly flashed through Zhou Shu's mind. Ji Lushan. He was once a famous forger of Great Xia. 100 years ago, he had entered the demon realm as a spy and gave birth to Yao Qing with a demonic beast. Could he have become the pet of some demonic beast? Chapter 443, You are the first man to make me bleed, 1. Zhou Shu knew that he couldn't compare to a ruthless man like Ji Lushan. No matter how beautiful this demonic beast was, he couldn't accept being a human pet for a demonic beast. Cut the crap. Since you don't want to fight, I'll take my leave. Zhou Shu didn't dare to waste too much time. The divine ability Total Annihilation had a time limit. Facing a Demon King, if he didn't have the enhancement of Total Annihilation, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand a single move. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Shu had already stepped forward. Did I let you leave? The gentle voice sounded, and a monstrous force assaulted Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu snorted coldly, and the longevity sword flew out of his cosmic bangle. The longevity sword, which was originally only 1 meter long, became 10 meters long when it landed in Zhou Shu's hand. It was completely compatible with Zhou Shu's heaven and earth dharma size. The longevity sword was a divine weapon that surpassed heaven-grade weapons. Although it still had some flaws, it was far more magical than ordinary heaven-grade weapons. Facing the Demon King, Zhou Shu didn't dare to use the earth-grade Great Destroyer sword. Thus, he used the longevity sword. He activated the great traversal sword art, and sword shadows filled the sky with a slash of his sword. Boom! Zhou Shu's sword beam shattered the huge palm formed by the Demon Queen, and then the sword beam continued to slash at the Demon Queen. A strange look appeared on the Demon Queen's face. Her lips curved, and a chill filled the air. In an instant, Zhou Shu felt the surrounding temperature plummet by dozens of degrees. The water vapor in the air began to condense into white mist, and a layer of frost appeared on the ground. The Demon Queen waved her hand, and a cold aura that could freeze everything assaulted Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu's expression was solemn. The longevity sword transformed into a sword beam that filled the sky. Crack! The sword beam that filled the sky seemed to be frozen and condensed in the air like halos. The Demon Queen flicked her fingers, and the frozen sword beam shattered and fell to the ground. Are you convinced? The Demon Queen's lips didn't move, but her voice sounded in Zhou Shu's ear. There are many benefits to being my human pet. Her voice was full of charm. In front of Zhou Shu's eyes, vivid images even appeared, and his steady heart couldn't help trembling. He snorted. In his consciousness, 5 towering mountains descended. The 5 mountains' true form suppressed his consciousness, and he regained his senses. You might as well be my demon pet. Zhou Shu shouted coldly. A whirlwind rose around him, and the longevity sword returned to its sheath before unsheathing. Heaven-slaying sword art. A sword beam that almost split the sky in half slashed toward the Demon Queen. The Demon Queen's eyes flashed with amazement, but she didn't panic. 9 enormous white tails suddenly rose from her back. These tails formed a barrier like a peacock spreading its tail, blocking the path of the heaven-slaying sword art. At this moment, Zhou Shu's eyes lit up, and 5 majestic mountains seemed to fly out of his pupils. Boom! The Demon Queen's eyes widened, and she paused for a moment. A moment was extremely short, but for an expert, there was a lot one could do in a moment. When the Demon Queen came back to her senses, the sword beam formed by the heaven-slaying sword art was already on one of her tails. Ah! The Demon Queen's face instantly turned red. It was as if all her strength had suddenly been sucked out of her. She collapsed to the ground, her breathing ragged, her 9 tails flying up and down. Zhou Shu's sword had not severed her tail, but one of the 9 tails had been cut open. Blood had already dyed a patch of white fur red. The Demon Queen's reaction shocked Zhou Shu. Her weakness is her tails? A thought rose in Zhou Shu's mind. Without hesitation, he slashed out with another sword beam, and the sword beam accurately landed on the wound he had created. The Demon Queen whimpered again. Her pretty face was so red that it looked like it might bleed. Her eyes were dazed, her breathing ragged. A sweet scent filled the air. Zhou Shu felt his head sink, and the blood in his body seemed to boil. He even felt a certain part of his body harden uncontrollably. Visualizing the 5 mountains' true form again, Zhou Shu realized that something was wrong. Humph, I'll spare your life this time. If you dare to offend my human race again, I'll definitely kill you. Zhou Shu shouted and turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the horizon. After he disappeared, the Demon Queen's body flickered with light. Her body shrank until she was the size of a normal person. She reached out and gently stroked her tail. The wound that Zhou Shu had cut open healed at a visible speed. There was some blood on her fingers. She gently parted her red lips and sucked her finger into her mouth. If a man saw her charming appearance, he would probably be mesmerized. You're the first man to make me bleed. The Demon Queen's eyes glittered, and she seemed to be muttering to herself. You can't escape. I must make you my human pet. Achoo! Zhou Shu flew dozens of kilometers and landed among the 10 nations' army. He landed with a sneeze and staggered. Chapter 444, You are the first man to make me bleed, 2. Yin Wu's figure flashed, and just as Zhou Shu was about to fall, she caught him in time. She raised her head and looked at him. Zhou Shu's eyes were slightly red, and his breathing was rapid. He didn't react like before after using the divine ability. Zhou Shu, Yin Wu said worriedly. Let them go first. Zhou Shu used almost all his strength to speak. Take me somewhere. Yin Wu felt Zhou Shu's large hand slide toward her waist, and her pretty face instantly flushed red. Although she didn't know why, she wouldn't reject him. Go ahead, Great General. We'll catch up. Yin Wu picked up Zhou Shu and flew into the sky. Meng Bai didn't understand, but now wasn't the time to think about it. He led the army and continued in the direction Zhou Shu had pointed out. Yin Weiju had only flown out for a few kilometers when she felt Zhou Shu's large hand swimming around her body. Her body went limp. She could no longer hold on and landed in a forest. Just as she landed, she felt Zhou Shu's body pressing down on her. Ah! Yin Weiju felt her body fill up and couldn't help letting out a long moan. She couldn't care less that this was the wilderness of the demon realm. She reached out and hugged Zhou Shu's neck tightly. After an unknown period of time, when Zhou Shu regained consciousness, he immediately felt something warm and fragrant in his arms. He looked down and saw snow. The madness from earlier rang in his mind. A wry smile appeared on his face. He was obviously in an abnormal state just now. In all likelihood, he had fallen into the Demon Queen's trap. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and left in time. Or else. Zhou Shu thought of the Demon Queen? If I hadn't left quickly, the one lying in my arms wouldn't have been Yin Weiju. Come to think of it, why does it feel a little exciting? Zhou Shu hurriedly shook his head and pushed this dangerous thought to the back of his mind. Zhou Shu, are you all right? Yin Weiju felt a certain body part of Zhou Shu, and her face turned red. She looked up at Zhou Shu. I'm okay now. Zhou Shu smiled bitterly and reached out to touch Yin Weiju's delicate body. It was hard on you just now. It wasn't easy for Yin Weiju in such an environment. Yin Weiju buried her face in Zhou Shu's arms. When she thought of what had just happened, she felt ashamed. I'm glad you're okay, Yin Weiju whispered. Let's do it in a room in the future, okay? Yin Weiju's shy appearance almost made Zhou Shu's bestial nature erupt again. It wasn't appropriate to continue doing anything here. Zhou Shu patted Yin Weiju's back. We have to catch up with the general and the others. I wonder if that demon queen has caught up. Yin Weiju gasped. She also realized that they had been away for a long time. It would be troublesome if the demon queen caught up to the army. Zhou Shu, you and that demon queen, Yin Weiju asked as she picked up her clothes on the ground and put them on. I'm not yet a match for the demon queen, Zhou Shu said solemnly. In the battle with the demon queen, he had slashed her twice, but he had only left a shallow wound on her tail. At that moment, Zhou Shu knew that he couldn't kill the demon queen. Even if the demon queen had collapsed to the ground for some reason, Zhou Shu knew that he couldn't kill her. This was why Zhou Shu had decisively left. After all, he wasn't sure why the demon queen had collapsed to the ground, nor did he know when she would recover. After helping Yin Weiju put on her clothes, Zhou Shu wrapped his arm around her slender waist and soared into the sky. With Zhou Shu's full strength, they caught up to the main force of the 10 Nations Alliance in just an hour. Zhou Shu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that they were unharmed. Fortunately, the demon queen didn't chase after them. Otherwise, the 10 Nations Alliance might not even be able to withstand a single blow from her. Now that the 10 Nations Alliance was intact, it meant that not only did the demon queen not chase after them, but even the initial pursuers didn't continue to chase after them. Thinking about it, it made sense. They had directly crossed the territory of the demon queen. If the million-strong demon realm army wanted to continue chasing them, they had to take a detour. This detour would take them some time. Seeing Zhou Shu and Yin Weiju descend from the sky, Meng Bai and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Without Zhou Shu around, their hearts seemed to be suspended in midair. Now that Zhou Shu was back, everyone felt extremely at ease. We were lucky, Great General. We won the bet. Zhou Shu saw Meng Bai and smiled as he made a joke. It was only until now that everyone finally relaxed a little. With no pursuers pursuing them for the time being, they could finally catch their breath. Your Highness, the Demon Queen, Meng Bai asked. I don't know, Zhou Shu said truthfully. If she wanted to chase after me, she would have already done so. Since she's not here now, she probably won't come after us. We're safe for now. Meng Bai heaved a long sigh of relief. This should be the only good news he had heard in the past few days. How is everyone doing, Great General? Zhou Shu asked. The seriously injured have taken your medicinal pills, and those who can recover have already recovered, Meng Bai replied. Everyone is in good shape now. They still have the strength to fight again, but the numbers. Pain flashed in Meng Bai's eyes. He was experienced, but he had not experienced many wars with such heavy losses. He felt his heart lurch at the thought of the dead. They originally had over 90,000 people. After a few days, only 30,000 people were left in the 10 Nations Alliance. They had lost almost 2/3 of their soldiers. And there were 30,000 people only because Zhou Shu had given them many pills that could allow them to break through. Otherwise, the losses would have definitely been even greater. After hearing Meng Bai's number, Zhou Shu was silent for a moment. Look on the bright side. We still have 30,000 men, Zhou Shu said in a low voice. There are still many things we can do. The 10 nations are in turmoil. We can't give up so easily. Don't worry, Your Highness. I'm still holding on. Meng Bai smiled bitterly. He had been fighting for decades, but in the end, his mind was not as firm as that of a 20-year-old young man. Tell me the truth, Your Highness. What are the chances of us returning to the 10 nations continent? Meng Bai asked solemnly. The 10 nations knew almost nothing about the demon realm. Before this, the human race had sent many spies to the demon realm, but no one had ever returned alive. It was not until this 10 nations martial arts tournament that Cao Chenyang became the first human to return from the demon realm. However, Cao Chenyang's understanding of the demon realm was only superficial. On the other hand, Zhou Shu, who had never been to the demon realm, had a deep understanding of it. He even knew the terrain of the demon realm like the back of his hand. This was why Meng Bai had asked. He knew that the demon realm had already invaded the 10 nations continent. Now, he didn't know what the situation was on the 10 nations continent. Meng Bai only wanted to know if they had any hope of returning to help the 10 nations. Your Highness, I've fought for decades and have encountered countless terrible situations. Don't worry. No matter how bad the real situation is, I can accept it, Meng Bai said with a sunken voice. You want the truth? Zhou Shu said. Yes. Meng Bai said. Even if I die, I want to know. It's not that bad. Zhou Shu shook his head. From the looks of it, the chances of us returning to the 10 nations continent are almost zero. Meng Bai was silent for a moment before speaking. Is that so? Although he was already mentally prepared, he still felt a little disappointed when he heard Zhou Shu say this. Originally, he was wondering if Zhou Shu could create another miracle. At the moment, the chances of us being able to return to the 10 nations continent through the gap opened by Emperor Weiwu are almost nil, Zhou Shu continued. However, it's not like there's no other hope. Great General Meng, have you heard of a base behind the enemy? Chapter 445, Base Behind the Enemy, the new branch of the Huaxia Pavilion, 1. A base behind the enemy. Meng Bai pondered. He often heard some strange words from Zhou Shu, but he was no longer surprised. He could understand it a little literally, but he asked, What do you mean, Your Highness? We are indeed unlikely to use the passage opened by Emperor Weiwu to return to the 10 nations continent, Zhou Shu said. But why should we go back? To put it bluntly, we only have 30,000 people left. Even if we could return to the 10 nations continent, how much use would it be? If the 10 nations can resist the invasion of the demon realm, it doesn't matter if we go back or not. If they can't, the outcome won't change much. With the strength of the 30,000 of us, we can't change the overall situation at all. In that case, it doesn't really matter that much if we go back now. Instead of that, we might as well think differently. Zhou Shu said seriously, previously, I told you about the strategy of besieging Wei to save Zhao. Now, it seems that this strategy won't work. We still can't force the demon realm army to return to the demon realm. But we can adjust our strategy slightly. We can't besiege Wei to save Zhao, but we can build a base behind enemy lines and start a protracted war with the demon realm. Didn't they go invade the 10 nations? Then we'll take root in the demon realm. If they go to the 10 nations to take over our territory, then we'll take over their territory in the demon realm and see whose territory is bigger in the end. Meng Bai was speechless. Was it really appropriate to describe such a thing as taking over territory? Although Zhou Shu's words were inappropriate, Meng Bai understood what he meant. They only had 30,000 people left to force their way back to the 10 nations continent. Not to mention whether or not they could do it, even if they could, it would be a drop in the bucket for the war of the two worlds. According to Zhou Shu's plan, they would take root in the demon realm and harass them behind enemy lines. If they did well, they might be able to ease the pressure on the 10 nations. In terms of the art of war, this was indeed a brilliant move. The only problem was whether they could survive in the demon realm. In just a few days, they had already lost 2/3 of their men. If they couldn't survive, how could they distract the demon realm? Establishing a base behind enemy lines in the demon realm sounded easy. But in fact, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. They had already used all their strength to survive, so how could they build a base? Although it was the first time Meng Bai had heard the word base, he could understand what it meant. He suddenly realized that the King of the South seemed to be quite obsessed with bases. In the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament space, he had established the Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament branch. After coming to the Demon Realm, he actually wanted to build a new camp. This time, would it be called the Huaxia Pavilion's Demon Realm branch? Meng Bai pondered for a moment before speaking. Your Highness, with our current strength, we can't stay in one place for long. Once the people of the Demon Realm discover our traces, we won't be able to stop the army. He was just short of saying that establishing a camp in the Demon Realm was basically impossible. This was not the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament space. There, although the Demon Realm had a large army, it was ultimately limited. But in the Demon Realm had countless reinforcements, while they only had 30,000 people. That will depend on Yao Lian. Zhou Shu shook his head. Without another word, he urged Meng Bai and the others to hurry. Although the Demon Queen didn't chase after him, Zhou Shu felt uneasy about being targeted. He tried several times to pinpoint the source of this sense of unease, but to no avail. While the 10 Nations Alliance was traveling day and night, 100 kilometers away from them, a graceful woman was sitting diagonally on a chair. The woman was extremely beautiful. Her eyes were as red as blood, and between her loose hair, a pair of pointed ears revealed a strange charm. She was wearing a long red and white dress, and her bare feet were as white as jade. A short distance in front of her, several figures were on their knees, heads bowed, bodies trembling. Did you chase those humans into my territory? The woman didn't open her mouth, but her voice echoed in the air with a deadly coldness. Lady Tishan, spare our lives. Lady Tishan, spare our lives. The few demonic beasts banged their heads together. If Zhou Shu were here, he would definitely recognize that the people kneeling on the ground were the few first-rank demonic beasts who had descended on the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament space. Now, they no longer had the style of first-rank demonic beasts. Answer me, or you will all die. The woman's voice sounded again. Those humans broke into the demon realm. We wanted to kill them. It was our incompetence that allowed them to escape us and disturb you, Lady Tishan. The first-rank demonic beasts shivered and fought to explain the situation one after another. The Demon Queen's eyes flickered with amusement. There are more than 100 of you, and you let a human make a fool of you. You're really useless. Yes, we're all useless. The few first-rank demonic beasts didn't dare to refute. Chapter 446, Base Behind Enemy Lines, New Branch of the Huaxia Pavilion, 2. Lady Tishan, please give us another chance. Even if we die, we will definitely kill those humans. The few first-rank demonic beasts kowtowed while shouting. Bang! Before they could finish speaking, a force sent them flying. Go away! Don't let me see you again! The woman's voice sounded. Also, you don't have to hunt down those humans anymore. I'll deal with them myself. What can you achieve by chasing after them, you useless things, she added. The first-rank demonic beasts had escaped unscathed, so they didn't dare to have any objections. As you command, Lady Tishan, they shouted in unison. With that, they carefully retreated, wanting to leave. Wait! The Demon Queen's voice suddenly spoke again. The first-rank demonic beasts knelt on the ground with cold sweat all over their bodies. Lady Tishan is too scary. Then there's a leader among the humans. What is his name? The Demon Queen continued without changing her tone, as if she hadn't noticed their reaction. The first-rank demonic beasts captured by the Demon Queen looked at each other. As first-rank demonic beasts, they really rarely paid attention to the names of humans. Lady Tishan, we've only heard the humans call him Your Highness. We really don't know his name. A first-rank demonic beast mustered his courage to speak. Lord Yao Lian died at his hands. After a while, the Demon Queen's voice sounded again. Get lost. Reading on mybosnovel.com please. The first-rank demonic beasts were relieved. They kowtowed and flew away as if they were escaping. After a long moment, there was a giggle in the air, and then silence returned. For several days, the 10 Nations Alliance crossed the mountains. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any more demonic beast armies. Occasionally, they encountered scattered demonic beasts. But they were easily killed by Meng Bai, Wang Mu, Tang Chenxi, Bai Qiancheng, Cao Chen Yang, and other first-rank experts. Although they had been traveling day and night for the past few days, the soldiers of the 10 Nations Alliance were in much better shape than before. Physical exhaustion was much better than fighting to the death. On this day, Zhou Shu pointed ahead and smiled. Everyone, dawn is just ahead. Meng Bai and the others were also shocked. Were they finally arriving at the place that the king had mentioned? Actually, everyone, including Meng Bai, didn't know why Zhou Shu was so sure that there would be a chance for the 10 Nations Alliance to catch their breath. But after experiencing so much, their trust in Zhou Shu had already seeped into their bones. In everyone's hearts, they regarded the place Zhou Shu mentioned as their hope. If not for this hope, many people wouldn't have lasted until now. Everyone, hold on a little longer. When we get there, we can rest well. Zhou Shu encouraged everyone. With the goal ahead, everyone felt another force appear in their bodies. The soldiers who could no longer walk also started walking again. Following Zhou Shu, the group walked dozens of kilometers, crossed a mountain, and passed through narrow canyons. This was a canyon with a good view, but that was all. Along the way, they had seen more than one canyon like this. Your Highness, is this the place? Meng Bai asked solemnly. If it was just finding a valley to hide in, there was no need for them to walk for so many days. Zhou Shu could see the confusion in Meng Bai's eyes. He smiled but did not explain. He walked forward and arrived at the center of the valley, in front of the 1,000-meter diameter lake. Follow me. Zhou Shu leaped high into the air and then into the lake. Everyone was stunned. Before Meng Bai and the others could react, they heard another splash. Yin Wei followed Zhou Shu and jumped in. Then a third, a fourth. Lu Wen's Huang, Haitang, Xiao Jianghe and the others followed without hesitation. Meng Bai, Wang Mu, Bai Qiancheng and the others looked at each other and nodded heavily. Get in. The generals gave their orders, and the 30,000 strong army entered the lake heroically. Wang Mu took the lead, and Meng Bai brought up the rear. Meng Bai was the last to walk into the lake. As soon as he entered the lake, he circulated his spiritual essence and saw that the army that had entered the water earlier had already disappeared. He looked around and finally noticed something unusual. Deep at the bottom of the lake, there was actually a slightly bright passage. Without hesitation, Meng Bai moved through the passageway like a fish. Swish! Meng Bai jumped out of the water and was shocked to discover that he had arrived in a karst cave of unknown size. It was unknown if this cave was underground or in the middle of the mountain. It was very wide. Even with 30,000 people in it, it didn't seem crowded at all. Above the cave, stalactite-like stones hung upside down. The stones were still glowing slightly, making the top of the cave look like a starry sky. It was also because of them that the karst cave didn't seem very dark. This is mystic fire sand, a special forging material. It has the effect of isolating all auras. If we hide here, even a demon king passing by outside won't be able to discover us. Zhou Shu looked at Meng Bai and pointed at the slightly glowing stone above him. What do you think of this place, Great General? Zhou Shu smiled. It's not bad to use it as Huaxia Pavilion's Demon Realm branch, right? That's indeed the name, Meng Bai complained in his heart. He looked around. Apart from the space they were in, there were several dark passages on the surrounding walls. Clearly, this underground karst cave was bigger than it seemed. He had to admit that it was a perfect hiding place. If these tunnels led somewhere else, they could move quickly even if they were discovered here. How did you know about this place, Your Highness? Meng Bai couldn't help asking this question that had been hidden in his heart for a long time. I have to thank Yao Lian for it. Zhou Shu smiled. Come here and take a look. Zhou Shu took a few steps forward and pressed his hand on a stone wall. The stone wall opened, revealing another space. The space was actually full of all kinds of supplies. There were probably tens of thousands of kilograms of dried meat strips and various dried fruits. Yao Lian is an insecure fellow. This place is a refuge he prepared for himself. Zhou Shu pointed at the supplies. Although they are food for demonic beasts, we can still eat them. What he prepared has helped us a great deal. Zhou Shu sighed with emotion. If not for the fact that Yao Lian had such a hobby, it would have been at least 10 times more difficult for them to establish a base in the demon realm. Yao Lian had the bloodline of the heaven-devouring toad and had an extremely large appetite, so he had stored a lot of supplies. Although the supplies in front of them were not enough to last the 30,000 strong army for long, at least for now, they could let everyone have a full meal and sleep. Generals, let's cut to the chase. Let everyone eat and sleep. Then we'll plan what comes next. Zhou Shu waved his hand. The soldiers of the 10 Nations Alliance let out a surprised cheer. Don't be afraid, everyone. It's safe here. Even if you talk loudly, you won't be heard outside, Zhou Shu said. Everyone, we're safe for now. There was silence for a moment. Then there was a burst of cheers, mixed with the low cries of some soldiers. They were thinking of their comrades who had died in battle. It hadn't been easy to survive until now. If only those brothers could have held on for a few more days. There are no rules today. If you want to cry, cry. If you want to laugh, laugh. Eat and sleep. When you wake up, everyone will fight the demons to the end. Zhou Shu shouted. Chapter 447, Great Xia Pavilion's Points System, Lowly Demon Queen, 1. Your Highness, this cave is much larger than I imagined. In the karst cave that they entered through the lake, Meng Bai, Wang Mu, Tang Chenxi, Bai Qiancheng, Cao Chen Yang, Zhang Weiyuan and the other generals sat together. The conditions in the cave were simple. There was not even a chair, so everyone sat cross-legged on the ground, looking a little miserable. But everyone was very excited. After eating and sleeping, everyone explored the cave. Although Zhou Shu knew of the existence of this karst cave, he wasn't too sure how big it was. Back then, the great demon Yao Lian had discovered this place by chance, but he didn't explore the safety of this place. From this hall, there were many passages extending in all directions. The 30,000 people of the 10 Nations Alliance carefully explored these passages. They didn't encounter any danger, but they hadn't figured out how big the cave was. After searching a whole day, they found that the tunnels in the karst cave were complicated and extended widely. This was a good thing for the 10 Nations Alliance. If they were really discovered by the Demon Realm Army, all they had to do was dive into the passageways, and it wouldn't be so easy for the Demon Realm Army to catch up to them. The bigger, the better. Zhou Shu smiled. For a long time to come, this place might be our base. If the place is small, we won't be able to move around. Your Highness, you are right. Wang Mu nodded. There are many passageways here. We can design checkpoints according to the terrain. Even if the Demon World Army attacks us here in the future, we can still defeat them. We can't be too optimistic either, Cao Chen Yang said. He had hidden in the Demon Realm for 10 years and knew the strength of the Demon Realm very well. It's fine if it's low-level demonic beasts, but it won't be so easy to resist high-level demonic beasts. If it's a great demon or even a demon king, this karst cave won't be able to withstand it at all, Cao Chen Yang said seriously. Everyone has a point. Zhou Shu smiled. If the Demon Realm Army really attacks this place, the situation will already be at its worst. Reading on mybosnovel.com please. I don't think the Demon Kings and Great Demons will notice so few of us. For now, let's develop slowly. It's not good to make too much noise for now. 30,000 people was a drop in the bucket for the huge Demon Realm. Development secretly was the right choice for them. But we can't do nothing either, Zhou Shu continued. In my opinion, in the future, we should take turns to distract the Demon Realm. It's best to ambush their cities and tribes. This requires all the generals to plan together. I'm not good at war. I have a suggestion, Cao Chen Yang said. The most important thing now is to find a way to draw a map of the surrounding area. It's best to determine which demon forces are around the area. Everyone nodded. This was indeed something that should be resolved first. Bai Qiancheng pondered and said, how about this? Let the army continue exploring the karst cave while the first-rank martial artists will leave the cave to check the situation nearby. If we really encounter the enemy, our chances of escaping are higher. However, we have to be careful not to let the enemy discover this place. They all agreed, and they went back to discussing the specific plan of action. Zhou Shu listened for a while and felt that he could leave these matters to them. These people were all famous generals of the various nations, and they could completely handle such a small matter. He walked away unhurriedly to the place where Yao Lian had stored his supplies. The place was a stone chamber separated by a short passage from the Great Hall. The supplies stored here had already been exhausted by the 30,000 strong army, and this place was used as a storeroom by Zhou Shu. The forging materials the army had brought over from the 10 Nations martial arts tournament space had already been placed here. Deputy Pavilion Master Shi Songtao was busy taking inventory of the forging materials. Pavilion Master. Seeing Zhou Shu enter, Shi Songtao looked up from his forging materials and greeted him. How's the sorting going? Looking at the room full of forging materials, Zhou Shu had the mentality of a landlord inspecting a warehouse. He felt very comfortable. These were all his belongings. The forging materials everyone placed in the cosmic bangles have already been poured out. However, less than 10% of the forging materials the soldiers carried are left. Shi Songtao's heart ached. Along the way, there had been many battles. Even 2/3 of the soldiers had died. It was already fortunate that they still had forging materials. Zhou Shu knew that he couldn't expect too much. We still have some left. We're going to take root in the demon realm. These forging materials are our capital. There aren't many weapons left intact. Next, we'll have to equip everyone again. Forging is a skill of our Huaxia pavilion. We can't slack off when it comes to weapons. Are the forging materials enough? We have a total of over 10 million kilograms of various forging materials. It's more than enough to supply standard weapons, but if it's ranked weapons, Shi Songtao said. We don't have enough heaven refining stones. Heaven refining stone was a necessity for ranked weapons. In the 10 Nations martial arts tournament space, there were many ore mines for forging materials. Some of them were even as precious as heaven refining stone, but there were no heaven refining stone mines. Chapter 448, Huaxia Pavilion's Points System, Lowly Demon Queen, 2. Therefore, their current reserves of heaven refining stones were what the armies of the various nations had brought with them before entering the 10 Nations martial arts tournament space. This amount was not too much. Heaven refining stones, Zhou Shu pondered. I wonder if the demon realm has any heaven refining stone mines. The lack of other materials could be replaced, but heaven refining stones were irreplaceable. Without heaven refining stones, they wouldn't be able to forge ranked weapons. But there's no hurry, Shi Songtao said. We still have some reserves of heaven refining stones. We can last for a while. By the way, Pavilion Master, there's something else I need to ask you. Previously, you asked me to publicize the secret forging formulas of our Huaxia Pavilion. After thinking about it, I still don't think it's appropriate to publicize them directly. Currently, more than half of the forgers under us are from other nations. It seems like everyone is united now, but it's hard to say when we will return to the 10 nations in the future. Therefore, I thought that I had to let them contribute to the Huaxia Pavilion. Then, according to the amount of the contribution, I would give them secret forging formulas and even teach them the relevant forging techniques. Points System. Zhou Shu looked at Shi Songtao and smiled. It seemed that Shi Songtao had really put in a lot of effort. He was really thinking about the Huaxia Pavilion. This deputy pavilion master was very dutiful. What is the points system? Shi Songtao asked blankly. The contribution you mentioned is actually the same as the merit points in the army. I prefer to call them points, Zhou Shu explained with a smile. How about this? In the future, not only those forgers, but the forgers under the Huaxia Pavilion will also follow this system. Here, 1 point for every standard weapon forged, and 100 points for every ranked weapon forged. If something is forged together, points will be distributed according to the amount of effort. Design the specific points system carefully. It must be fair and just so that everyone will be convinced. I understand. Shi Songtao nodded. It was just a change of name. It didn't contradict what he'd been thinking. Pavilion Master, if those forgers offer their own secret forging formulas, can we give them some points? Shi Songtao asked. Of course. This can be considered a contribution to the Huaxia Pavilion. After all, it can enrich our own secret forging formula library. Zhou Shu nodded. Do you have any rules on how many points can be exchanged for a secret forging formula? Shi Songtao continued to ask questions. It depends on the value of each. You formulate a plan. If there are no problems after I read it, we'll implement it, Zhou Shu said. By the way, how's the construction of the forging room going? Grand craftsman Li Chengliang is building it with his men, Shi Songtao said. Thanks to the cosmic bangles, we were able to bring the smelting furnaces. The karst cave extended in all directions, and there were room-like caves inside. With a little modification, it became a room. Zhou Shu didn't worry about anything else, but he had instructed them to build a few forging rooms from the beginning. To Zhou Shu, forging was basic. He couldn't be careless about this. To deal with the demon realm, the only advantage humans had was their weapons. After exchanging a few more words with Shi Songtao, Zhou Shu left the storeroom, planning to take a look at the forging room. Zhou Shu hadn't walked far when he bumped into Mi Ziwen. Mi Ziwen had a relaxed smile on his face. Second brother, we found an underground river up ahead. The water in the river is very clear and can be drunk directly. And there are actually fish in the river. Mi Ziwen was very happy. After the supplies stored by the great demon Yao Lian were exhausted, the army was faced with a lack of food. Now that they had discovered such an underground river, the army finally didn't have to worry about dying of thirst and hunger. Really? That's wonderful. Zhou Shu smiled. The cave Yao Lian had discovered was really a treasure. General Wang Xian seems to have discovered another exit. He's gone out to investigate with his men, Mi Ziwen continued. What? Zhou Shu frowned. Didn't I say not to leave the cave easily? What if we encounter demonic beasts? He's going out alone. It should be okay, Mi Ziwen said. He had tried to dissuade Wang Xian, but Wang Xian had insisted on going. The two of them were not in a superior-subordinate relationship, so Mi Ziwen couldn't control him. But he also felt that with Wang Xian's second-rank martial arts cultivation, as long as he didn't encounter a first-rank demonic beast, he shouldn't be in too much danger. After all, he was only secretly going out to investigate. Then, where is the exit? Show me, Zhou Shu said solemnly. One could never be too careful. If the demonic beasts discovered this cave, they would have to kill them. This place couldn't be exposed yet. Seeing Zhou Shu's serious expression, Mi Ziwen didn't say anything more. Second brother, come with me. The exit Wang Xian had discovered was very far from the place where the army was stationed. Zhou Shu followed Mi Ziwen around. After walking for dozens of kilometers, he saw light ahead. Rustle. The two of them ducked through a bush and then felt their vision brighten. They had actually emerged from a mountain wall. The bushes on the mountain wall covered the hole. If they passed by outside, they would definitely not be able to easily discover this cave entrance. Actually, even if someone discovered it, no one would care under normal circumstances. After all, there were countless caves in the mountains. Who would pay attention to this one? Wang Xian. As soon as they came out, Zhou Shu looked around and saw Wang Xian squatting on the ground nearby. Zhou Shu arrived beside Wang Xian in a flash and saw a young girl lying on the ground. The girl's eyes were tightly shut, and her long eyelashes were still quivering. A pained expression kept flashing across her face. What happened? Zhou Shu subconsciously looked around and spread out his divine sense. After a moment, he breathed a sigh of relief. There were no signs of demonic beasts around. This area looked like a barren mountain, and there were not many signs of demonic beast activity. It looked like they were in luck. I don't know why there's someone here either, Wang Xian said. She was here when I came out. It looks like she was injured. Are you sure she's a human? Zhou Shu said angrily. Haven't you seen a humanoid demonic beast before? But I think she really does seem like a human, Wang Xian said weakly. Zhou Shu looked at Wang Xian strangely. Something was wrong with Wang Xian. Could it be that he had taken a fancy to this demonic beast? Zhou Shu looked down. The demonic beast lying on the ground, or rather, the humanoid demonic beast, had a slender and graceful figure. Even as she lay there, Zhou Shu could tell that she had an excellent figure. Her palm-sized face and skin were so fair that even with her eyes closed, she was extremely beautiful. Using a phrase from Zhou Shu's previous life to describe her, she was an extremely beautiful big-breasted lily. Could she be Wang Xian's type? Zhou Shu complained in his heart. Whether she's a human or not, let's kill her. Zhou Shu's eyes flashed coldly. No. Two voices spoke at once. It was Wang Xian and Mi Ziwen who stopped him at the same time. Zhou Shu looked at the two of them in confusion. Forget about Wang Xian. Could it be that his big brother liked this type too? But that wasn't right. Wang Xian didn't get close to women in the past, but his big brother used to visit the brothel often. He didn't seem like someone who would be so affected by a beauty. This was the demon realm. No matter how beautiful she was still a demonic beast. It was always right to kill her. Why? Zhou Shu looked at the two of them. Even if she's good-looking, she's a demonic beast. Do I need to tell you how dangerous demonic beasts are? Chapter 449, I am your great-grandmother, 1. Second brother, it's really not because she's beautiful, Mi Ziwen said awkwardly. After all, it was a little embarrassing for him to comment on a woman's beauty in front of his sworn brother. Second brother, think about it. This place looks completely deserted. Why would a weak-looking woman suddenly appear? Mi Ziwen said solemnly. I think we should wait until she wakes up and question her properly. Yes, Your Highness. I really don't think she's a demonic beast, Wang Xin chimed in. Look, she's even carrying a short sword. Demonic beasts don't use weapons. Wang Xin pointed at the woman's waist. Sure enough, there was a foot-long short sword hanging from her waist. Who told you that demonic beasts don't use weapons? Zhou Shu said in annoyance. Yao Qing only knew how to use weapons. He wondered if Yao Qing had left the 10 Nations martial arts tournament space yet, and Yao Buqi as well. Speaking of which, Zhou Shu was still a little reluctant to leave Yao Buqi. It was difficult to find such an obedient demonic beast. But when he left the 10 Nations martial arts tournament space, Zhou Shu had left them there. As for whether they could leave before the 10 Nations martial arts tournament space collapsed, that would depend on their luck. No matter how ambitious Zhou Shu was, he didn't dare to bring Yao Buqi and his group with him to the demon realm. If they did anything, the 10 Nations Alliance couldn't afford to take any risk. This is the demon realm. If she's not a demonic beast, could she be a human? Zhou Shu said angrily. Wang Xin, have you been single for too long that your brain doesn't work well when you see a beauty? I'm not. Wang Xin blushed and straightened his neck. No need to explain, Zhou Shu interrupted. When a man grows up, he should get married. It's normal for you to be like this. I'll tell General Wang later that it's time to find you a wife. There are also some female generals in our 10 Nations Alliance, and I think a few of them are quite compatible with you. Back then, at the start of the 10 Nations martial arts tournament, Lu Wenzhuang had led an army of women, and there were still hundreds of them who survived. No matter how thick-skinned Wang Xin was, his face turned red from Zhou Shu's words, and he was at a loss. Since neither of you feel we should kill her, let's take her back first. Zhou Shu waved his hand. Before he could finish, he heard a moan, and the person on the ground opened her eyes. There was a hint of confusion in her big eyes, making her look a little cute. Zhou Shu frowned slightly. This person's eyes weren't red. In the demon realm, the descendants of great demons could transform into human form after reaching the first rank, just like Yao Qing and Yao Buqi. From their appearance, they were basically no different from humans. The only difference was that their eyes were red. This was also how Zhou Shu and the others had distinguished between humans and humanoid demonic beasts. The woman in front of him had clear, bright eyes, no different from human eyes. Could she really be human and not a demonic beast? Wang Xin excitedly said to Zhou Shu, Your Highness, her eyes. The woman appeared startled. She parted her red lips and spoke. Are you, humans? Her voice matched her appearance perfectly. It was crisp and pleasant to the ear. That's right, Wang Xin said. Miss, you're also a human? Why are you in the demon realm? I should be asking you this. Why are you in the demon realm? The woman looked vigilant. Her hand was already on the hilt of the short sword at her waist. Her body lit up slightly, revealing the aura of a first-rank martial artist. It's a long story. We came from the 10 Nations martial arts tournament space, Wang Xin blurted out before Zhou Shu could stop him. Zhou Shu's face darkened. In the past, he had felt that Wang Xin was a very reliable worker. Was he bewitched now? This woman's identity was unknown. Why was he telling her so much? Identify yourself, or don't blame me for being merciless. Zhou Shu snorted coldly and unsheathed the Earth-grade Great Destroyer sword with a clang. He leaned on the sword with his hand, his aura contained. Like a startled rabbit, the woman floated up and retreated several meters. Her face was wary, her eyes filled with panic. Her pitiful look made Wang Xin's and Mi Ziwen's hearts tighten. Wang Xin wanted to say something, but Zhou Shu glared at him, and he shrank back in embarrassment. The woman stared straight at Zhou Shu and suddenly said, You cultivate the Emperor Xian Jade Book. Zhou Shu frowned slightly. Emperor Xian Jade Book? It took him a moment to react. That's right. He had indeed cultivated the Emperor Xian Jade Book. Speaking of which, Zhou Shu's spiritual essence cultivation base was based on the Emperor Xian Jade Book he had obtained from the imperial family of Great Xia. But his martial Dao foundation was mostly based on the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique, the Golden Bell Shield Technique, and the God of War Catalogue. And now, he had the 8-9 arcane art, so he had never taken the Emperor Xian Jade Book seriously. He didn't expect this woman to be able to see through the source of his spiritual essence. Before Zhou Shu could answer, a golden light suddenly lit up on the woman's body. Zhou Shu's pupils constricted. You also know the Emperor Xian Jade Book. Although he had never paid much attention to the Emperor Xian Jade Book, it was still the foundation of his spiritual essence. The aura emitted by this woman showed that she actually cultivated the Emperor Xian Jade Book. Zhou Shu would never mistake this. Chapter 450, I am your great-grandmother, 2. In the demon realm, Zhou Shu had inexplicably encountered a woman who was suspected to be human, and she even knew the Emperor Xian Jade Book. This made Zhou Shu feel ridiculous. He didn't even know how such a thing could happen. Who exactly are you? Zhou Shu said coldly. You cultivate the Emperor Xian Jade Book, so you should be a member of the Yin family, right? A strange glint flashed across the woman's eyes. Then, you should have heard of the name Yin Yuzhu. The woman raised her head slightly and puffed out her chest, as if she felt that as long as she said this name, Zhou Shu and the other two should express their admiration. But Zhou Shu and the other two's reactions were completely different from what she had expected. You don't know about me. The woman looked incredulous when Zhou Shu didn't respond. You're a descendant of the Yin family. How can you not know me? Is it strange that I don't know about you? My surname isn't Yin. Zhou Shu frowned. The woman also frowned. Your surname isn't Yin? How is that possible? You clearly cultivate the Emperor Xian Jade Book, and what? Zhou Shu said. It's nothing. The Emperor Xian Jade Book is the legacy of my Yin family. If your surname isn't Yin, how did you learn it? Could it be that my Great Xia's Yin family no longer exists? The woman gripped the hilt of her sword tightly and stared at Zhou Shu with hostility, looking like she would draw her sword at any moment. Zhou Shu was naturally not afraid of this woman's threat. She was only a first-rank martial artist, and he could easily defeat her. But, this woman who called herself Yin Yuzhu seemed to have a deep relationship with the imperial family of Great Xia. She might even be Yin Wu's relative. As such, Zhou Shu couldn't kill her before figuring out the situation. You two, Zhou Shu looked back at Mi Ziwen and Wang Xian. Forget it. I'll watch her. Go get Wu. These two fellows were so lustful that if they watched her, they might not be able to keep an eye on this woman who called herself Yin Yuzhu. Moreover, although Yin Yuzhu looked injured, she was still a first-rank expert. Mi Ziwen and Wang Xian were only second-rank martial artists. The two of them combined were not strong enough to fight her. Mi Ziwen and Wang Xian looked at each other in embarrassment. They had thought that their advancement to the second rank of the martial Dao was already fast. In the end, it seemed that the second rank was not enough. The two of them turned around and went back into the karst cave. Zhou Shu couldn't block Yin Yuzhu's gaze. In any case, if she was on their side, she would find out about the existence of the karst cave sooner or later. If she wasn't one of them, then sorry, but Zhou Shu would definitely not let her go. Zhou Shu stared at Yin Yuzhu intently. Yin Yuzhu frowned, and a look of pain flashed across her face, as if her injuries had acted up. You still haven't answered me. How is my Great Xia's Yin family? The hand holding the sword hilt was so pale that her skin was almost transparent, and her veins were bulging. Great Xia is doing very well, and so is the Yin family, Zhou Shu said. After a moment's thought, he added, at least they were fine when we left. It had been several days since he left the 10 Nations martial arts tournament. He didn't know what the situation on the 10 Nations continent was now. Perhaps they wouldn't be destroyed so easily. What generation is the current emperor of Great Xia? Yin Yuzhu frowned. Zhou Shu glanced at her but said nothing. I don't think you've figured out who you are, have you? Who are you to ask me? Zhou Shu wouldn't admit it. How would he know which generation Emperor Yuanfeng was? Zhou Shu narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything. Yin Yuzhu asked a few more questions but didn't receive any response. She frowned and walked away. Swish! A sword beam flew past her face. A strand of hair fell gently. Yin Yuzhu's face turned pale as shock and anger flashed across her eyes. What are you doing? She snarled. If I were you, I'd stay right where I am, Zhou Shu said coldly. Until your identity is confirmed, any actions you make will be viewed as hostile by me. There will be no hesitation from my sword. Yin Yuzhu was shocked and furious. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She glared at Zhou Shu, but she didn't dare to continue. What do you want? She roared. I'm getting someone to confirm your identity, Zhou Shu said coldly. They stood facing each other at odds. The two of them stopped talking. Zhou Shu even closed his eyes, but his divine sense was always locked onto Yin Yuzhu. As long as she made the slightest movement, she would face Zhou Shu's thunderous attack. Before long, a rustling sound came from behind a nearby mountain wall. Then 3 figures emerged from the bushes. It was Yin Wu, Mi Ziwen, and Wang Xian. Zhou Shu, are you looking for me? Yin Wu used her movement technique and landed beside Zhou Shu, her eyes shining as she looked at him. I want you to identify someone. Zhou Shu nodded. Wu, have you heard of the name Yin Yuzhu? Yin Wu thought for a moment and said, Yin Yuzhu? I've heard of her. My great-grandmother is called Yin Yuzhu. Mi Ziwen and Wang Xian had found her and only said that Zhou Shu had called her. They didn't tell her why. She didn't know why Zhou Shu asked this, but she still replied. Yin Yuzhu is the eldest daughter of the founding ancestor of Great Xia, Emperor Xian. She's a true heroine. I've always regarded her as my idol, Yin Wu continued. In that case, you should have seen Yin Yuzhu's portrait, right? Then come and see if this person is Yin Yuzhu. Zhou Shu pointed at Yin Yuzhu. Only then did Yin Wu notice that there was actually an outsider here. She had been so focused on Zhou Shu that she hadn't noticed that there was another person here. Yin Yuzhu? How is that possible? Yin Wu said. Yin Yuzhu's great-grandmother is the eldest daughter of Emperor Xian. She lived 1,000 years ago, so how could she have lived until now? As Yin Wu spoke, she turned around and was stunned. How is this possible? She cried out involuntarily. You're a junior of the Yin family. Yin Yuzhu also heard something. She sized Yin Wu up and nodded proudly. You're already a first-rank martial artist at such a young age. You've made the Yin family proud. Not bad. Who exactly are you? Yin Wu shouted, her face full of anger. When I left all those years ago, I left a portrait in the palace. Since you've seen my portrait, shouldn't you know who I am? Yin Yuzhu's face turned cold. Impossible. You may look exactly like great-grandma Yuzhu, but she couldn't have survived this long. Yin Wu said coldly. Even a first-rank martial artist can't live for 1,000 years. You must be fake. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be my great-grandmother? With a clang, Yin Wu drew her sword and pointed it at Yin Yuzhu. I'm Yin Yuzhu. Why do I have to pretend? Yin Yuzhu said proudly. Since you're a descendant of the Yin family, you should know that our Yin family bloodline has a way to verify our own identity. Yin Yuzhu looked at Yin Wu and continued, on account of the special situation here, I won't hold it against you for offending me. I agree to let you verify my identity. Zhou Shu, Mi Ziwen, and Wang Mu all looked at Yin Wu. Only Yin Wu was a member of the imperial family of Great Xia, and only she would know if Yin Yuzhu was telling the truth. Is there really a way to verify if she's from the Yin family? Zhou Shu looked at Yin Wu. Could it be that there's a DNA test in this world? Or will it be a blood test? That would be a bit unreliable. Yes. Yin Wu nodded solemnly. Is it reliable? Zhou Shu asked. Yes, Yin Wu said. The imperial family has never made a mistake with this method. Do we really want to try? She looked at Zhou Shu, her eyes filled with inquiry.